This is happening. This is Chat, hello. I mean, thank you. I am so thrilled. First off, it's here. Welcome. Thank you for being here. I hope you can hear me. I'm probably pretty loud. Hold on, turn myself down. This is a brand new overlay OBS thing, so it's a lot to get used to. Chat, did you see those animations? Life Niemczyk crushed it. If you didn't see it, go back after this and watch those animations. Watch it. He put so much time, so much love into it. So huge thank you to Life right off the bat. I need to get into character a little bit more. I apologize. There's just been a lot to do. This is how I'm going to look the whole time. I'm going to speak to professionals in our industry, and this is how I'll look. So that's what we have in store for today. I hope you're excited because I know I am. Hi, everybody. My goodness, I can't even begin to say hi to everyone because there's so many of you. I am so thrilled. Thank you for the warm welcome. Thank you for just loving on Life's stuff. Life is the man's name, by the way, not your life, but yes. Anyway, hi. We have such a good lineup today. I'm so excited. We've been looking forward to this for like a month. We have just some of the people that I've been wanting to talk to for a very long time. If you don't have the lineup already, I can read it out to you, but I think most of you are here because of the lineup. But oh my goodness, are we getting hype trains and stuff going? I have no notifications up here. Please, I super appreciate the hype trains and stuff. I would ask, and this is gonna sound ungrateful or something. Please put that money towards the donation box. So we've got Amit and Mac and Corey already on the board. Thank you so freaking much. Look at the little. So Life also did this. These are two videos. One is trash. The other one is a clean ocean. I want to get the clean ocean totally full. There's like a seahorse in there. There's a turtle that he modeled and animated that's swimming around. Chat. It is so good. He modeled all this trash and made it float. Like, these are all custom. I can't stress to you how cool this whole thing is. Yeah, so I want to quick shout out our sponsors. We have 5 phenomenal sponsors, and this is the way it's working. Each sponsor is sponsoring up to $1,000. So if we, as a community, as a chat, donate $5,000, they will match for the other $5,000 and we will hit our goal. If we as a chat stop here, so this number factors in the match. So just saying this is what we've got so far with us and with the match. So if we stop here, that's what we've raised. But you can double your money to Team Seas, which is cleaning the ocean. Every dollar you donate, we clean 1 pound of trash from the ocean. It is way more than you think. So $5 matters, $10 matters, all of it matters. Thank you so much. Ben Myers, thank you again. Adam Kuhn, thank you so much for these donations. Ben, is that $100? I need to make this bigger so that I can freak out a bit more about this. Thank you so much, Ben. That's so generous. Yeah, so keep them rolling in. We're going to be live for about 4.5 hours. This is kind of a telethon thing that if I'm asleep by the end, we have professionals here. They will take care of it. But sponsors, back to that. Our sponsors are matching their donations up to $1,000. I can't thank them enough. We have got Prismic, the headless component-based CMS where I work, and Prismic also, I want to stress this, let me spend a ton of time working on this show to put it together. So they're sponsoring not only in $1,000, but also in all the time that I, because I work there, was given to put this together. So Prismic is sponsoring for $1,000, but also a lot more in my time and everything. So just wanted to say huge thank you to Prismic and Nuha and Eric and everyone there for helping me find other sponsors. Second sponsor is Netlify. Thank you so much to Jason and the team over there for pitching in. Netlify is a phenomenal place to host your sites. This overlay right here is hosted on Netlify. It's pulling in Prismic data. So like we're using the sponsors to build out what you're seeing. Yeah, that little carousel that rotates the logos, that's hosted on Netlify. So It's all cool. My gosh, the thank you so much for everything rolling in. Oh my god, look at this. Look at the bar. We're getting that. I honestly, I can't talk for much longer, but I was like, I don't know if we're gonna get it. This is feeling good already, chat. Thank you so freaking much. Wow. I do so you got Netlify, you got Cloudinary, one of the best places to put your images, your videos. I think these videos are actually hosted on Cloudinary, and we're using them there. I've got some side projects that use Cloudinary videos and photos. It is a phenomenal resource. Thank you so much to Cloudinary for sponsoring. We also have StepZen, where our good friend Anthony works. Anthony, if you're here, thank you so much. Say a little hi in the chat. Really appreciate StepZen. StepZen is a great place to take all your data, put it into one GraphQL API layer, and then you just query that one layer. So if you've got a Prismic site and you've got all these other data sources, rather than having to fetch them all separately in your app, you just query StepZen. StepZen, thank you so much for sponsoring. We also have Orbit. Orbit is a phenomenal resource for running your developer experience teams. Can't thank them enough. The Orbit model is fantastic. You might have heard of it. We use it at Prismic. Tons of big companies use it. They're just a phenomenal place to really turn your community into a group of passionate people. So please check out Orbit. Just can't thank you enough. Please. Another thing I want to ask chat. Please, no idol worship. We have some big people here who have lots of Twitter followers and stuff. Please, they are people. Treat them like people. I'm happy to see them too, but we're not going to make it weird. Okay, so let's make sure that we're just saying, hey, I see Cassie's in the chat. Cassie, love your stuff. It's awesome. It's good to see you. That kind of thing, okay? So let's keep the idol worship totally down. Let's not make people feel uncomfortable, because when people walk into a thing and it's like, oh my goodness, they're people. Let's treat them like people, all right? So with that, I need to actually check and see how are we doing on control room. All right, I'm not seeing our first guest. Let me check. Dave, I think I see Dave in the chat. Just want to see if you are getting into the control room all right, or if I've messed something up on my end, because that is a very good chance. Good chance. Wow. All right. Off to a good start with talking. Let me just see. Is Davitron in chat? I saw him there earlier. Yes, and send all worship to Peruvian Idol. Exactly right. Davitron, just want to see if you're able to hop in. Oh, there we go. All right, here we go. So we're going to make this happen. I'm going to add him to scene 1. I'm giving you a little bit about behind the scenes stuff here that you can learn about. So let's see. 2 cameras. Let's see. Dave Rupert, how's it going?
Hey, happy stinking holidays. How's it going?
Oh my goodness, it's great. I'm just gonna turn you up a little bit.
Sure.
This is.
Get the juice loose.
Yeah, could you you've got a little crank thing? Oh, nice. Love it. Dave, how's it going?
It's good. How are you? Let me here, I'll get some sound going. Go to sounds, go to plus, go to up, and that should be pretty good right there. How's it going?
Good. I'm juicing you on my end too, just to make sure. I'm trying to even you out. How's that? Can you say a little something?
La 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 la.
Wow. All right. Well, so that's what Dave came to show us. Thank you so much, Dave. That was beautiful.
It was really
appreciate it.
I'm really happy to be here. I'm so much fun. It's so excited. So great to be here.
Sound is gone, people are saying. Hold on. What's
for me?
Still a bit low, but much better. Sound isn't gone, it's just unbalanced, still a bit low. Okay, give me 1 sec. I thought I pumped it enough. Let me pump it. I'm gonna really pump it, chat. All right, how about now?
Hello. Are we equal?
Chat?
Yes, no,
chat?
Yes, no.
Better?
Yeah.
Good. Thank you, chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Dave, I am thrilled. We've never gotten to speak face to face. How are you doing? Happy holidays, my friend.
Happy holidays. Wonderful to be here. I'm very excited. This is fun. What a good cause. We're going to clean the whole damn ocean today, and I'm just excited about it. First off, how do people give money? Did we covered that already? But I want to recover it. I just want to
Good
go
call.
to.
So I've got a little button here that basically hits !donate in chat, and once you hit that, there's a quick link or quick link. I work on the
Short
internet.
link? Short link?
There's a forwarding link
Okay.
for frontend.horse/donate, which will take you to Team C's, and the team name is already written in there for you. But basically, chat, keep that team name frontend horse, just as it's written. I know there's lots of different writing. I don't think the bot is accounting for that. Chat, look how freaking far we're going. James Waffy, thank you so much. Okay,
Oh my gosh,
so yes,
we're going.
we
Good,
are really
good,
going.
good.
We're not even one guest in. This is happening.
Well,
oh my goodness,
we have the whole. We have to clean the whole ocean. 10,000 pounds of trash is a lot.
it's a lot. It's a
and,
lot.
and like
that's like
a lot.
That's like one day worth of Twitter. Is
Yeah, basically it's the Twitter sewer system going straight into the ocean. I would, wonder what's the carbon cost of Twitter. That's a good question.
I think we should move on. So, what do you want to talk to us about?
Hey, ho ho ho. First off, ho ho ho.
Ho ho. And by the way, respect the sweater game. Mine's just kind of plain.
Mine's
really
a bit more reason for the season. Happy birthday boy.
I love it. I love it.
Well, whatever. It's reason.
Oh my goodness.
So anyway, so I thought, what's the best gift you can give somebody this holiday season, or give yourself, because you're important too.
Yeah, I matter.
A blog.
Interesting.
Oh, the internet sensation blogs.
I've heard of them. My mom's been asking me about them. Do you know about this new blog thing? And I said, yeah, Mom.
Family members all holiday season, holiday break are going to be asking you for a blog. And, everyone's like, hey, can I get a blog? And you'd be like, oh, I don't know.
Kids are done with Fortnite. They're just doing blog dances in school now. It's
they're imitating their popular bloggers like Ninja, for blogging, whatever that is.
Known for his daily posts.
Yeah, just they're like, oh, what's John Gruber? Can I be like the John Gruber dance? They're just trying to do that all the time. So I just thought, I don't know. I just, one thing you can do, holidays, I don't know how you are, but I always come up with 10,000 projects I'm going to do while I'm not working. Why do I do that? That's dumb. Don't do that, actually. But if you wanted to, maybe just spin up a blog to put all the stuff, because we're going to learn a lot of stuff today. You could just put all the stuff you make from all the other talks today on your blog. And can I share a screen? Is that something?
Yeah. So let me just check the control room thing. So if you click the little screen button over, you see it. It should.
Did it go? I clicked the screen button. And
did you?
Do you see my email? Or do you see...
I don't see anything yet. Did you choose like a screen to share and then it said it's sharing it?
I think so. Oh wait, hold on. I'm gonna just share this screen, share, and then it does nothing. So maybe I don't have the permission thing going. Oh,
weird. Because that should be fine. I was testing it before, and we had a similar Halloween show where the screen sharing was working.
Okay. Select screen to share. I selected it, and it looks like, and then it does nothing. I'm trying my best. I'm doing my best.
I appreciate it. Let me think. Yeah, it's not it doesn't feel like a permissions thing because you are already here and you're already sharing your camera. So I'm trying to think it through. Who can I fax this thing I just wrote to? Hey, Steph.
Hello, Steph. I could try to share this one. Let me try to share.
Is it a link that you could send maybe?
Well, if you can do it, yeah, we can just get going.
We can do that. Up to you. Just because I don't want you to run out of time.
We're running out of time. Okay, here. I'll send you that link there. But also, you could just pull up. Can you pull up the show, the like list of the show for
this show?
Yeah.
Here.
Pull up the list.
Let me close some stuff. This should. Nope, that's the wrong one. This is the one. So
okay. Here we go. Yeah. Okay, so the holiday Snowtacular here. Amelia Wattenberger has a blog. Cassidy Williams actually doesn't have a blog, has a newsletter,
Mm.
but does that's almost like a blog.
She
but
writes
it
a
doesn't
ton
go
for like the Netlify blog when she was there. So she's a big writer.
No stranger to blogging.
Yeah.
Chris Coyier might have a blog.
Who
Me
knows?
have a blog. George Francis, I believe, has a blog.
Yep.
Josh, I can't say Josh's last name.
It's Comeau.
Josh Comeau has a blog, very good one. Cassidy Dodds has a blog. Kevin Powell has a dog. He has a dog. He has a blog.
You have to either have a dog or a blog, chat. Those are the rules.
Powell has a blog. Scott Hanselman has a blog. A lot of blog.
Varun has a great blog.
Varun has a very good blog. And I'm just by correlation here. I'm just saying blogs are a big deal. So did you get that thing? Did you get the thing? You got the link I sent in the, or do I need to send it in a different chat?
Yeah. Did you send it just in the chat, like in the
video chat?
In the video.
Cool, you want me to send it in the?
No, I just didn't even realize. Oh, look at this is the future right here.
Has a chat?
I didn't even know this had a thing. Thank you so much. I'm learning from you, Dave. I'm learning a lot.
Oh, I don't know anything.
Awesome. Okay, so we've got this 11T base blog. Got it.
Yeah. Okay. So you can just clone it. Just
cool.
You can like literally the steps are like down. Yeah. That's good.
Cool. Let me open up a thing. Hope I don't have any. All right. Cool.
Secrets. You're like
yeah, but like just imagine the thing that it opens up to is the secrets. This is actually the thing that we're working in right now. Get clone.
This is meta.
Right. Oops. I pasted ViewBox.
Okay. Well, we tried. You may want to name like a folder. Like, oh yeah, it'll put it in 11D base blog, but you could call it Yule blog.
Ooh.
That's good, right? Yule blog.
Love it.
CD Yule blog. NPM install.
There we go. All right, chat. We are
Yarn. Are you a Yarn person or are you an NPM?
I'm an NPM person lately. Chat, is this big enough? Let me know. NPM I. Yeah, we can do that. Just make sure. Cool.
Oh, awesome. Man. Do you recall the most famous?
I was going to say, are you setting me up for that? I'm dropping this link in chat. Awesome.
Oh, I could probably put it in chat too. So that Yule blog, and then I think you just can npm run dev and like just try this. Let's see. NPM
it might be a different
start.
thing. Might be a different one. npm run start.
npm, yeah. Or npm, yeah. npm.
Can every framework just agree on the thing that runs the development server? I don't want to learn them.
We're almost to that epiphany, or that a most amazing part of. Look at that.
Nice. Okay, so what are we looking at?
So this is a 11D base blog. It's just, I don't know. You can start from scratch. 11D is pretty cool because it really it's like, oh, you gave me files, I'll just go process the files. Like you gave me a nunjucks template, I'll process the nunjucks segment. You gave me a handlebars template, I'll process that. That's the cool thing. This 11D base blog is basically just a starter. Like if you go back to the files, you can kind of see, like we do the tree of, the file tree over there, you got your robo garbage, you got, whatever, Travis.yaml, everyone's favorite file there. Who knows what that does?
No one knows. That's the thing. We've been putting it in folders for years. No one is brave enough to say, we have no idea what this is. We don't know who started it. We don't know what it does.
Who's Travis? Who's Travis? Why is he all
everywhere?
Why is he in my repos?
He's a good-looking guy, but
yeah, he's got a cool hat. But you got your 404, you got your archive, you got your index. Those are classic blog pages, right?
Right. Yep.
And then the pieces and then tags and stuff. But the pieces I'm kind of fascinated with are the feed stuff. You see feeds down there?
Ooh, okay.
Oh, look at we got ourselves an RSS feed right here.
Nice.
Look at that little beauty of XML garbage you never want to type yourself. That's just.
But this is a great snippet. Yeah. Oh, we have a mug. Hold on. Do you have to show this mug off? Is this? Nice.
It's my holiday mug.
That's really nice. Is it suggesting Santa Claus like a little
It's a postmodern interpretation of the Great Claus, who visits your house, breaking and entering into your house.
The cookie burglar is what I call him. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Famous cookie burglar.
Cookies.
And then look at that. There's feed.json. This is kind of an interesting thing too.
This one right here?
Feed.json. There's a whole movement, a sub movement, a countercultural movement in the RSS world to offer your feeds in JSON as well, so that normal people can just curl the JSON or fetch JSON and do stuff with it. That's pretty cool, huh? Look at us. Look at us. We got modern
Look at us.
2007 technology built right into our blog. And then in posts, if you go to posts, look at that. Guess what goes in posts?
I'm so lost.
I know, your posts go in posts.
We're writing here with Markdown. We've got some front matter up here that just breaks it down.
So the front matter is little data bits. It tells you like what layout to use. You want to use the post layout, right? The title, description, that's stuff that would show up in like your Twitter meta tags and stuff like that, or your SEO or whatever. We don't, normal people like us, we don't care about SEO, but that's where that goes. So, and then you just type in Markdown, and all your posts are in Markdown. You're not dealing with some MySQL database. This is one advantage for me over like a WordPress or whatever, is like I literally no database were harmed or used in the creation of this system. It's purely just Markdown doing its thing, and it's really effective way to blog, in my opinion, because you can do, I don't know, about 1,000 markdowns in, I don't know, about 6 seconds or something like that. So should be able to do that. So.
my typing speed? I don't think I can do that. You mean 11T? That makes more sense.
11T.
Okay.
Yeah. Up to your personal typing speed, I cannot.
My personal Markdown speed isn't nearly that high, but I appreciate your confidence.
But so if you go back over to the other blog, you go
where am I going?
Or the like web, the browser.
Oh god,
that's what we call them, browsers. So
the internet's got it.
What's this called? I use it every day. Browser. You got your latest posts or whatever. You can click. Oh, thank you for making it bigger for my old tired eyes. So there's this metadata.json. You can just kind of customize it for your blog. You can, there's 11d.js, like edit configuration stuff. That's like big time. I wouldn't even worry about that.
Got it.
And then delete this message from layouts, base, and JK. So we could go into there and just delete that.
Where is that? Is that at the root?
Okay, so it's actually going to be in includes, kind of up. Includes layout, space, and JK. So the way, kind of, if you've ever used Jekyll, you have like a layouts folder, but like 11D likes to do it all through this includes. So if like all partials and stuff like that go into includes. So you can just go base and delete it, and then I'm going to send you. Can I send you some HTML or CSS?
I mean, not through that little snippety thing, through the OBS.
Garbage.
I did not plan for sending stuff well enough here. Okay,
I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna send you a link then. I'm gonna send. Here's what I'm gonna do, because I didn't plan on not having a thing.
It's all good. I'm sorry that did not work. Delete this message. Stop deleting. Comments can't tell me when to stop deleting.
Okay, we're gonna
delete that comment that tells you to stop.
We're gonna make this. I'm gonna send you another link to a Google font, because I want this, because this is not festive enough, right? There's no Festivus in this blog, and we're making a Yule blog. It needs to have Festivus. While you're doing that,
that's lovely.
Oh, isn't that great? So
that's a nice one.
Oh, isn't it so beautiful? And then it's like, I don't know. So just grab that CSS and then like just make all the headings, make a style block at the top of the thing. Perfect. Yeah, just whatever, however you feel.
Trying to find my way. I realize turning my head is quite. I get some momentum on the ball at the end.
Just put it at the bottom. Yeah,
put it at the bottom. Cool.
Or no, of the head probably.
Got it.
Yeah. So you want your fonts to load in there. Yeah, import's probably not the best, but whatever. We're doing it. Let's just do it.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. And then just make another style tag and just do like H1, H2, H3, font family Parada 1.
Not getting any help from the editor. All right, so now I am. Look at them. Just going overboard.
Hey.
Please, no Copilot. Copilot's got to take a seat for today.
Hey, Copilot, you need to chill out. Dude. we're trying to clean the friggin' ocean. Copilot, you gotta really calm down.
You're not helping. Font family, what is it?
Quote Pirata 1, Pirata space 1. Yeah, there you go. And then comma fantasy.
See it here. Is that the right one?
Oh, weird.
Did I get?
Oh, that does look weird. Yeah, copy that.
No, it's called family outfit. Weird. I want to grab this.
Are we real?
Parada 1.
Here, no, hit select this style next to the.
Oh, I probably had it's probably
an old guy.
Oh, yep. Okay.
Okay.
All right, select the style. Whew. We almost had a non-Christmassy thing, and I don't know. So okay, so Parada 1, we can just do this by hand because I don't know where the heck that select my style thing went. And we are pretty much out of time, unfortunately.
Oh no!
Gosh. I'm so sorry.
It's fine. Before I want to go, I just want to tell you a story about Chris Coyier. Is that okay? He's on later, right?
Yep.
Okay. You know, a lot of people don't know this. Chris was, before he like did CodePen and stuff. You know, he was kind of a high powered executive working, you know, all the time, and he was really busy, and you know, he really, you know, he was just too busy. But then he moved out to Bend, Oregon, you know, and every year in Bend, Oregon, they do a holiday party in the middle of town and everyone gets involved. And it was through that Chris learned the power of the holidays, the holiday magic.
It's beautiful.
And now, he just, you know, he wasn't a believer in the magic of the holidays, and now he is. Now
I really thought Three Ghosts were going to visit him, but this is a less spooky story.
He fell in love with the town carpenter.
I need to have you back on to finish this story because I have to say goodbye to you, Dave. I am so sorry.
Happy holidays, everyone. Make a blog. Send me your blog. I want to read your blog.
Thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it. Can we get a big yay and emojis and everything? We don't have any confetti on this current overlay, but thank you to Dave. Thank you so much. We will see you soon. I'm going to hop over to here, and we are going to do a slick transition that no one's going to notice, and I'm going to handle the rest. All right. Hi. Sorry, I didn't have a quick thing in there. I want to bring on our next guest. We're gonna have some breaks in the middle usually. That one we didn't, but our next guest. Oh, I actually have to do a little thing to make sure that his name tag is correct. There's a lot of behind the scenes here, in order to get this to kind of work. But yeah, next up we have the fantastic. As soon as the name tag changes, it's going to be Kevin Powell. As soon as it happens, I don't want to cast this. There we go. It's Kevin Powell. So let's bring him on. Kevin, how's it going?
Hi. Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Happy holidays, buddy. I am thrilled that you are here. Chat is already going wild. This is just so good to have you. You got the tree.
My setup's not perfect, but I don't have. I'm a little ashamed, but I don't have an ugly Christmas sweater.
That's fine. That's fine. Mine. I'm not confident in myself enough to wear an ugly sweater. I think it's just like it's a classic sweater. But we both went with the very stylish hats, so that's that's perfect. How's it going?
Yeah, it's going really good, and yeah, I'm super excited to be here and super. I mean, it's crazy. You're already over $4,000 now, which is just mind blowing. So
chat, thank you so much. Awesome. Can we get Ryan and or Mac or Life or Ben, one of you, to share the link to the site that Mac put together and that Ryan helped out with in the chat so that people can see where we're at, the leaderboard, all that good stuff, because the thing next to Kevin doesn't give the full picture of everyone that's given, all that kind of stuff. So please, yeah, there we go. Holiday 2021 front end horse. Thank you so much, Ryan. Just checking that out. Oh, it looks so good. Thank you for putting that together. I had so much help from the community on this. Really, really appreciate it. So Kevin, Are you going to share your screen?
Yes, I am. Let me get
Are you
that
able
ready.
to
Let's hope it
click?
works. I hope it
Yeah,
works,
that's
but
the
we'll
thing is
see.
that it was working
Let's see.
before.
I think it's this one that I want to share.
Okay, good. I do see it.
Yeah.
And I'm
Okay.
adding it to scene 2. And so, let's check out and cross our fingers. There we go. So it's
Awesome.
got like a ugly border on the side. I ran out of time. I'm sorry. I'm
That's
sorry,
okay.
chat. Chat, I'm sorry. They're gonna be all over me about that. What's with those whiteboard lines? It's on me. I'm sorry, chat. So Kevin, what are we talking about today? What's going on?
So I'm super excited because today's actually the birthday of CSS, which is cool.
That is awesome.
And I figured, it went through such a stagnation for a long time, and then all of a sudden we had like CSS3 hit, which was like, holy crap, we have all these new things.
Yeah.
And that then was just like prefix hell for a while. Luckily, then slowly the ball got rolling from there, and we sort of had some nice progress. But right now it just seems like going into 2022, the momentum behind CSS is just absolutely insane right now. Like, it's just crazy how many different things are going on.
Yeah.
And one of the cool things with it is we're actually able to now use some of these new things that aren't actually officially part of the spec yet, but that are being worked on. We can actually use them like in production today, and
Cool.
it gives us a bit of a sneak peek. It depends how much you want to push the envelope as well. But we're going to be using post CSS, which opens up this door to the future of CSS in today's code.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, so I just want to explore a few of the things that I'm really excited about, and especially like container queries are getting a lot of, and granted they deservedly are getting a lot of like hype and everything there, but there's a lot of other things that are really cool that I want to sort of look at today.
Awesome.
So I've already set this project up with post CSS. It's actually a really, really simple install, but and it depends, like it's, all the builds have their own way of doing it and everything. But I put a link in the chat for everybody, just if you want to follow,
Cool.
get it actually installed yourself. But it's really easy if you have it, installs. It's part of it, I think. And anyway, it's easy to get up and running. But I will do one thing because I haven't done it yet. Which, whoa, something weird is happening there. 1 second. An npm id, and we're going to do a post CSS preset env. And post CSS, if you're not familiar with it, is it's all like plugins. You get post CSS and then you throw all these plugins to open up new possibilities and new things. And the preset env is like the future CSS stuff. It's these things. It lets us use these new things that aren't officially in CSS yet. And with that, the other thing you will need is a config file. So I've already set my config file up for this just since we're short on time. And one thing you'll see, and I just need to do that, is different stages within the options. So this is just, normally, a lot of the plugins, you just have to say, like, use this plugin. But with the preset environment, you are having to tell it what stage you want to do. And I think it's stage 0 all the way up to 4, even though it might be 1 up to 4. And the different stages are like, how experimental do you want to get? So 1 is like really experimental features, and if it's a 4, then it's going to be like things that are pretty stable.
Okay.
And
So
the risk
higher,
of using,
safer.
yeah, and the risk of using things that are really experimental, and a lot of it's using polyfills and other stuff to sort of fill in the blanks. But if you're going really experimental, it could be that the syntax changes down the road. Whereas things that are more stable, then it's pretty locked in. We're just waiting sort of for the browsers to implement them and stuff like that. The default is a stage 2, and their documentation sort of hints that you can do a lot of the things I'm going to do now with stage 2, but it doesn't work. You have to set it to stage 1 for these ones, which I spent a lot of time trying to figure out why it wasn't working the first time I did this. It's like nothing's doing what it's supposed to, and then I'm like, oh, what if I change the stage? And that fixed everything.
Cool.
So yeah. So I also set this up already. We just want to do an npm run watch. And that should get everything going for me because I set that up. Perfect. So what this is doing is I have a source file right here, and it's going to just pump that out into a dist file for me, basically. And I'm going to shove this one off to the right so we can sort of see what I'm writing and what it's getting turned into. And the first thing that is exciting for me, and I think a lot of people, is nesting. And I'm sure a lot of people in the chat even have used nesting with a preprocessor like SAS. I'm sure you've used it before, Alex.
Yeah.
So one of the nice things with nesting is you don't need to do this type of thing. Nesting with media queries is like my favorite thing in the world. So you can just write your media query inside the selector, 45M, and then you just have to put like the font size. And this leads me to issues when I write regular CSS. Oh man, I'm having keyboard. Oh, look at that. I'm having keyboard issues. Whatever.
I am too. It's a great day for the keyboard to just go on strike.
Yeah. So the really nice thing with this is you don't have to repeat your selector. And look at that. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Did I not save my config file? Oh, there, it's working. Okay, we're good. I thought I didn't see it working, but it's working. So we get
cool
by doing it. Oh, you know what there we go. That's what I want. Oh, and it's not nested. What did I do wrong? Sorry about that.
No worries.
Let me cancel my, oops, wrong shortcuts. Might not have saved in time because.
Oh, Steph says you're typing in the dist.
Oh my goodness! Thank you very much for that. That
Good catch, Steph.
Thank you, Steph.
Good eyes.
We'll get that running again.
The screen for me is way too small to see the files, but even if I could, and it's not you, it's my OBS screen thing is too small.
Open.
Actually, let's
to the side. That's the dist. This is my source. Okay, so let's move this. No, let's delete that, and move all of this up into my body selector. Save, and it's still not working. Okay, I'm watching. I practiced all of this ahead of time, and of course it worked when I practiced it, and now we're...
Well, see, that's why you shouldn't practice things, Kevin.
Oh, I know, you should just have them run the first time and hope for the best, right?
I mean, it worked the first time,
It is
didn't
working.
it?
It is working now. It's this stupid formatting. It does format it really ugly. Okay.
Got it.
So anyway, there we go. And just as a really like another example of that, you can throw our @media down here. Min width, we'll do the same one. 45M. Cool. I'm sorry if I'm going really fast, but there's a lot of stuff I want to look at. Well, not a lot, but enough. So here, maybe you do your padding 1.25 rem. Steph might be mad I'm not doing something a bit more, with min or max on there, but
you're good.
Basically, you can have your one, whoopsie doodles. You can close this down. We can have our one selector, and you can keep your media queries within that, and it spits it out for you properly, which is just like, for me, the nicest thing in the world, and it just makes things a lot easier to manage. The next thing, though, which is not something you can really do, well, you can sort of do this with a preprocessor, but I'm sure people have run into it where you'd wish you could replace these breakpoints with a custom property. And that's coming. So it's a little bit different than regular custom properties, though.
Oh.
And it's one where we have to come in and you do an @ declaration. So it's an @ custom media, and then you do it like it's a custom property. So let's just say VP medium, and then you say what you want. So min width 45M, like that. Hit save. And then I can come in here, and let's just, hopefully my keyboard works. People that were watching my last stream know that I'm having problems with my control key. And
you don't have to do like a var or anything? It'll just...
No, I clearly did something wrong, though, because it's not working. Oh, what I might know. No, what did I do wrong?
You don't have to wrap the min width pit in like a var or something to take it.
No, you just put it in like that.
Cool. Just checking.
VP. I just want to make sure I spelt it right, because that should be working. And again,
yeah. I think you closed it down. No? Okay, no.
I'm going to close it now and launch it again just to see.
Got it. Wasn't sure if you closed it when you hit that X.
Did I? 1 second. Let me just copy that. And oh, I don't want min width here. I just want to do VP medium there.
Good eye. Morgoth just said that in chat. Thank you, Morgoth.
It still doesn't want to update, but that's what we want. We don't need to write the whole thing.
Got it.
And I was going to min width 40 rem, let's just say. What am I doing wrong?
So it should be showing mid-width.
It should be showing that like the actual thing here instead of pumping that out. Which is a little bit frustrating. But
it's good just to kind of like I'm more interested in what the syntax is going to be and the fact that it's coming than like is your compiler working right now? You know what I mean? So I think
exactly. Yeah. So anyway, that's one thing we could do there. And another thing that we sort of got a preview of that when I pasted in my demo code is we're also getting new ways of writing media queries. So instead of writing min width, you could just say width less than 40M, let's say, and that would actually work. And should be exporting.
Is line 16 breaking it because you have another min width with the VP medium?
Maybe.
That's what chat's saying.
A very good possibility.
Good eye, lo-fi codes. That might be it, but who knows?
Yeah, that's what it was. Thank you, guys.
Good job. Thank you, chat. Chat's great. Chat bails me out
It's still
every
failing.
week. Don't worry about it. Let's
Anyway,
keep
okay,
going.
we'll keep on going, and we'll ignore the what's pumping out on that side, I guess. But yeah, another thing we'll be able to do is this. So you can do width less than 40. And what's really nice with this is what you could actually do is say you did an custom media. You could have like VP small or medium only, let's say medium only. And on this, you could do a width, sorry, not width. You could do say 40 m width. Got to spell things right though. Width. And then here do a say 65 m or whatever,
Right.
and that would actually work properly. Oh, see there, something just broke. Oh, I forgot my semicolon probably. But yeah, things like that would work. So it's like any. Well, actually, this should be the other way around. Oh yeah, sorry, that should work. Or sometimes I get these backwards.
I think both arrows need to be facing the same way, but still, I think it's all good.
We get the idea. There we go. Something like that.
Oh, okay.
And the nice thing with this is you're not doing like the min width and the max width. You can sort of all plug it into one selector or one little query here.
Got it.
And whether it's an equal to or not equal to is really, really nice too, because then there used to be that weird thing where you needed like a 39.9999 or whatever if you didn't want that overlap.
Right.
And you did a min and max width and then had another media query. So things like that are super, super cool. What I'm actually going to do is I have this one running on the side, which was the one I was working on this morning, which I know is compiling properly.
Oh, that's cool. My camera just decided to turn off. I hope that's
no.
going to be happening the rest of the day. Cool job, camera. All right. Interesting. This got a new development. 2 guests in. All right. Let's see what happens. There we go. All right. I'm back. This might just be what I do the rest of the time. All right. Sorry. I am focused.
Another really cool app media declaration that we're going to be getting is, I was going to bring my other one on, but I realized I wasn't sharing my whole screen, which I'm usually am. But another one that we're going to get is a custom selector. And the custom selector is really cool, but it's really strange because you write it like a pseudo class and a variable. So you could do like a custom selector of headings and then just do like H1, H2, H3, H4, let's say. It looks really, really bizarre. But if you wanted to use it, then you could come in and say, I want to style my headings. You just do headings, color, Dodger blue.
Nice.
What's your favorite? And since things aren't compiling right now, it's not going to spit it out, but it would, in your actual compiled code, it would replace this string with whatever you have here, which is just super handy and useful, because you could also do things like having a custom selector and then doing a, let's say, hover. And in here, you could actually do your hover and your focus and just have that like that, and then take advantage of the power of nesting, since we have nesting going on too. So say you did your A, you have your color blue on there, and then inside here, you could do the ampersand, which is part of the nesting thing.
Right.
And then do your hover and say color purple, and that's it. So it's actually going to replace whatever we have here with the hover and the focus, and replace the ampersand with the A, and give you sort of the type of thing that you might be wanting to do. So I think that's pretty cool. And it could also be really useful, because one thing with nesting that it doesn't do is, people love nesting with the the BEM style of writing things with card, then card title, card primary, card inverse, those types of things. It's not going to support that, because if you did this with the ampersand, so say I came in here and I said ampersand title, what this will actually replace it with, if I understand correctly, the whole nesting thing within CSS is built on top of is. So it's going to have, and actually if you do it with post CSS, it uses the is selector to pull this off. But your compiled CSS right now would look something like this. And .card is title, which obviously breaks everything.
Got it. Okay.
It just doesn't work. So you can't take advantage of it with the BEM style of naming, which maybe is going to change a little bit of how we name things. But to me, that's not such a deal breaker, because we can just scope stuff, have a descendant selector. People like scoping styles these days, and you're using Svelte, let's say, or Vue, and you have your little style tag within that component, and you're scoping the style to it. So like, to me, this is just style. If I did this, I'm just scoping this title to my card anyway.
Right.
So not the end of the world. And of course, that even opens up just having this and then doing, we called it headings. And then you could just, we could even up here, we could have our H4, and then we could also have like .title, whatever else we want.
That is so custom selector. I didn't even know. I should be excited about that. That's great.
Yeah, I think it's one of those ones that's gone under the radar a little bit. I don't know how far away it actually is. Fingers crossed that all of this comes in 2022, but who knows? But this custom selector is going to really throw, I think, a curveball a little bit into how we write some of our CSS. So here could be your color red or whatever you want your headings to be. So I think that could be super, super useful and a lot of fun to be able to play with something like that.
Wow. It's weird to have CSS that's just like, it's accomplishing the basics, but I can't read it yet. It's because usually it's like, container queries. I understand why I can't read that yet, but this is just like how to select a thing, and for it to be unknown to me is like, it's kind of exciting, but also like, like entering some code bases where people are like on the up and up, and I'm like, I don't know what this is. But
yeah, and when I started putting like my original starting demo together, I was using custom properties for everything, and then using custom properties along with all of this, I was like, no one's gonna know what I'm like. It just looks like
it's a different language, basically. Yeah, it's not CSS3 anymore, and it's something
just
more.
If somebody, and you're like, oh, I know CSS, I'm comfortable with it, and you open up a file that's just full of all of this, you would just be like, close. I'm not even gonna.
Super quick. People are in chat are saying that the config file has an extra S. If we have like no time left, but there we go. That might be it.
My stupid keyboard.
Oh, good.
Let's see if that.
Let's just see. Just to try to get like a last minute huzzah. We built it. It worked.
See, I'm doing it again. Let's close that and let's just see if we actually have some proper output. Look, it is okay. So there's like all those headings.
Does it again?
Thank you. The headings there are working. I think did I not add the title here? So let's hit save on that. There
Someone
we go.
drop Kevin's chat because his stream, because he has a fantastic stream. Sorry, I don't have time to drop everyone's stuff, and that's the downside to this format. But please go check out Kevin's site, his stream. Chat, please drop it. And Lynn and Tonic says just add another S to the end with every version. It's perfect. Thank you, Lynn. Awesome. Kevin, this was fantastic. Thank you for showing us the future. This is wild stuff. I'm really excited.
It's going to be really exciting. I want to say thank you so much for having me on. Sorry for anybody listening. I was talking really fast, so if you had trouble keeping up, I'll probably make a YouTube video on this at one point just to sort of explore it as well, where I can go a little bit slower with it all. But I hope everyone's really excited for CSS and where things are going in 2022.
I think it was a perfect taste, because like with 18 minutes, you don't have a whole lot, like you can't teach really, but this is just hey, get excited about this thing. And now people are excited. So thank you so much. Happy holidays, my friend. Great to see you.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. See ya. And there's the little transition that I forgot to use before because it wasn't set up. Hi, hey, that was fantastic. And that's another thing made by Life Niemczyk. Thank you, Life, for all your hard work on this. Chat, look at this. In case you just got here, we are cleaning the ocean. So hit the donate thing. There it is. Please donate. We have some fantastic sponsors right here that are matching your donations. We are cleaning the ocean. All of the money goes straight to them. Don't give bits or subscribe or anything, because Twitch takes half of that. But if you did give bits or if you did subscribe already, I will be donating everything that was given on today's stream to Team C. So just know, like, I'm not pocketing anything. But please go to that link, give all the money straight to Team C's, and these great sponsors will be matching it. We have another guest. One of our good friends. Let me actually invite him into the thing first. I am bringing in our good friend. Hold on, I just gotta arrange some stuff. Actually, I'm not sure who this is. I don't know if I recognize this person. Oh no, and it still says Kevin Powell. There's just so much to maintain.
I'm Kevin.
George Francis. How's it going?
I can't see. It's good, but I can't see anything.
Slight downside to this awesome outfit. I love it, but
thank you.
What you're showing me today might need, you to be able to see what. No, okay. Well, we are just rolling with it, chat. We are rolling with it. And now it does say your name, George Francis. Great to see you. Thank you so much. And there's my camera going. So it's just going to keep doing that.
Is it just me?
I think. I'm sorry?
Is it just me? No.
It is my camera deciding today is the day that we are going to just shut down every 2 minutes. But I don't want to hold you up anymore.
All right.
What did you come to show us, my friend?
Well, I came to show you how you can make Christmas cards for your friends and maybe family and stuff when you've forgotten to do them and you've got like 5 minutes to make them and you're like, oh, I need to make some Christmas cards right now. I've made a code pen.
I can't relate to that at all. I've never done things last minute and forgotten things. Thank you, George.
Yeah.
I think George is doing this specifically for me. So do you want me to go through the code pen on my screen?
I think that's best.
All right,
given
cool.
my current situation.
Sounds good. So I think this is the right file. Is that correct?
It is. That looks about right.
Should I drop this on chat?
Yeah.
All right. Chat, check this out. How good is this? So this is a generative Christmas tree card maker. It's just Lynn, yes, it is being recorded, so you will be able to see all of this, but donations will only be matched for like today-ish. So yeah, and this is being recorded so that George can so this will follow George for the rest of his life. Correct. If that's what you're asking. Yep. So yeah, so walk us through this, my friend.
Yeah, for sure. So this is a wintry tree made with SVG and JavaScript, and it's a slight rhyme. All of the interesting stuff is in the JavaScript at the bottom.
Got it.
The CSS is so sickeningly boring compared to what we just spoke about, so we can just hide it. I'm ashamed.
Perfect.
It's
so
all
good.
It's CSS3.
Yeah. All right. Let's go to JavaScript 10. Here we go. So
for sure. This is JavaScript 9000. So it's So this is it's an SVG, but it's being like scripted using a library called svg.js, which I use for lots of stuff. It just makes the process of making like dynamic SVGs a lot easier compared to if you were to write it with JavaScript. I use it all the time. It stops you from having to remember like the SVG namespace and Google it every time you create an element, and it lets you do like nice things with positioning stuff and all of that kind of thing. So so we've got that, and then at the top we've got a few like utility functions that I keep in a bucket somewhere in GitHub that I pull in sometimes for stuff. We'll chat about those in a second as well.
Cool.
And then just moving on, we got I think I can see it. We've got a width and a height, and that's like the drawing space for our card. So it's a square, 1024 by 1024.
Twin the night before Christmas, and also the house.
Twin the view box was created, and then we create after that we create an SVG JS instance. I'm calling this SVG, and we're targeting an SVG that I've thrown up there in the HTML somewhere, and we're just setting the view box on that to our width and height. So we're drawing everything relative to this 1024 by 1024 kind of thing.
Cool.
And then there's a function called generate tree, which generates a tree that gets called first of all, so that there's something in the DOM, and then I repeatedly call that function over and over again.
That's what's causing
the kind of thing going on, and then every second. It was way faster. It was very intense. I decided to
tree.
It was a lot to deal with, so I just toned it down. So this is like where all of the majority of it is in generate tree. We start off by defining some colors. So we have like a background, a branch color, and some spec colors. And I got all of these colors. This is a good tip from this book about old paint.
Sorry,
I
forget that that's not a quick transition.
There it is.
Nice.
It's a book about old paints, and this is good if you ever get stuck with color palettes or whatever. Just like go and buy some books. It doesn't have to be about old paint. Could be about new paint or whatever. Just go buy it.
Not every book has to be about old paint. All right, Chad. If you take one thing from George, it's that. Also, people are asking for where can you buy these glasses. So
I have no idea. They materialized just before the stream. I don't know.
Perfect. Cool. So we've got some colors that you got from a book, which is really cool.
Yeah. So it's a cool thing. And then we draw a rectangle. That's the background. That's just like an SVG rect element, the kind of the classic. And then we define a tree height, which is just the width of our view box times 0.75, which gives you 75%.
Got it.
Which is you could randomize that if you wanted to, but I didn't do it. And then the next thing, we actually start rendering something. And to do that, we create the trunk, which is the big line that runs down the middle of the tree there. And that's just using some SVG JS syntax where we say, oh, okay, just draw a line down the middle of the canvas and use CY to center it, which is a nice bit of syntactic sugar that svg.js gives us.
Cool.
And then we give it a stroke, and then we have a cool, nice line, which is good.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's not. It's good. But then things start to get like really interesting when we start creating the little branches on either side. And so the first step for doing that is we define these trunk points. And what this is doing is that I'm using this function points_in_path, which uses a combination of two SVG built-in functions, which is get total length and get point at length.
Okay.
And what this does is it can take any like SVG path or whatever and split it into equidistant points. So here we have this line, and so what we're saying is like, I'll put like a point like equidistant like some number of times on this line. Cool. In our case, that's maybe 16, somewhere between like 16 and 32. That's kind of how we got that set up. And then we define a start offset and an end offset, which is like, oh, maybe cut off some of the points at the start and the end so they don't run all the way down. And so you can see like the bottom, it starts a little bit higher up and it ends like a little bit. So there's
Right.
That's right. So they're kind of offset. You're kind of doing like
that's that offset
with the lines.
is essentially the height
offset
of what I would call the trunk or like the visible trunk on a tree, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, that's like this because you don't have branches all the way up. That'd be crazy. that would make any sense.
Yeah.
So you're just kind of like pushing it up a little bit, which is cool. And so we got that, and then we're defining a branch angle, which is at some degree. I'm all about the eights in this. I have no idea why. Everything is eights. Yeah, somewhere between like 24 and 48 is good. It's
cool.
like this, doing this kind of thing. That's what that does. And then after that, we define a max branch length, which is some division of the actual height of the tree. So it's like, give me like the widest branch is somewhere between like the total height divided by 6 and like the total height divided by 3. So that's sort of randomizing how big the branches could possibly be. And so once I'm going through really fast with this, but hopefully it's not too crazy.
No, I think like the thing that I'm already taking away from it, and I hope chat's getting, is that like you build this up little bit by little bit, just like first make the trunk and then make this, right? Just like small steps, bit by bit, and like this all makes sense for each step. But I wouldn't know how to get there, but now that I'm seeing it, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm seeing how you're doing it, and it's just really cool.
Yeah, do it like you draw it.
Yeah,
that's like that's the way I do it. Just like if I was to draw, I'd draw a trunk, and then I draw the things, and it's like, oh, okay, I'll just do that and
got it.
Give it names with words and JavaScript 9000.
Yeah, you got to use the newest JavaScript for sure.
Yes. So anyway, once we've got all of that stuff set up, we create like a for loop classic from JavaScript 1, and then we start at the start offset and we go to the total number of points minus the end offset. So we pick like a subsection of points somewhere on that line, which kind of would look like this. If you were to move it up and down.
So the offset can go on either end. Oh, so that's why sometimes it's got a space at the top.
That's right. Yeah, it's just a little bit of extra.
Cool. So the offset doesn't have to happen from the bottom. I was assuming it was just cool.
Makes sense. Both. It's kind of moving. Like a moving little bit thing. And then in this loop, we see where we are in the loop. So this I value is going to go from some number to something, and we use this map function here to take this I value and map that to a new range. So it's like, oh, I've got this number I, which usually exists between the range start offset and the number of points minus the end offset. And what we want that to be is the max branch length divided by 8. Somewhere between the max branch length divided by 8 and the max branch length. So the branches at the top are going to be little and small, and the branches at the bottom are going to be all big. and that's what's happening there. And then
Yeah.
right at the end, I multiply that number by like somewhere between 0.75 and 1, so that they're not all perfect.
So if I
And you could get rid
remove
of
that, is that what
Yeah.
I've been?
You should
That's what
hopefully
I've been
see.
wondering. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Okay, I was wondering how are you
That's it.
doing that? It's just random. That's really
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah,
That's
it
a really
just
nice
kinda
detail
gives
because
it
that was the
that-
part where I was like, that's it. It adds a natural feel to it. And I was
Yeah.
wondering how you're doing it. That's such a nice, like, simple thing. That's so
Right,
cool.
thank you. Yeah, I mean, with a lot of this stuff, it's about like, oh, where can I add little bits of like
Yeah.
imperfection?
Yeah.
Because like the world isn't perfect by any stretch, but
Those
like
glasses are, but the rest of the world is not. No.
yeah, so it's cool to kind of make that a little bit random. And then once we've got the branch length, we literally just going, draw me a line from this point on the trunk to somewhere over this way for the branch on the right, and somewhere over this way for the branch on the left, and rotate it with the origin being that point, and kind of push it up, or like push it. Yeah, just push it up. Doesn't go down. It could go down if you want
Got
to,
it.
but right now it only goes up.
So
And then-
each branch is its own line. This isn't one line that has a bend in it, right? So each,
no, it's just one.
It's not like a
I-
path or a polygon or whatever it is.
No,
right?
it probably should be, but I can't. I don't know.
This is not a critique, my friend. I'm just making sure I understand it.
I don't know how that to do. Yeah, it just
You
it's
should have done
lines.
this differently. That's what I should say to everyone who comes on today. It's like Kevin Powell, pretty cool CSS, but not how I would have done it.
Oh man, yeah. So that's kind of the branches anyway. And then once those are all drawn, after that for loop's done, we pretty much have a tree. And then the last thing that I do is add lots of tiny dots. I can't really see them.
Yeah,
but
I will
hopefully
make
you
the
can see them.
thing bigger. Chad, I don't know if you can
Yeah.
see them because like it doesn't scale in the same way, but they are there. And if you open it
Yeah,
on
they're
your
there.
screen, you can see it too. So let me just copy this again. We can see them. Awesome. Thank you, Ryan.
Nice. Yes, they are. They're there. They're little
Yeah, just dropping
tiny
that link again.
circles. Yeah.
Awesome.
All
Yeah.
right.
So
Cool.
how are we doing that? Is that what
Yeah,
we're
it
dipping into next?
Should be, just hanging
Oh.
out down there. Yeah, there it is. All right.
Nice.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it's again with the 8s. 120. I don't know what was going on with
It's
me.
the secret to your power, George. I've been using 7s this whole time, and my art is garbage. So
Never
yeah,
5, never
I
3.
I feel ridiculous, honestly. 8,
Always
it was there the
8s.
whole time. Yeah.
It's like a little pixel grid, but like very abstract and weird. So yeah, we're just saying like what we're saying is just make me 128 dots, please, and give each of them a random color. And to do that, we're using this random function that I use for loads of stuff. And this random function, you can just pass an array, and it will just pick you one of the items from the array at random and just return that.
Nice.
In our case, this is just like a bunch of hex strings, and it picks them and it pops them all in, and that is it. And you've made a Christmas card, and you've got time to print it and write on it and give it to whoever you want to give it to.
It's really cool. But like honestly, like if someone handed me this, I'd be like, this is awesome. Thank you. And right, like
you.
it's like simple, not as an insult. I'm not
Never-
able
yeah,
right
yeah.
like it's
Simple is
beautifully
good.
simple. Like it's design simple. I don't know how
Yeah.
better to explain it than that.
Yeah,
I love
doesn't-
it,
things-
right?
It
Like
doesn't have
some-
to be complicated.
Right.
Yeah.
Some of the best things are just gorgeously simple, and this
Agreed.
definitely falls in. Yeah, elegant. Thank you, Marlon. I'm like I need to look at the chat because there's someone in chat who's better at this than I am.
Well, what's that thing? Like the perfection is like when you can't take anything else away, isn't it? Like not when you can't add anything else.
Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, or however you say the guy's name who wrote The Little Prince. Basically, he also had a quote.
Right.
That's his quote,
That's it.
and
Is
it's,
that it?
yeah, spot
Cool.
on. Yeah.
Nice.
Design. Well, yeah, design is about like not adding more, but like when you can't take anything away. By
Apart from tiny dots, add loads of tiny dots.
yeah, please more dots,
Yeah,
and
that's
let's randomize those branches some more. No, this is great. This is great.
Yeah. We can. I mean, that's it. That's kind of it now. You could just take this and do whatever with it, break it, make it point weird ways, and change the line weights and all of that kind of thing.
No, it's really cool. I really, really appreciate. Oh, was there one? Did you want to touch on this?
Yeah, I forgot.
We only have like
sorry.
1 minute, but
okay, this is the same thing, but on a blob. Done. It's the
let's
same.
call it.
It's points. It's getting the points of the blob, and it's putting circles on the points of the blob.
I love it. It's so cool, though.
Thank you. This is It's
Yeah.
These are Cassie's colors for the VBox newsletter. I stole them.
Nice, good. She wasn't using them anymore, so yeah, let's take those colors back. I do love just your design chops and just how everything you touch looks really, really nice and fancy. Like it just looks so good. Thank you, Ben, for plugging George's stuff. Yeah, please follow George. George has a phenomenal site, phenomenal everything. Unfortunately, we don't have any extra time to run you through all of his things, but George has been on this show like 5 times now. I keep inviting him back because of the glasses, chat. It's entirely because of the glasses. So yeah, George, can't wait to have you back in the new year. Happy holidays, my friend. I know you got a Christmas thing to go to.
Yeah.
I will let you get to it. Thank you so much for coming on and showing us this awesome generative stuff. Take care, my friend.
Bye.
All right, we're doing a little snow blur fade, and chat, we are almost halfway there. I want to say, wow, first off, thank you so much for all these donations. If you just got here, we are cleaning the ocean, and one group, I should say, a good friend that helped us do that. Let me just remove George from the thing, just in case. One group that helped us do that is actually our good friends at Typetura. We have a question for you, chat. I will let them take it away. Hopefully this works. If the sound doesn't work, let me know. But this should work.
We're having a multi-year issue over here at Typetura. I like happy, multicolored Christmas lights. Candy-colored dream-like rainbow all the way for my holiday.
And I like crisp, snow-like clear lights. They look like stars floating in the branches.
Colorful lights are happy. Clear lights are sophisticated.
Multicolored lights are like getting stuck in the 1960s and not being able to get back.
You are wrong.
So you can see, we need help to decide this once and for all. What do you think?
Put your answers in the chat and make sure your answer is multicolored.
This question is sponsored by Typetura. Typetura's technology means faster, more beautiful websites for you and your clients across all devices. Join us in the next era of type on the web with Typetura.
Happy holidays, and thank you for being part of Team C's.
Awesome. Thank you. I just got to say, they are phenomenal people. I totally agree with Adam in chat. And Aaron from Orbit, thank you for being here. Great to see you, Orbit, one of our sponsors. Thank you so much, Orbit, for helping us match. We are halfway. Are we halfway there? Chat, we're halfway there. We're not even halfway through these amazing guests. So thank you so much to Typetura. They sponsored $100 to ask the question. What are we thinking? Are we thinking colors or white? Warm white lights for sure. I'm kind of split. I've got both. Hold on. Actually, let me get out of the way. I've got my my grandfather's kind of like old style tree, and then I've got I can't point, and then I've got some white lights on this. I don't know. I can't decide. But let's get to our next guest. I'm so excited. I'm not super great with the moving around and stuff here, so it's a little awkward for me to do this. But chat, we have a fantastic guest. Please, I gotta click over here so that she is not George Francis. Please, I'm gonna hit all the buttons. Please welcome Monica Powell. There she is. Hey.
Hello. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, and I need to probably just talk quieter. Can you move your camera, or should I move you on my thing?
Are you able to move me?
Yep. Give me 1 sec. Guest camera. Here we go. All right, okay. Monica, how's it going?
It's going pretty well, although I am having some technical difficulties.
No worries.
So, yeah.
How can I help out?
I think I should be fine. I just want to do like some screen sharing of my iPad quickly.
Cool.
And then I have some stuff that I want to show like in on CodePen. So for that, if I have any trouble, definitely if you could take over the link, that would be great. But
Yeah, sounds good.
I guess I would want to try to screen share.
Yeah. Could you like, did the button work?
Oh, that's a good question. Let's see.
There should be a little screen button at the bottom of your window here.
Okay, 1 second.
No worries. It's great to have you, by the way. Happy holidays. I'm thrilled.
Yeah, I'm
thrilled that you're here.
excited to be here.
Yeah, this is great.
Okay.
Chat is we are up to, looks like 5,300. Chat, we're doing it.
Oh, nice. Okay. So actually, yeah, I'm not gonna be able to do the screen share, unfortunately.
No worries.
Or I would have to like rejoin the thing because Chrome doesn't have permission.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if I should
do you
go
want to do that
into
real quick?
Sure, I can do that.
No
very
worries
quickly.
there. I
Okay.
can take over for a sec. So while always forget how just so totally expected. There's going to be technical difficulties that are happening throughout the day. We are doing 12 people back to back to back to back to back to back. So it's definitely a whole bunch that can go wrong. We don't have anyone in the green room. Lunch Dev, thank you so much, Michael. He's on right after Monica. $500. My goodness. Thank you so much. Chat, can we get a cheer? If other people have been donating huge things, I see Kevin Hart gave 100. I apologize if I've been missing it. I'm going to bring back Monica right now. And let's see if we're able to share the screen. How's it going, Monica? Any luck there? Let me move you back over.
Yeah, so I just tried to share my screen. Are you able
I got
to
it. Yep,
view
here
it?
we go.
Okay,
So let me bring this over. A little bit of snow. And okay, cool.
Okay, I apologize for the resolution.
Nice.
Are you able to view it? On my end, it looks a little blurry, but I'm not sure. Is it a little bit better on your end?
Let me just make it a little bigger. Yeah, I can see the snow globe in the middle of the canvas. It looks good.
Okay, awesome. So I'm going to be talking about the process of like animating the snow globe. So starting from like the very beginning. So this all started with this sketch. I
Awesome.
just drew on a piece of paper and snapped a photo of it and put it into this application called Procreate, which is an iPad application for drawing. And so I imported that file into my Procreate, and then I ended up like tracing over it in order to actually convert that into something that was using pixels.
Cool.
So in terms of like how I usually draw stuff, sometimes I'll start stuff in Procreate, sometimes I'll start stuff on paper. I had some free time, so I just grabbed a piece of paper and kind of sketched out my initial thoughts as to how this snow globe could look, and then put it into Procreate. And I can show you kind of like what that looked like in terms of tracing over. Yeah, it's really cool that Procreate has like this built-in time lapse feature, so you can see like what it actually looked like as you were working through a file. And so there was a lot of like different things I was playing around with. Some of them I decided not to implement in the end. There were some like color changes I was working on. And then near the end, I decided that I wanted to add this like piece of snow at the bottom. And so this was, yeah, pretty much the whole process of using using Procreate to digitize this photo. And if you look at like my Procreate layers, they're kind of like all over the place and not named well, which is not something you generally want to do if you are animating an SVG or an image. But since in Procreate it's creating pixel-based images, so we're not actually going to use like this particular file for the actual SVG animation, but going to work like transform it into an SVG. And so that's how I use Procreate. But then there's other software like Affinity Designer or Adobe Illustrator that is used for graphic art or for vector-based art, where like if you zoom into something, it's always going to not be pixelated because it's using mathematical calculations to create those images. And so getting it into this vector format, you can either like manually kind of like trace over like what your illustration is, or there's also tools to kind of automatically do it. I know in Illustrator there's a tool to convert a vector or convert an image into this vector format, and it's definitely gotten improved in like recent time. And then I'm assuming Affinity has something similar. And then in terms of like how my layers are organized in Affinity Designer, I do have some more organization than what I had with within Procreate. So kind of grouping like these larger layers of the photo. So I have like this background layer, which has the like top of the snow globe. Then I have these presents, which if you like take them out, it actually cuts out from this. So I'm not planning on animating those presents, but definitely like if I did want to animate those, would need to do something about that. And then I have a bunch of snow, and so you'll see with the snow it doesn't do what the presents do when I undo it, so we'll be able to move around the snow. And I just added like a bunch of snow, and you may notice, oh, it's kind of hard to see, this snow can like go
you can make everything disappear.
Yes. So the snow can kind of, oh gosh, I'm trying to figure out how to zoom back out. Sorry about that. So the snow here, there's like a clipping mask that I have. So it's probably hard to see here because this font, this is like really light. But if I remove that, the snow just like escapes outside of this globe. So this curved path is literally just to like contain all of the snow inside of the snow globe. And
Chad is loving the snow globe, by the way. It's so
awesome.
Good.
Thank you. And then there's like the bottom of the snow globe and this shimmer at that I put at the top. And so if you haven't worked with SVG before, like the different or layers in general, it's just like the layer that's on the bottom is literally like at the bottom. If you think about like something like Z-index, where things are like stacking on top of each other. So this snow can never appear like above the bottom because it's the layer is below the bottom. But the snow can appear above the presents because it's the layer is literally above the presents. So I kind of had set it up that way based off of like how I was planning on animating it, etc. And so I guess let's look at the code for it. So 1 second.
Like the actual SVG output to
so we can look at the SVG. Is this so like from like Adobe Illustrator or Affinity Designer, you can export an SVG, which would look like similar to like what's on this left hand side here. Of like you can see like these different paths and IDs and different numbers and stuff to calculate the position of the element. And so I just exported the information from Affinity Designer, and then I made sure that I flatten the transforms so that I'll be able to actually be able to transform those individual like pieces of snow, because originally there were like some transforms within the markup, and then I was talking to Cassidy Evans, and she recommended that I remove them so that I would be able to like actually if I wanted to target individual pieces of snow. So that was something that I needed to do, and then put it into this tool SVG OMG, which you can just I think this might be a different version of it, but you just like you upload your SVG, and then it will optimize it a bit in terms of like if there's properties you don't need, you can have it like clean it up, and you can see down here it's saying like this file size is 60% smaller. So
that's awesome.
so this is a good tool to use if you're working with SVGs, just for like make it more performant on this, if there are unnecessary things. Depending on like what things you check mark, the SVG may appear different. But if you make sure that like all of the things that you actually need are retained, then it should look the same once the file is optimized. And so then I like pasted that into CodePen and was able to animate the SVG. And so in terms of like what that looks like, so first I just added a background to like the whole page here. So is that gonna work? Yeah, I just added a background to like the whole page. And then when we were looking at like Affinity Designer, I talked about the layers that I have. So like there's like this shimmer group and bottom snow container, which has like snow, extra top snow, extra bottom snow. And so those names would be helpful when we actually get to animating, because if you look at the markup, we actually have IDs that map to those groups. Sorry, this red is quite harsh. And so there's like a shimmer ID in here for the shimmer. So we have this path, the ID is shimmer. And so there I added an animation, which is called shine.
Could you just real quick,
like,
I'm so sorry to interrupt. Could you hit Control or Command plus just to make it a bit bigger? If you could.
Yes.
Yeah, a couple times. Thank you so much. It just makes it a little bit easier for chat to read. Thank you. Sorry to cut you off.
Okay. No, that's fine.
You're talking about shimmer.
And so, yeah, so I have this shimmer, which has this animation property, and saying like use the shine animation for run this animation for 3 seconds, and then it has a count of 4 times, so it does this 4 times. We could update this to infinite, so it'll just kind of keep running forever in the background. It makes it maybe easier to see like what's happening. And so how this works is it's changing the fill of that path from white to this other color that's kind of more of like a blue. It's a little bit hard to see that, but
it's like a subtle fade, and then it like gets brighter, and so it kind of simulates like a shine of light coming across. Cool.
Yes. And then oh, okay, so I have like these extra CSS classes because that have like similar things, just to make sure that it's working on different browsers, so Safari, Firefox, and Chrome. So these properties were actually not targeting the Chrome version, so that's why at first I wasn't seeing the changes.
Cool.
But yeah, so this is just like filling it from white to aqua, and then I had added this animation direction of alternate. So the first time the animation plays, it'll go from white to aqua, and then the second time it'll go from aqua to white, and then like it looks a little bit, I think, smoother than going like back and forth. Like I guess it like lets each part run a little bit longer, although maybe I could just play with like the timing. But that was something that I had played around with. And then like for the actual like presents in here, I just put this in for fun. But like since this is something that we could target, like I said, we couldn't necessarily grow it because there's like a hole in the background. But we could add like a CSS filter.
It's so funny. I thought that was like the video feed. I'm like, that's weird. It goes gray whenever she mouses over. I had no idea that you put that in there. That's so cool.
Yes. So yeah, I was just playing around with it because I'm like, I don't know what I want to do with these presents, but I think maybe it would be cool to have them like shake or something, but I don't know yet like what that would look like, and I would definitely have to like edit the SVG so that there's no holes behind it.
God. The snowfall feels so good though. if we turn that back or something, I don't know. The way it was falling, like you've got several layers. It seems like you have like a front snow, a back snow, right? That's how. Yeah.
Yes.
Chad, look at that.
So let me put up. I'm just
really
gonna have
good.
it so that it kind of runs continuously so that we can see what's happening. So yes, so I decided to add like different layers. So at first I didn't have a lot of snow in the snow globe. So like it just kind of would like fall and there would be like gaps of no snow and then the snow would reappear, and it was very like drastic, I think, in terms of transitions. But now I added extra snow, so there's like this whole layer of snow that kind of goes beyond the snow globe at the top and beyond the snow globe at the bottom. And yeah, and those are like groups that we could find in here with just like a million different snowballs inside of them. And then I decided to target the paths inside of these are like groups. So snow is really like maybe like 12 different snowballs, and extra top snow is 12 more. And so I set it so that we'll have like this snowfall animation that plays for 4 seconds for all of the even children in like one group, all of the odd children in another group, all the even in another one. And so I kind of did that in inverse. So like there's 2 different sets of animation. So one is running like a 3-second interval, and the other one is running at a 4-second interval, so that it's kind of like there's always something happening and they're not happening like at the same time. So like it's not as drastic when the animation like kind of resets itself.
Yeah, that's so good. We have like 10 seconds left. Is there anything that you wanted to touch on? I know it's such a short time frame. I'm sorry.
Yes. Yeah, so this was like what the actual transformation looked like. So I'm doing some changes to like the position of the elements to get them to move down, as well as changing the opacity. So it kind of just looks like it's like changing a little bit more like as it animates. And the scale is increasing slightly of how large these items are. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Monica, it's so great. It's such a fun. I just love that you showed us from sketch, from actually like pencil and paper, all the way to getting it into CodePen and making this. Would you mind dropping a link when you get back to chat? You don't have to do it right this second. We could say goodbye first.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you so much for showing us this. And thank you for coming on. This was a blast. Hope you have a great holiday. Thank you so much for coming on. Chat, let's get a big round of applause for Monica. Awesome. Kenzie Dodds in there already applauding. Thank you so much, Monica. Take care.
Thank you.
I cut off her last thank you. I'm so sorry, Monica. I cut you right there. Did not mean to. So real quick, first off, chat, thank you so much for the donations. I see, they're popping up over there. Our little thing like updates as we go. Darth Maul, Jason Perry, Dave Rupert with $100. Thank you so much, everyone. No matter what you've given. I don't mean to make a big deal of the big ones, but thank you. Even $1, even $5. I genuinely appreciate it. It is so cool that you are doing this, and huge thanks to our sponsors. I just realized I had a 5-second rotation on this in testing. I never took it off. Sorry, sponsors. I really wanted that to like hang around more and not be as like, hey. But I goofed. So there's probably lots of goofs. I'm amazed that we are not goofing more. Huge thanks to everyone in chat. You're all fantastic. I am so excited for this next person. This next person just gave us $500, which is getting matched, which just gave us $1,000. Like, is that 10% of our goal right there? Wow. I can't wait. I'm so excited. Let's bring out, actually, I should probably add him to the scene first. Let's bring out, there we go, and unmute him. There we go. Our good friend, Michael Chan. You are not Monica Powell. I needed to change the name. Michael, how you doing, buddy?
Ho, friends. Sorry, I was muted, and I was, the lag, I don't know. I did. Am I not muted now?
You are not muted now. How about that?
Hey.
That's what I can promise you when you come here, is that you are not muted. It's about all I can promise.
Friends. What's up?
Awesome. Dude, I am so happy to have you on. Thank you so much for coming on a second time, just for being a good pal, for being someone that I've been able to chat with, and yeah, you've made the holiday already brighter. I'm thrilled to have you here. But you know what, man? I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of worn out on code for a little bit. I feel like I need a little bit of a breather. I've been talking the ones and zeros for a little bit now. Do you think I know you probably have a whole React thing prepared? Could we talk about something else? Please.
I did. I had a whole thing. We were going to talk about React 18, and I'm kind of a little disappointed to let it go. But
please.
I thought maybe you needed a gift. Maybe you needed like a pick me up.
Yes, please.
Okay, cool. Well, fortunately, I brought my big Santa bag. So
Merry
I got
Christmas, buddy.
Plenty of gifts here.
What?
Plenty of gifts.
The prop game is strong. It's so good. I love it.
Can we talk real for a second?
Yeah.
Can we talk? Okay.
We can.
So I got a shout out to all my friends here who have to deal with my inability to schedule all the time. So we have a little Discord. I attempt to do my best with the scheduling, but I am so bad at it. And so today I had this event. I've been working on a refinance for my home, and so they needed to do the signing thing. You know, the notary, they come to your house and they do the whole thing. You sign a bunch of papers. So this is how bad I am. I realized today that I had scheduled a 30-minute notary signing and a 30-minute hangout with you on stream for the exact same 30 minutes.
Are they in the chat? Are they?
No,
the notary?
They were able to come by earlier, but
good.
But
okay.
Yeah, this is. I was just.
I don't know if putting an emoji in chat counts as a notary signing. I'm not a notary, but I don't know. It'd be funny if you knew that I was a notary and this is why you agreed.
This is why we do
it.
Hey
man, we need some witnesses. Let's get chatted on this. That's amazing though. That's so good.
Yeah, I just anyone who knows me knows that is a daily occurrence. So let's talk about stuff. I want to help you and everyone here just look and sound better online. It's become incredibly important over the last 2 years to present yourself well online. And people ask me all the time, like, what should I buy to, what camera should I buy? What microphone should I buy? Like, et cetera, et cetera. So I have some stuff.
Awesome.
You want to dive in?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, cool. So this is my advice for everybody. I've come to kind of like a baseline right here. Elgato makes incredible products, and basically they're at the edge of like the consumer space. So if you want to get like as good as you can without having to futz with like I'm surrounded by cables right now. Just there's no less than 100 cables connecting to each other with adapters and all that kind of stuff. If you don't want that nonsense in your life and you just want to like just get something that's going to be the best you can get, you plug it in via USB and it works for you, just buy all the Elgato stuff.
Nice.
Just don't listen to anything I said except for buy the Elgato stuff. So that should be helpful to pretty much everybody. However, let's talk about all kinds of stuff. So one thing that I did, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to like do this. I have always wanted to set up like a uses page.
Yeah,
that like
too.
Wes Boss like uses. Okay, so I just before I joined, I put some links up for a couple of things. It's chan.dev/uses, and I have links and whatever to all these things. So let's talk about cameras first.
Okay.
I love this camera. This was the first webcam I got, and like I think now they kind of there we go. Look at this.
I came prepared. I've got all the same props, buddy. I'm just
yeah. We can do like a little webcam vibe.
Chat, pull yours out. Chat, play along at home. Nice.
I love this camera. It's not it's not stellar. Right. Mm-hmm. But like in a world where like, like all of the MacBooks had a 720p webcam,
it'll still
whatnot.
Get lots of people to go, oh, it's a really nice webcam. I still get that whenever I use it. So
totally. This is like, I think you can find it, for like $50-$60, which, it's still a lot of money, but the amount that you're going to get over, like, so if you, I think the new The new MacBooks might have
Those
a better
are
webcam.
nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
The new ones I saw Ben Hong was streaming with one of the new ones. It's like,
Yes.
okay, that looks like a DSLR, or it looks like this. Like it's not
Yeah.
true DSLR, but yeah,
Totally.
it looks good.
If you have a new MacBook, this
Yeah.
probably isn't going to do anything for you.
Got
But
it.
if you don't, this is a good way to go.
Yeah.
Now the next level up I don't have, but it's the Elgato
Camera.
face cam.
It's the Elgato camera. It's the only one they sell, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a face cam they call it. That is truly stellar. It's really great. It is a big
Cool.
upgrade over this guy, a huge upgrade over
It's like
pretty much all of the
200-ish,
built-ins.
right?
I think it's about $200.
Yeah.
I don't have it. I haven't owned it, but I recommend it just because people who have the same feeling about this, who have tried that, really love it.
Got it.
So anyway, so that's step one. The next step up is the Elgato face cam.
And just to put it on your radar for cameras, the Alexis Ohanahan, I don't know his name, but the old Reddit guy, apparently he's like in a new company that's making a camera that looks just incredible.
I've seen that. It looks super
called
cool.
Polar or something.
Something
I
like
forget what
that,
it is.
yeah.
I don't know. Chat might know. But yeah. Chat. I've got an Elgato light right here. Elgato. Yeah. They just make. Oh, and the Stream Deck.
Super great.
The Stream Deck is safe in my buns right now. So yeah, it's.
I have.
Totally love Elgato stuff whenever I can afford it. Nice.
It's so good. All of it is so good.
So this is the big step up.
Yeah, so this is the big step up. If you want to go nuts, if you want to go just like, maybe grandma gave you some a really nice Christmas gift this year and just handed you a handful of cash. This
That's my grandma does. She goes under her mattress and just pulls out stacks of cash. Yeah.
Sony, like, I think the thing that I just want to say is, like, Sony makes the best cameras for content creation in the business. I have this one. It's the A6400.
Okay.
The one that I and then I'm using it through, again, Elgato, the Elgato Cam Link.
Cam Link, yep.
So that's another thing that kind of just connects it to the
computer,
HDMI to USB. Now, I will say this. So since I bought this, they have a smaller model that has all of the benefits. It's the Sony ZV-E10. They have terrible names. Terrible
they're not
names.
great. I don't know.
No,
why can't they just call it like the Mustang or something? Cars are easy. Why don't I don't know why they don't give it cool names. ZV-E10-5. No, I'm not gonna.
It's too much. It's far too much.
It's the Sony Ostrich now, is what we're calling it.
At what point did they just like put the serial number on there and like you just like look
if you're
it up
in the
by
naming
serial
department?
number.
Shame on you. Get some creativity. Like paint a picture. Go do something. It's ridiculous.
So that, despite its terrible name,
Yes,
the ZV-E10 is very good. It has you're gonna get the same quality, but the cool thing is it actually has a built-in streaming mode, so you don't have to use the cable, and it's cheaper, and it does the interchangeable lens thing.
Cool.
It also has this cool product mode, so you can like do stuff like this, and it just snaps right to the
oh, really?
It's really cool. It's really cool.
It didn't do it though. Is that the one?
No, this one doesn't. Mine is the
other one. Okay, I was gonna say, like, I thought you were trying to show it off, and I'm like, buddy,
it's a bad demo.
Just a quick aside. Yeah, okay.
I think I have to get my face out of the way in order for it to.
Yeah, that's
Did it work?
That's what I. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Mine's
well,
also
one
taught to find the face in the scene. So yeah.
Totally. So yes. So this is the big one right here.
Cool.
Okay. Cool. You want to talk about microphones? How much time do we got? How much time? Do we got
I'm actually checking, but we are at least good for another 8. I have to check how much more we have.
Another 8 minutes. Okay.
Yes.
Cool. Oh,
yeah.
Shoot.
Intermission's at 1:50, so we've got 10 minutes, my friend.
Oh my gosh. I didn't put this in my bag. It looks like.
Oh, Santa's elves are kind of slacking.
They are very much slacking. Hold on, just 1 second.
How's it going, chat? I did notice Dave Latore, thank you so much. Angelo, thank you so much for the donations. And Polia, sorry if I'm struggling saying that, thank you so much for those donations. Really appreciate it. All of those are getting matched by our sponsors below. Thank you so much. Oh, nice.
Okay, I found it. I found it. That was good. We got a little sponsor segue and like,
yeah.
you know, kind of like, you know, future video promo there. So
And waffles and maple syrup just donated. I'll read that soon. Thank you so much. Cool.
I'll be not on top of it more often for the benefit of the stream.
I just invited a mess on stream so that I could read that. Like, oh, I'm gonna need time. No. So I'll stop.
We'll just you know, put Michael in the part that we you know need that we need spaces for. This microphone, I love this thing so much. It's really great. It's the Samson Q2U. It's what I recommend to anyone who's you know, wanting to start a podcast, do all that kind of stuff. It is very cool because it has I found it to be very good at rejecting room noise. And so if you don't if you don't know a lot about your space, like you don't know how bad like the echo is, this is really good. It is really good at rejecting the room noise. It sounds really good. And I actually continue to travel with this microphone. So if I think that I might end up having,
that's cool.
there's been a handful of times where it's like, I'll be on a trip. Someone's like, hey, could you jump on this call with me? And I have this with me. I think it's like $50-$60. But it hits way above its weight. It's very good.
In my head, you were on a trip and all of a sudden like Kenzie Dodds is like in the chair next to you on the plane and you're like, hey, quick podcast. And just do it.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking.
Kenzie Dodds though, just the end of this summer.
Yeah.
I was on a trip and he was like, hey, you wanna host this show for me? I'm doing the next season of podcasting. Do you want to come on and interview me? And I said yes, but this is the one trip that I left my microphone behind. I had to buy another one. But anyway,
amazing that my story happened in a sense, but you weren't prepared.
I know. I lied.
So good.
Okay, let's see.
That's awesome though.
This guy right here. So it's designed to. This is one I want to warn you about. Okay, it's USB. It's like easy or whatever. It's designed to look like this one, which is the one that all the like YouTubers and whatever Joe Rogan or whatever popularized. So anyway, it's supposed to look like this. It sounds like garbage.
Really?
It sounds terrible. It's the worst.
It's like it's like a cheap like kind of it or
it's not so great.
Okay,
I don't recommend.
Do not buy the MV7 podcast microphone, chat. Don't do it.
Yeah. It sounds okay. It sounds okay.
It will end up in the garbage, and that garbage might end up in the ocean. So please don't buy it. Please don't buy it.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want that in the ocean. So this one sounds better in my opinion. I did a whole like review on my site. I'll link it on my uses page. But I did a whole review comparing them, and so you can tell if I'm lying, if it sounds better or not.
Anthony brings up a good point. He wants to look cool, and apparently that one will make him look cool. Is it what's more important, sounding cool or looking cool?
That is a good point.
Is it?
I think they made this because people did want to look cool. And they assume that people aren't going to figure out that it doesn't sound
like podcast. But yeah, look at the picture.
So if looking cool is more important to you than not looking cool,
then go with but have the cheap microphone behind it. That's what's actually plugged in, right?
Yeah, exactly. They do make one of my complaints with this is that the USB sounds fine, but the XLR sounds terrible. So when you like go to upgrade later on, you sound worse.
Is the XLR the microphone cable? I don't know the terms.
Like this guy, it's like a pro kind of microphone cable.
I never knew what that was called. I just called it the microphone cable. And I've got one right here.
XLR, that's the one.
Cool.
So if you do get I think there's an MV6, which is you pay just for the USB version of it, is way cheaper.
Okay.
Get just that, knowing that the XLR is going to sound like crap anyway. Okay. And then when you can upgrade to this guy.
Got it.
Save up. Do it cheap. And then get the one that you really want instead of the one that's the phony.
I think that's the best advice. I feel like a lot of people, myself included, go in and buy a whole bunch of stuff. Like I just bought a whole bunch of like rock climbing gear and I spent $2,000 and I hope I like rock climbing, right? Like, and then after the first time, I'm like, I don't like rock climbing. I'm afraid of heights. What do I do with my gear now? Like that's what people do
totally with
podcasts and with YouTube channels and stuff like that. Myself included, like, I'm not judging anyone else out there. I do this too often. Find out if you like it first.
What happens is all that stuff just ends up, there's more trash
in the ocean.
In the ocean,
yeah. All my rock climbing gear, I just threw it right in the Atlantic. That's what I did. I'm sorry. So we need.
It's something we've all done.
I'm doing this stream out of guilt. We have a couple minutes left. Let's keep the microphones moving.
Yeah. Okay, so let's keep going through mics. So
I just don't want you to get cut off.
Yeah. No problem. Okay, so I have.
Oh no, Amit is in chat saying SM7B just what I've got. Sorry if you have the microphones we just took a big old poop on.
No.
You
okay.
sound great. Oh,
wait. The SM7B is awesome.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, got it.
It was the M7. It's like pretending.
Good. So okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Still,
so
if you do have the one that we just ripped on, stick with the USB part of it, and
yes,
it's fine.
Sounds fine over USB.
It sounds better than your laptop, so you're still ahead of the game.
Okay, let's see what else we got. Oh, I want to talk about interfaces for a second. Interfaces have always been like a really tumultuous thing, especially like it's really hard to power like pro microphones like this. My favorite interface right now is, funny enough, by Elgato. They make this really cool interface called the Wave XLR.
Cool.
And it's super awesome because it has this really cool technology called Clip Guard inside of it, which prevents you from clipping in a really cool way.
So if I like shout all of a sudden, some things will clip me and I'll just go silent, right? Is that
No, it does even better than that. They keep 2 tracks internally. Okay. So they do the one at the gain you want, and then one that's like, I don't know, 10 or so dB below that. And then as you clip, it'll like switch over to the other one. It'll do this kind of like compression type of thing.
So like
super cool.
My normal speaking voice, and then we just won the streaming game that I'm playing because I'm on Twitch. That scream will be still not hurting my viewers. It'll be at the same volume around. Cool.
Yeah. So it's not gonna get that kind of thing that happens when you yell. Super killer. I love that thing. Totally recommend it. It's very easy to use, and for the price, it has a very good interface, and it has a built-in mixer. So if you're doing streaming or whatever, you can like mix in your music. You can send a different background music to Twitch than you do for your headphones. It really incredible.
That's
a lot of really cool technology. Handily recommend that thing for the interface, and it will support microphones like we've seen before, but then also pro mics like this.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, we've got about one more minute.
And then
we got to take an intermission.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see. Let's talk about one more fun thing. Okay.
All right.
Ooh, almost dropped my box. Okay. 2 more fun things really quick. So the Elgato Stream Deck, we talked about that. Super awesome. I love this thing.
Yes.
You can control a lot of Twitch stuff. I ended up
how I'm
so
running
great.
this whole show.
Yes. If you're a streamer, this thing is super valuable. You can integrate with Twitch. I end up doing a lot of like workflow
even if you're
stuff
not,
with
you
it.
can do shortcuts and stuff.
Yeah.
It's so customizable. You can open applications if you're a Photoshop user, Illustrator user, whatever. You can do so many kinds of fun things with it. You can post to Twitter on it. Like it's essentially just like a little programmable thing that you can wire. My coworker Lucy, who might be in chat still, has a thing because on Google Meet you have to push like 5 buttons to record the meeting, and so she's wired it up so she pushes 1 button and then a little macro does the rest, and we are recording. It's so cool.
Great.
So sorry, I just cut into your minute, but I will give you another minute.
No, that's fine. We can move on. One of the things that I did that was super fun, I joined a new team over at Chromatic who does Storybook. And I'm so bad with names, dates and names. I'm bad with both of them. So what I did was I signed mine up. I took all their avatars. I made them all little buttons. And so I have a Chromatic sheet. And so, and then every time I press one of those buttons, it opens up a DM with that person in Slack.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so many things you can use it for. So we can actually just end it there.
A streaming thing. Okay, cool. Yeah, Stream Deck is such a fun
cool.
thing. If you like toys, if you like like just customizing things. If you're big into keyboards, I think you'll find a cousin here, right? Because like I know people who like use function keys to do lots of different stuff. It's cool because you can I have like 20 mini little LCD screens, and I can customize them however I want. And you can folders. It's so cool. It's a little bit pricey, but if you're into this kind of stuff, I highly recommend it. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, worth it if you do this, do streaming or this kind of stuff.
Yeah, and even for silly stuff, I installed a macro on it or whatever that it was a 1-button mute in Zoom calls, because for the whole beginning of the pandemic, it's like, this is a nightmare. Just 1 button, and it did it for me rather than having to remember their ridiculous keyboard shortcuts.
Yes,
but yeah, Stream Deck's cool. Yeah,
1-button exit call too. That is clutch, because how many times it's like,
all right,
like
have a good one, Michael.
You're like, yeah, see ya, bye. Going to my oh, you're over here too. Oh, we're both over here. Oh, cool.
I'm just gonna close my computer now, just and hope that by the time I open it, you're gone. Michael, thank you so much for coming on. Thank you for your donation. That is incredibly generous, my friend. Chat, can we get a big round of applause?
Up.
Dude, I genuinely appreciate it. And thank you to all of our sponsors for matching that, man. It's great to see you. I hope if I don't chat with you, I'm sure I will, but I hope you have a great Christmas and just a great holiday, buddy.
You too. Yeah. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. We'll see you around.
Thank you, my
Enjoy
friend.
the rest
of
the day, everybody.
Bye. All right. Chat. Oh my goodness. We are just before the halfway point. I actually added this halfway point. Well, first off, it's tough to do halfway point with, actually, no, it's not. Let's say with 12 people, but no, it isn't. I originally had 11 guests, and so put the halfway point here. We're actually less than halfway, but I need a little bit of a snack to continue going for the full 4.5 hours that we're streaming. So I'm going to put you on a little intermission break for the next 8 minutes. Please hang out. Don't go anywhere. Feel free to donate. It'll come up when we come back. But I will be back as soon as I can. I'm just going to get a little bit of a stretch and thing. Just, I don't want to be falling asleep on our like last 3 guests. So that's the goal here. We have a whole lot more in store. We're going to have the list up in just a second for who's coming up. So please stick around. We will be back in 5 minutes. Okay. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. right. Welcome back. Whew. I just want to say, wow. It has already been, how many guests now? Let me check. Let's see. We just got through Michael. We've had 5 guests. We still got a lot to go. We have $6,000. Chat, we're about to hit 7,000. Kent C. Dodds, thank you for the 500. My goodness. Thank you. I love the question marks at the end. Let's go holiday Snowtacular. Maybe? Kent, thank you so much for that. I don't know why I'm saying it now. You're on next. I can say it to your face in like 1 minute. But you'll have to wait. Waffles and maple syrup. Thank you so much from Kevin Powell's kids, who told me they wanted to give their charity money for this year during the stream. Kevin, that is so sweet. Thank you so much. Your kids are fantastic. That's super, super, super kind of them. Thank you so much for being a part of this. Thank you, kids. So let's now, because it is time, I just didn't want to bring you on too early and stick into the schedule. Actually, you know what? I'm going to wait 1 minute. That's the world's quickest lunch. But I do want to say thank you again to our sponsors. We've got Prismic, we've got Netlify, Cloudinary, StepZen, and Orbit. Thank you so much to those 5 for matching our donations. We are only this far. We would be half as far. Oh, nope, that way. We would be here if it wasn't for those sponsors. Thank you for matching our donations. Without further ado, no more ado, let us bring in the control room. Let us bring in Kent C. Dodds. Kent, I'm here myself, just letting you know. So we might need to use headphones because this doesn't have an echo reducer, unfortunately. Is that going to be something that we can do? Yeah. Yes, I can hear you. The crowd can't hear you yet. Are we good now? Oh, interesting. If you want to restart Chrome, sorry, chat. I know this is a one-sided conversation. I'll if you want to come back in and see if that helps. Cool. All right. Chat, we'll be with him in just 1 second. He couldn't, just to give you context, he couldn't add his good camera into the thing, so we're going to try that one more time. It was still working, so maybe that would be, maybe we can make that work. But we will have him here either on a good camera or a not so great. There we go. We got him on the good camera now. I'm going to add him to the scene and unmute and transition over, and that should do it.
Hello.
Kent, how's it going?
Going great. I had to switch to Chrome. I use Brave normally, and I don't know.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
But
no worries.
I'm here, and I'm happy to be here.
I am thrilled to have you. Thank you so much for the $500 donation. So kind, so generous. I really appreciate your time, and then on top of that, the donation. Thank you so much. It's great to meet you.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you're the one doing all the work here. I'm just happy to have this opportunity to have somebody match my donation.
Awesome. Yeah, that's the win-win, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. So you wanted to come and talk to us about the power of form. What does that mean exactly?
Yeah, so forms are really powerful in what they can do for the web, like by out of the box by default. So
cool.
For a lot of people who've been entering the web development world in the last 5 years or maybe 7 years, they've learned forms as just basically I add an on submit, and that takes an event, and then I call prevent default, and then I can do my thing with my form. And there are reasons that we do this is because like we don't want to have a full page refresh, or we don't want to we want to show some loading state or something, and preserve our focus and everything. But like, there are a number of problems that we come across with this, and I've got some demos and stuff that I can show you. But
awesome.
It's interesting that forms out of the box have a lot of really cool aspects to them that I think that we can take advantage of if we just build our applications in a certain way, specifically using Remix. But like my hope is to inspire people a little bit to like based on how Remix works, to maybe do the same thing in their own apps. So
awesome. So you want to share your screen?
yeah, let's
Cool.
do that.
The little button at the bottom should allow you to do that. Let me know if you have any trouble with that.
Oh yeah, and because I don't use Chrome normally, it's asking me to give permission to Chrome. So
Okay, no worries.
1 second, let me
No
get
worries.
that. It says I need to quit and reopen, but I don't think I actually do, so I'm not going to.
Is it one of those things where it's like, this application's been installed, now please restart, and you're like, I'm not going to do that, and then it just works
no way.
anyway?
Yeah, exactly. So let's see. Are you seeing my screen?
I'm not seeing it in the little thing
Okay,
yet.
let
You
me
might
try.
actually, it might.
Maybe
might
I
be
do
calling
need
your
to
bluff.
restart.
Yeah, it might be calling your bluff. It's all good. I will just switch back, and you can come back in a sec. Cool. Chat. Adam, thank you so much for that donation. Really appreciate another $50 from you. We're getting there, chat. We're gonna do it. We are going to get to this goal. Look how nice and blue that ocean is. It's just really satisfying. I'm so excited. I'm thrilled this is happening. All right, bringing in Kent again. All right, so you're back in.
Sweet. And I'm sharing my screen now.
And
So
I'm gonna go to
that?
that. Here we go. I went to the wrong one. Give me 1 sec. the snow animation is amazing, but if I click the wrong thing, it can be a cruel mistress. There we go. So
there we go.
Perfect.
Sweet. So you know what? I should have been on the site. There we go. Bum-ba-da-dum. So
appreciate it. I appreciate
this is what we've got. So everybody go donate to Team C's right now. We are actually, from what I can't actually see everything because my screen is blocking it, but it looks like we're doing really well on the goal. So that's awesome.
Just about at 7,000. So yeah, we're like 70% there, and you, my friend, are the halfway point of the guests. So it's looking good. It's looking good. I'm thrilled.
Yeah. Oh, and I noticed the question marks on my comment for my donation. I think those were claps. So I don't know what happened there. Those were emoji.
Yeah, we did not prepare for emojis or Team C's did. I'm not sure, one or the other. It's probably me, but yeah.
Yeah. No, you're good. So anyway, this is a pretty simple app. We have just this ability for you to add your name to this list of people who are committing to donate to Team C's. And so I have donated, so I'll add my name, and that pops up right there, and now it's in the list. This is not published anywhere because I don't want to moderate user submitted data.
It's really smart. You've done this before.
Yes, I have. People can be jokesters and also really inappropriate too.
Yes.
So anyway, it's a pretty simple way that this is structured. And if we take a look at the network tab of what happens when I submit.
Could you make it a little bit bigger? Just the network tab specifically. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So if I wanted to submit Cody, for example, that's Cody the koala right here.
Nice.
Then when I commit, then I get this post request. So this is a fetch request that's being made. So it's like your typical thing that we do in our spas and our JavaScript heavy applications. So we don't get a full page refresh and everything, which is what the form does by default, which is why we prevent the default. And so immediately after that, we go and get the all of the committers. So we make sure we have our data up to date and everything like that, and all of that stuff. So that's what's going on. But the interesting thing is what happens. Well, here, let me take a step back. This is using the Remix form, and I'll show you the code for that here in a second. But I'm going to go to this client-only route, and it's the exact same stuff on here, and it works exactly the same as well. We're still making this post and going to get all the data and all that stuff. But what's interesting is how these two differ in the way that they work and what impact that has on the user experience. Okay. And so let me just show you the client-only form here really quick. Here is our form right here. We've got our label and input and our submit button and all that stuff, as well as error handling and that sort of thing.
Cool.
And then our handle submit, this is our on submit for the form. We're grabbing the committer from that form field. We're making sure that it's a string and everything. And then we make our fetch request. And when that fetch request is done, then I trigger Remix to go and get all the data refreshed and everything. So this is like some of the stuff that Remix is doing under the hood, just done kind of in the more traditional way that we've always been doing forms for the last, 6 or 7 years for client-side apps. So, I mean, there are, of course, a number of problems here, like race conditions and a bunch of other things that you don't have to worry about when you're using Remix, but we do when we have to think about this sort of thing. But the biggest thing that I want to call out, and why we're talking about the power of forms today, is that when you do things this way, you miss out on a lot of the things that forms do for you automatically. So one example is what happens if the JavaScript fails to load. So you can actually disable JavaScript in your DevTools here. And so if I refresh, then everything loads except for the JavaScript. That's what that feature in the DevTools does for you. And so you can kind of simulate what happens if the user has JavaScript disabled, because you can do that for security reasons. That's not very common, but it does happen.
Right.
What's more common is the JavaScript fails to load for some reason. Maybe you got the hash wrong or something, like the build got messed up. Or maybe the user is it has a spotty internet connection. And so everything else loaded, but the JavaScript failed to load. There are a lot of reasons that JavaScript can fail to load. And so in that situation, if I added like Marty right here and I hit enter, then what actually happens is I get a full page refresh and we get a GET request with my form serialized as part of the URL.
Huh.
And that's the default behavior. When we say event prevent default, that's what we're preventing, is this full page refresh where the form is serialized into the URL. So, I mean, we can change this a little bit. We could say, hey, instead of rendering my form with an on submit, we can actually also say method is post instead of a get. And when we do that, and our JavaScript is still disabled here in the browser. I mean, I just wrote JavaScript that's running on the server. So it all renders on the server, it comes up here to the browser, and it doesn't hydrate. And so if I do that, then I'm going to get, everything breaks because we're doing a post to the server and the server doesn't know what to do with it now because I messed it up. But instead of getting the form serialized and put into the URL, we're getting the form serialized and put into the payload of our post. I'll bump that up even further. So you have your headers, your payload, and then the response preview and all of that stuff here. So forms by default, even without any JavaScript, they know how to take our all of the inputs of our form, everything within that open form and that closing form, and serialize it into something that it can actually send as a request to the backend. And then we can handle that properly and do something with it. So that is like an important thing to keep in mind, that when you're calling this event prevent default and then doing all this extra work, what you're preventing is basically all the work that you're doing.
He's getting that for free is essentially
what.
Yeah,
exactly.
Okay.
We already have this. Like, this is already a thing. And so we're turning off a feature of the browser and implementing it ourselves in JavaScript, and we're doing worse than what the browser can do. And so here's the mind-blowing thing, is that when you build your JavaScript to simply simulate the same thing that the browser does, then if your JavaScript fails to load, then the browser does its thing and your app still works. Okay, so here's what I mean by that. Here's what the actual working thing, if we go to the non-client only, and so we're still not loading JavaScript here, and I say, let's say Mary is going to commit. So we hit enter and everything works. Even though the JavaScript's not there, we still do this post. It's been serialized in the payload. And because I've used Remix here and I'm using it the way that like you're supposed to, Remix will actually handle that post request. It will call all of my code to update the database or whatever I need to, and then it will render what I tell it to for that next page that I told it to go to. So whether that be the same page or I could redirect the user to a different page. And everything works. Like, there's Mary right there in the
did the page reload? Is that okay?
Yeah.
It happened so fast. I missed it. That's awesome.
So we're going to talk about happening so fast here in just a minute.
Okay.
Because sometimes it doesn't happen fast, and this is actually why we really care about this. So we don't necessarily care about when the JavaScript fails to load. That really doesn't happen very often, but it does, but not super often. What we're more interested in is, what if the JavaScript takes a long time to load? So all of these frameworks are constantly trying to figure out, how do we reduce the amount of time it takes to get our application on the page. And one of the number one ways to do that is to reduce how much JavaScript you're sending,
Cool.
right? But what if you could make it so that you can send the document, and then while the JavaScript is loading, your app still works before the JavaScript is finished loading? And that's what this type of architecture can give us. We can rely on the form, the way that the forms work, and the way that browsers use the form, and then we can progressively enhance that as the JavaScript loads in. So we can have a nicer experience for users when the JavaScript is loaded, but before the JavaScript's loaded, it actually still works. And that's what we're going for here. So
because it's using the web tech, right? Like it's
yeah,
using,
exactly.
Cool.
Yeah, so if I enable JavaScript again, now everything is working and it's nice and fast and whatever. But if I turn on slow 3G, and actually let's do it this way. Let's say that I'm on a really slow connection. I've disabled the cache. So this is the first time ever coming. I'm on Twitter on a slow connection. Somebody shared this link that I could commit myself to donate to TeamSeas, and I click on it. So here's what happens. I go there and I'm waiting, and I'm seeing some sort of feedback here, and I'm like, oh sweet, yeah, my name is Matt, and I'm gonna submit. And my JavaScript was still loading when I submitted that, but I'm still seeing this loading indicator. So like I'm still getting feedback that the application cares about me and is doing something, and it worked. So I don't have to wait for the JavaScript to load for my app to actually be functional. And so now, like, it still matters that we don't send a silly amount of JavaScript to the browser, but it matters a little bit less, right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
you can use it.
And even like, you know, slow 3G, people are on slower connections than that. So it's important that they can access things and make it work, even if they shouldn't have to wait another few minutes for JavaScript, because sometimes even if it's a small bundle, the connection's just not great.
Yeah, exactly. You can make it so that you have just like the tiniest bit of JavaScript, but even if that takes a long time to load, then you're still kind of stuck. Now,
That's
of course,
awesome.
there's only so much you can do about those really slow connections where even the HTML from the document takes a long time to load. So even getting the form on the page.
Right.
But yeah, you're right. If it is a super slow connection and I have to wait 10 whole seconds for that HTML to get there, it sure would be nice if I didn't have to wait an additional 20 seconds for the JavaScript to get there, because I've got the form and the form knows how to serialize the data and send it to my backend.
Yeah, so the time to responsive is pretty much the same as like the first initial paint, or kind of around there. Is that?
Yeah. As soon as the browser has painted, you can instantly start using forms and things.
Awesome.
Now, like there are some things that you can that we build as JavaScript engineers that you can't do without JavaScript. Like there are some accessible UIs, there are like modals and drop downs and you know, custom drop downs and stuff like that like you have to wait for the JavaScript to load for some of this stuff. But if I can get like 90% of my app working without having to wait for the JavaScript to load, by golly, I'm going to do that. And so that's what we can do. I want to show you the code really quick, and then I know my time is coming up. But yeah,
that sounds so grave the way you put it.
Yeah. My time on this earth is very brief. You know, Christmas Carol. Yeah. So this is the way that this works in Remix. We have this route module. It's in app routes commitments.tsx. Cool. And I've got my CSS that I'm listing that's on the page here. I've got how I get my data from my database right here. And then I have my action. So this is what happens when a form is submitted. And so I can get the form data. This is all platform APIs. Form data is something you'll learn about on MDN. So it's not a Remix API. It's a platform API. Awesome. So we can get the committer from the form that was submitted and add that commitment and then redirect the user right back where they came from. Because we're just going to leave them right on that page. We could redirect them to another, you know, profile page if we wanted to, but that's all you need to do for the action. And that happens on the server. So the cool thing about this too is that by building things this way, we can actually drastically reduce the amount of code we need on the client as well, because we do all of our magic stuff on the server. And so not only will your app work before the JavaScript loads, but you're going to load less JavaScript because you have less work to do on the client as well. so that's the server side. On the client, this is how we're getting the data from our from the client to get all the committers. This is what happens when there's an error or something. The action returns the error message. So that's what the action data is. We've got some stuff for optimistic UI. We probably don't have time to talk about, but this is it. This is the entire form. To make all of that stuff work, this is all you do.
Wow.
You say, I have a form, and its method is post, and here is the elements of the form. That's it. You don't have any like use effects or use state or any of that nonsense. You don't need it, and it all works with and without JavaScript.
I don't think I'm gonna miss it, honestly. I love
right?
the leaning on the web tech, letting the web do what it's designed to do, not fighting against it. This makes a lot of sense. Quick question is, when you say server side, is that a serverless function or?
It can be any, so Remix runs anywhere. And so my website is running in a Node Docker container on fly.io, distributed in like a bunch of regions all over the world. We can run on Netlify serverless functions, Vercel serverless functions, and Cloudflare workers even. So we can go on the other side of the CDN and run before you even hit the CDN. And on that, we've actually gotten response times of 19 milliseconds. So like
Wow.
Maybe you have a slow internet connection, but
that's instant. That is just instant.
Yeah,
like there's no other word for that. It's instant. That's wild.
Yeah. So
it's so cool.
It's pretty rad. It's pretty rad. And let's say I'm still on this slow 3G connection, but because JavaScript is now loaded and I have optimistic UI, I can make this look like it is instant as well by saying, let's say,
we'll have to wrap it after this.
C's. And that looked instant, but the request is still happening.
Oh, nice.
And
so that was the optimistic UI, but
that's the optimistic UI right here, and that's all it takes for that. It's pretty slick.
Awesome. So just for chat, this was made with Remix. I see people are posting the docs in chat. Kent, thank you so much for showing it to us. Let me actually bring this over here. There we go. Thank you so much for coming on. Thank you so much for your generous donation. Really appreciate everything. It's great meeting you. Absolutely. We'll have to have you back to talk more Remix because I'm already like 18 minutes worth, and I am like, okay,
let's do it.
I'm seeing it. So thank you so much. Happy holidays, man.
Likewise. Thanks, everybody. Donate to Team C's. Woo!
Yes. Thank you so much. See ya.
Bye.
All right, chat. So we are bringing on Amelia Wattenberger. Let me go and get her. She's not on yet. Give me 1 sec. Remove, add to scene, unmute. Let's bring her in. Amelia! Oh, hold on. Your name tag. I always forget the name tag until I look and I see. Wait, that's not.
It's me, Kent.
How's it going?
Good.
Happy holidays.
Yeah, happy holidays. How are you doing? This has been.
I'm great.
A big day.
It's been a lot of work up to it. Have so many people in the chat to thank for all the support. This was not a me thing. This was like the animations done by Life, and Ryan coded it, and just Ben out there, like just so many people put so much effort into this. I'm thrilled, and I'm so glad that you are on. Thank you so much for spending your time with us. I really appreciate it. How's it going?
Good. I'm excited. I didn't prep very much, but this will be just a very exciting exploratory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do you want me to bring it up on my screen, or do you? Yep. Yeah. Cool.
I think that'd be easiest.
That's fine. Can we just grab it? 1 sec. Cool. All right. So I'm gonna show mine. There we go. Little snow wipe. And there we go. So I'm gonna drop this in chat as well. Let me see if I can find like a share button. I'll just drop.
I think you could just drop in the URL.
Cool. Yeah, it's just quite long. Was the only thing I wasn't sure if.
It is.
Like it's starting to cut it off.
Let me give you a shorter one.
It's fine. Yeah, it's linking the things with commas is the only issue. So if I could like maybe I don't know Code Sandbox as well. What is this?
How do I send something?
You just sent something, you said?
How do I do this?
Oh, yeah, in chat might be tough. Let me see. Can I fork this? I don't think I can fork this. Oh, this is the embed link. That might be.
Yeah, I figured it'd be easier to have the like files open.
No worries. Let's see what we got here. All right, I will drop this in chat. Perfect, that worked great. I almost closed the control room, which is how I'm seeing everyone. That would have been bad. We are, oh, the long link worked. Great, thank you,
Nice.
JT Tornado, welcome. Drop the new thing there. So what are we looking at, Amelia?
Yeah, so this is in the vein of kind of similar to what George and Monica did earlier. This is just a silly little snowman. And he's made with SVG. And we're using Svelte to build him, but I think we can kind of just ignore the Svelte bits.
Okay.
And focus on HTML, SVG, there's some CSS, and that's pretty much it.
Oh
boy.
Hold on. No, okay, so I'm
There's
not gonna,
you might be able to change the font size in the URL.
Let's see if
that might be the way to do it.
I just refreshed and it's good to go.
That's another way to do it. If you if you click on him, he should. There you go. Okay, cool. My stream is horrible, so all of this text is a blur, but I will bring it up to the side and just kind of cross-reference.
I will follow along. Sorry about that.
No. It's my internet probably. All right, so this first file, actually, you could open up Snowman. Got it. And it's just alphabetical. So this is a Svelte component.
Cool.
But as you can tell, it's kind of just JavaScript at the top in the script tag. There's HTML below that, and then there's some CSS in a style tag down below.
Cool.
And we kind of have them split out into different parts. There's there's some backgrounds near the top of the SVG element. There's
pattern ID snow.
Right there. Yeah, so that's like the snow that's falling on him.
It's so
there's
good.
a pattern, and then below that is some background.
Cool.
Below that we have the different parts of the snowman cut up into body parts.
Perfect.
Perfect for the Halloween stream. And then below that is just like some text. So I thought we could walk through the different parts and kind of talk about, like, there's some fun tricks you can do with SVG that I don't see people using very often.
Cool.
And I just think people should know about them.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So there's one cool trick in here, which is we're using, maybe this isn't cool, but I think it's cool. We're using CSS variables because SVG, if you right there. So because it's SVG and it's inline, we can use basically anything that's valid CSS that works for SVG elements. So like anything you do with colors, you can use CSS variables as colors. So if you change like the eyes to red, we could get like a really creepy snowman going on here, but maybe too creepy.
That's so good. Change it back.
So this is like kind of a fun way if you wanted an interactive SVG and you wanted it to be like easy for someone who wasn't really comfortable with SVG, you could just use CSS variables for the fill or stroke values.
Yeah, it's easy for people to come in and customize. That's great.
Yeah, exactly. The next thing that's kind of fun is I thought we could start with the click me text.
Yeah.
So that's all the way at the bottom of the SVG, and the way SVG works is it's there's no Z index. It's just whatever gets defined last is on top. So this text would be on top of anything.
Cool.
And there's this is something I use actually a lot. I do a lot of data visualization, and if you click into the component, I have like a React component and a Svelte component for like circle text is usually what I call it.
The little arc on the text. That's cool.
Yeah, so you can use a text path, which is like a specific SVG element. So any path you make, and if you do href and then use the ID of that path, it'll put the text on top of that. So it's just a really fun way to like have labels in charts, or like maybe you could do something a little bit wavy.
Yeah, that's great.
But I always forget the format it needs to be, so I always look it up. So first you need a path, and I've linked to the MDN docs for arcs.
Nice.
It's basically just making a circle, but you can't use the circle element because it's text path, and it won't work. I try that almost every time. And then we're just kind of moving it and rotating it so the text is kind of askew. You could even change that rotation. It'll move around a little bit. And then underneath, or like anywhere else in that same SVG or in a different SVG, you need a text element and then a text path element within that. And text is just like how you do text in SVG, and then text path is how you say, hey, take that text and make it wiggly or make it circular or do something fun with it.
I've not played with text path nearly enough.
Yeah, it's tricky. I feel like it's more finicky than I want it to be. It's never doing what I want. So I always just like copy paste this.
Yeah, but then like for, compared to what you can do with like HTML text or whatever you would call it, just like, like it's still a lot more powerful, even if it's finicky.
Yeah, there's always a way to do something in SVG. It's just usually not what you think it is. All right, so that is text paths. The next thing that's kind of fun is if you go back to Snowman, we have this seeded random function. We're kind of just importing a library for this, and then we made a function random that takes a min and a max. And a number of decimals, and then it just like gets a random number in between those two. And this is just what you typically do with something like generative art, where if you have a seed, the like random numbers are deterministic. So if you have the same seed and you call random in the same order, those numbers will always be the same, but you still get like different numbers every time you call it.
Got it.
So we're passing that down to the different parts of the snowman. So the next one that's kind of fun is in scarf. That's felt. And there's two fun things here. Up at the top, right there, we're getting a random color. And typically I'll reach for like a color library to get, I want to kind of like a bright, but not too saturated color that's not really light or really dark. But we can use different color spaces now. So this is us using HSL, and the different values in an HSL definition are hue, saturation, and lightness is what I think they're called. And the first one is hue. It's like it's a circle, so it's 360 degrees around, kind of like if you imagine the color wheel.
Right.
And then for the saturation, we're keeping it between 40 and 70. And both the saturation and lightness are percents. Oh no, Alex, we lost you.
Yeah, I'm turning it off. I'll be back in a second. You can keep going.
No worries. And then for lightness, we're also keeping that between 40 and 70. So this is like, we want a scarf and we want multiple scarf colors, but we don't want the scarf to be like bright red because that would be too intense for a Christmas stream. So this is just like a
bright
really
red
easy
eyes. We want the eyes to be red.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't do that in the first place. So it's clearly superior. And then like we're just saying, I want 1 to 6 colors. We're gonna, make an array of 6 of those random color values. Underneath that, we're creating a gradient and like kind of doing a for loop over each of those colors.
Is that here? Yeah, here we go. Cool.
Yes.
Got it to each. Yeah.
So on line 18.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is just how you do gradients in SVG. You can't use CSS gradients. When I said you could do anything with CSS, I lied to you, and I apologize. If you want gradients, you have to do something like this. And then see, this gradient has the ID of scarf. And then we are using that down below. We kind of have 2 paths. We have the first path is kind of like the collar. So like the scarf has been wrapped around Snowman's neck. Is that first one. And then the second one is like, it kind of blows off in the wind. And this is just playing with the different commands with the paths D attribute. This is kind of like the drawing the turtle thing you'll do when you're first learning programming, if anybody else knows what I'm referring to. But M is like move to, and the letter C is curve. And then curves have 2 control points. So this is like move over 0.5. It's not pixels, but it's like SVG.
The units
points.
of SVG, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
0.5 units, and then go get a Y value anywhere from like negative 0.3 to 1, and then go over another one, get a random Y value, and then go to the end. So it's kind of like a controlled but random scarf.
Got it.
Kind of thing.
So these numbers are the reason why the scarf's always the same length, but the other number controls how up and down they go, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, exactly.
That's really fun, Amelia.
A really absurd snowman. And this reminds me, I totally forgot. This is one of my favorite things. In snowman.svelte, there's a viewbox attribute, and this is something I use all the time. Typically, when you use SVG elements, if you don't define a viewbox, 1 unit is going to equal 1 pixel. So I think the default size of an SVG element is like 150 by 300 or something like that.
Got it.
So if you want something in the middle, you'll put it at like 150, 75, or whatever would be the middle of those. But if you define a viewbox, then your unit space goes from, those numbers are XY of the top left point, and then the width and the height. So everything that we've defined in here, whether it's the path or like where the circle is, those all are going to be anywhere from -1 to 1 or 0 to 5, which just makes it easier to like center something, because a circle, say, has a default X position of 0. So then you don't even have to like use an X position for a centered circle.
That's really handy. I have never seen anyone do, or at least I haven't noticed. That's a great tip.
It's my favorite thing.
And then the overflow visible makes it so that like things can go outside of it, and
so the SVG itself is like barely larger than I think the body of the snowman.
Okay.
Plus the arms, I think. So the snow is going outside of it, and SVG by default has overflow hidden. So you just extend that if you want.
So the viewbox is more of a suggestion now than it is like a hard crop. So that's what I'm used to, right? Like,
Right. Yeah. You could have, say, like an SVG in the top left corner of your web page, and then just like still like color the entire web page.
Got it.
Not that you'd probably want to do that.
I mean, we're doing wavy scarf snowmen with moods that change. I love like the frowns and the tongues. You have so many good details here. The mountains changing are great too.
So the mountains have a very similar thing to the scarf. It's like the same like random Y and then random X. And it's just like the path. And the other cool thing about these path commands is if they're capitalized, those are absolute units. And if they're lowercase, they're relative units. So if you like move to a spot and then you say like Q like 1 comma whatever, it's going to move over 1 from wherever it was moved to, as opposed to if you did a capital Q, it would go to like the X position 1.
Got it.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, like it'd be something where I'd have to like play with it to make sure I get it, but I think I get what you're saying for sure.
Nice. Awesome.
Sorry.
How are we doing on time?
We have 1 minute.
Okay, my favorite part is, I actually use this a few times. If you go to face.svelte.
I love these file names, by the way. Great component names.
Thank you very much. We're using a use element down there on line. I think that's 28. So if you comment that out, it gets super weird.
Commenting it out apparently killed my camera. Hold on one sec.
Comment out your camera.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I was in SVG the whole Oh.
So I'm really only drawing half of the face.
That's clever.
And then you can use a use element to just like use the same whatever picture, and then this one's rotated. We're also doing it for the body. That's kind of what the shadow is. It's like a wavy version of the body. So
That's
like
cool.
it's really nice to only be able to do things one time.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. If it's symmetrical, just do that. That's great.
Yeah, why not?
Awesome trick. Lots of great little techniques in this. Thank you so much for putting this together for us. It's adorable. I'm going to bring it back so it's not just half the face. And yeah, thank you so much, Amelia. This is delightful. Absolutely delightful. Chat, let's give her a big round of applause, all that stuff. Amelia has this great interactive about the viewbox attribute. Yes, Amelia's blog is one of my absolute favorites. It's phenomenal. I think it even got a shout out in the CSS survey thing from Josh. So
did I totally missed that.
I will have him on later. I will grill him to see if I am making that up. But yes, I think Josh shouted it out for like just being a blog that he loves.
So
the chat's going wild. Love it. Chat.
Thanks so much for having me. This is awesome, and the whole day is so good. So happy to be here.
Just phenomenal lineup, and you are a huge part of that. So thank you so much, Amelia. We got to have you back on soon. All right. Take care. Have a happy holiday.
Happy holidays.
Bye. Oh, that was so good. Awesome. Before we bring on our next guest, I want to play a quick video, a quick question for the chat from our good friend Killian at Polypane. He has a question for us, chat. Let me pull it up here and
Hey chat, I was wondering, what's your favorite Christmas tradition? Mine is baking fresh croissants on Christmas morning together with the family. I'm Killian. You might know me from the Discord or here on Twitch, but I'm also the developer behind Polypane, which is a browser for developers. Essentially, I'm building my own dream browser with features for responsive design, accessibility, and overall site quality. You can start a free trial at polypane.app, and I'd love for you to check it out. Enjoy the rest of the show.
All right, what are we thinking, chat? Oh, and while you answer that, I do want to say another thanks to Killian, along with Typetura, for each donating $100 towards our cause. Really appreciate the two great products that are a big part of the front-end horse community. Really appreciate it. Our favorite Dutchman, yep, absolutely. I like to eat Christmas cookies. Ryan, yes, we have to talk about this sometime. My wife makes phenomenal Christmas cookies with her family, and it is one of my absolute favorite things. I should have bought an ad. I like to eat Christmas cookies. Yeah, so we are just waiting on our next guest. Hopefully we'll see him very soon. Pretty excited. Chris Coyier, 75,000. Thank you so much for the people who have given and Polypane. There it is, right there. Yeah. All right, there we go. Let's see if I can get it. Killian, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Chris is here. I'm sorry. Chris, so if you click on the link that's in your email, you will get into the green room. Are you in there and I am not seeing you? Let me know. I'm keeping an eye on chat here. But yeah, there should be a link in your email. Nope, no problem. No problem. Glad you're here. I wouldn't do that to Alex. I would probably just plug Dogs of Dev. Yeah, Dogs of Dev. We can give a free plug for that one. But no, seriously, Polypane and Typetura, really appreciate you both donating and also making the stream a bit more fun with your questions. So thank you so much for doing that. So just let me know, Chris, if you have any trouble with it. I can slide anywhere and help you out. In the meantime, I really appreciate everyone's support for this. We are still going strong. Yes, Life, thank you for the donate thing. Lynn, Typetura hype, it is so good. We had Scott on before, and Chris is here. So I'm going to be quiet now, and I'm going to, did we lose him? Chris, I lost your camera for a sec. Not sure if you changed up. Oh, Chris left. Oh, there we go. Remove. Add to scene. Cool. All right. I'm going to bring you in right now. And with the magic of technology, Chris Coyier. Oh, I need to change your name. I've done that every single time, Chris. I promise it's not a slight on you. How's it going, Chris?
All good, man. How are you? It's a pleasure to be here.
I'm thrilled to have you. really appreciate you coming on. How are your holidays going so far?
Oh, fantastic! Really, my holiday spirit is strong, although maybe not as strong as yours. Look at you. Yeah,
I had
crushing it. I
to
didn't
get
even
that.
think of a Santa hat.
I mean, this is kind of absurd having the Nintendo 64 controllers in the tree, but we're
Oh.
starting new traditions over here. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, you're winning.
So, what did you want to talk to us about, man?
It was a last minute thing, and I thought,
good.
why don't I use CodePen? CodePen is kind of my, I'm a co-founder of it, so I'd be
Yeah.
remiss not to use it. Perhaps I saw some streams earlier using it anyway, so it looks like I'm in decent company.
George, a good friend, came in and used it. It's phenomenal. We love it. So, I'm gonna.
Can you see me?
Yep, I'm gonna add it. 1 second. And yeah, chat should be able to see your screen. Looks
Look
good.
at that, the snowflakes. You are a pro, man.
Oh, that's all our friend Life in chat. He put this whole thing together. You gotta see some of these videos. It's incredible.
That's fantastic. Look at, I could even stretch it so it fills the maximum amount of space. Did I do good there? Nice. I'll save it. I make zoom in so people can see the code. So we'll call this we're just horsing it up, right? I just want to make sure I get the pen title in there. Okay. I thought what I'd do is make like a grid. Like, let's say we were going to make some graph paper or something.
Okay.
There's probably a whole bunch of ways you could do that. Linear gradients. You could use SVG.
Yeah.
You could use a background repeating pattern or something. But I thought we'd just use CSS grid because it's kind of cool, you know? It's kind of hip thing these days. Let's make the class first. So in order to make a grid, you do display grid. That feels good, doesn't it? Actually, so now that I have this thing say it, I'll go into presentation mode, which is kind of what this is for anyway. It gives me an opportunity to kick up the font size a little bit.
Oh, nice. I didn't even know about that bit.
Yeah, and then it doesn't mess with your kind of like global settings stuff. Gets rid of the header and stuff. Might be a little bit easier for sharing.
I've been doing these streams for a year now. I never knew about that. My personal settings are all messed up. That's what I'm doing tomorrow. Thank you. I think sometimes it's even better light on dark. Oh gosh, that's not in good shape, is it? Yeah, just for streaming, sometimes it's easier to see light code. Yeah. We'll just rock that one for a minute. Okay, so you need to set up, I'm not even going to worry about rows. I'm going to let the cells just fall into the grow. So it's grid template columns usually for that. And I could be strict about it, but I'm just not gonna. I'm going to use that classic trick where you go autofill. I'm sure most of you have seen this. And then I'll do min max. I'll pick some small number and then it'll just make a bunch of rows while we need it. For now, to make the graph paper, what I want to be able to do is see the background through the grid cells. So let's say the background or the body maybe was like background black or something. That's just going to cover the screen in black. Okay, but let's say the cells are white. So if I had a grid in here, I'll use Emmet to expand it. And let's say I had cells times, 5 or something. It'd be a little tiny cells. You're not even able to see them because there's no content in them. So I guess they're collapsing, right? If I put a little bit of content in each one, you'd see them. And then it's going to be black text on black, right? So I'm already getting myself mixed up. If the background of each cell was white, then you'd see them. Oh, there's these little tiny grid cells. Yeah, that kind of does it. What if I want them to be exact squares these days? What's the trick there? Real easy, aspect ratio? Nice.
Yeah, man. 1-to-1. But what's a jolly number? You don't have to.
I liked your tweet before, but we're not going to use that one. That's not very jolly. I'm not sure. 12, I think. 12 days of Christmas, right?
12
and
days.
And 12 guests.
Yeah. Yep. So that'll make them a perfect square. Just in case they were to get bigger or something, we could set their widths. I don't even know if that's going to work because they're going to fall into these columns. Yeah, whatever. I'd have to make the columns bigger to do that. 50 pixels, and then they'll remain squares because of the aspect ratio. That's pretty cool, right? You can see around the outside, which isn't very graph paper like. So maybe we should kick that away. But we're going to need lots more cells than that if we're trying to cover the entire page, right? So we could just have a big long Emmet abbreviation of cells, and that would be kind of fine, but sometimes it's fun to do things programmatically, isn't it? So what if we kicked on something like Pug, which is able to run JavaScript? Pug is funny. You go like Pug, and that will transform itself into an H1 tag. But if you do,
I thought Pug was like a secret keyword that could I was waiting for the whole thing, but yeah. I'm with you.
If you do a dash in Pug, this is just JavaScript. A dash just means whatever it's after that, it's going to run JavaScript. That'll just go away in the output. But it means that I can like do stuff, you know, I could write a for loop. So how do you do it? I don't care about the scope. We'll just run a cell is less than cells and then cell plus plus. So we have, and then, but we need what is cells. We'll say that we'll just have a const like cells equals, I don't know, like a lot, you know, like more than we'd want to write by hand.
Yeah.
And then, so that's the loop. And then we could just say like, okay, for those 3,000 times output a cell. So wow, we have 3,000 cells, just
That's
as
awesome.
easy as that, you know, a little abstraction.
Yeah, and
Never
easy
hurt
to
anybody.
tweak. Like if you actually have those divs in your HTML, it's a pain in the butt to go back and modify them.
Yeah.
Or to even
And you
keep
know,
count.
so it's not like the most useful thing in the universe, but hey, we did it, you know.
There are
and
plenty
now
of
I've put a
code pens
good
that
class
use that
around
kind
it.
of thing. So it's
Yeah. Absolutely. I'm kind
Yeah.
of channeling the spirit of CodePen here.
Yeah.
So now we got
Nice.
our 3,000s in there. And look, we made our graph paper. That's fun, right?
Perfect.
We'll kick it back down to a smaller size so it looks even more graph paper like or
Yeah.
something. Yeah, yay. So what I wanted to play with a little bit is the idea of like custom properties. So there's a couple of numbers in here that we could like yank out just for fun, you know. A lot
Okay.
of times you put them at like the high level. You'll say like, what's the gap? Well, that's 1 pixel, and then I can use it down here. Var is gap.
Right.
That's just going to take this 1 pixel value and put it down here. If you're, it's a little bit nice, for example, on CodePen, because somebody could come into this and be like, oh, what's this do? And make it like 5 or something, and then just have it instant play and see what it does.
Yes.
That's pretty satisfying,
This is
isn't
some
it?
of my favorite pens where like they bring the fun stuff up to the top and kind of encourage you to play. I love that.
Yeah. In real world, I'd say maybe it can get a little too abstracted. I don't know. I'm not sure if I have a complete thought on that. I was just kind of saying. But what I thought would be fun is like, so it's you know, CodePen is nice because you can just come in and edit this. It's not like that difficult. But what if we were to like give even more control over this custom property and make it really encourage playing with what we've built so far? There's a cool little project that I've mentioned before that's from I think there are some demos on CodePen already, but let me just import it in JavaScript and show you what I mean. It's called knobs. And for one thing, if we were to just see a tutorial and it said import it from knobs, that's what it might look like, because this implies that you're going to do like an npm install and then you'll have knobs available. But that's not going to work on CodePen, because what does that mean? You'll see this little yellow bar here and it's just going to say, oh, that looks like an import statement. Would you like to use SkyPack for that? And you can just say replace and it'll kick it on there. And now
That's really nice.
Yeah.
I never
That's
noticed
going to
that.
be
That's
the real
great.
thing now. It's going to be like you ran Webpack over it or something. It's going to
Yeah.
have the whole function available to it there. So kind of cool. So knobs is there now. You just got to instantiate it. We could just look at the docs quick, but let me just grab some settings now. I'll just copy and paste here just in the spirit of making this quick. And we'll just for now play with the gap only. So you see this thing appeared up here? Oh, that's
that's
little
cool.
guy. It's got some animation. That just comes from
Yeah, I've never seen this
knobs
library before. This is great.
So this is what we imported. We'll just say knobs is a new knobs. That's part you would just see this if you read the README in there on their GitHub repo.
I don't read READMEs. That's not what I refuse.
Oh, I understand. It's just you just CodePen only. I get it.
Yes. Yep.
So we're gonna say that there's what it's designed to do, and it has some capabilities. Is it's very like CSS custom properties forward, and it says where do you want to like target those CSS variables. So I'm just saying put them up on the HTML element where we've already instantiated them.
Okay.
And then when you play with a knob, these are the different knobs I'm going to build. And if I open this, you'll see the knobs. See, it says gap right there.
Good.
It's saying what is the name of the CSS variable. So it's like this, you know, it's just, you don't have to put the dashes. It's saying the name of gap, you know, label it gap, make it a range, make it, and I could say minimum to min is, let's say 0 and max is, let's say 20 or something. If you want to, you can kind of control the range that's happening
to Dat GUI, right? Like,
yeah, exactly. But Dat
cool.
GUI is like 100 years old. And
yeah. No, I'm thrilled to find a new one.
Yeah, I like Dat GUI too. But,
yeah,
but yeah, this speaks to me how similar this is. And now look, you know,
that's great.
Oh, fun, right? That's just nice. I think it's
Yeah.
nice. And this is just some dumb demo, but like you could deliver, like there's maybe some real world implications here, and that if you were to deliver a design, you can put color pickers in here and all kinds of stuff, and then deliver it to a client and say, like, adjust the knobs, tell me what you like.
Yeah.
Because it could be margins and spacings and colors and all that kind of stuff. Just fun, especially for the generative art crowd, though. Especially, I think it's fun. Anytime you hard code a number in CSS, why not make a little knob for it? I love that.
Yeah, especially when it's that easy. And like when placing things in 3D, I feel like people always try to use that GUI or something because it's just easier to find the positions and things, and rather than like maybe it's 120,
it can help
maybe it's 125.
even if you don't intend to ship it like that, it might help you find the perfect position at first.
Yeah.
Hey, that's fun.
That's
so
great.
we did okay there. It occurs to me that it's not just CSS custom properties. There's just a callback for when a knob changes, like there would be on any other kind of input. So let's play with that for a minute, but let's do something that's not a CSS custom property. You can, in Pug, you can just put HTML too. So if I were to just go like H1, front end,
that's cool,
or whatever, it's tolerant of that, like Markdown is.
Got it, right.
It's up here. It's just on,
Yeah.
So we could just drop in some inline SVG. So look what I'm going to do. I'm going to drop in some SVG. It's kicked off the page. You will see nothing because all I want to do is set up a filter. Filters can do all kinds of crazy powerful stuff. And SVG, they can change colors and whatever. In this case, we're using a turbulence filter, which just jacks with the design. It just messes with it, even at really super low numbers of it. And you'll see what I mean in a minute. It's crazy. Why don't we just apply it? And I'm going to apply it by ID. There's the ID of the filter. So in CSS, I can kind of call that filter, be like, apply that filter to this HTML element. So if I drop that in, that messes with it. Look at that.
Oh, that's so good.
It's so weird, isn't it? Like, I love that. Here's the gap is getting bigger, and it's kind of making designs out of it. And we could mess with the number manually, but we already have the knobs in place, right? So why don't we unleash this second knob? We'll make it also a range filter, so we're not playing with the types of them yet, but we'll start at that really low number and have some maximums that make sense. A step here is like what, individual increments along the range. And then this is what we need. Like we're not changing a variable here. We just need to react to it when it does change.
Right.
And it gives you access to the data. So knobdata.value is the new value. And I'm just using JavaScript set attribute to change that base frequency value here. So no real magic. It's just when you move the knob around, this number in the HTML is going to change. Hopefully that just shows up. And then we can mess with it more or less. Oh no, it's not working properly. Okay, FE turb. What's turb? Oh, we never even set what turb is, right? So we'll have to say that. We'll have to just do it.
Gotta set your turb.
What we want is this. Yeah,
step one,
right? FE turb. So const FE turb. It's just we'll just query selector for it. FE turb. That's what we named it here. We're trying to get our hands on that particular element. So FE turb is what we want to change down here. Hopefully that works. Lol.
Nice.
Okay. So you can go all the way down to none. That's what we built. Although it's interesting that where'd the body margin die? Why is there the black gap around it now? Confusing myself. Maybe maybe just any filter at all.
Yeah, that came in with the turbulence, I think.
Yeah, it did. Look at that.
Interesting.
Just even a zero frequency turbulence applies some. We'll probably use CSS to yank it back,
Yeah.
Or you could do something like, I don't know, transform scale, just make it bigger or something, and that'll probably kick it off. Yeah, whatever. Now there's no black gap if that's what you
really cool.
And then how extreme can it get? It just gets it starts getting really weird.
That starts to look like a Voronoi kind of thing, but really messy. Not even. Yeah, it's so cool.
Yeah, I don't even know what happens when you get to even just like what does that even mean?
This is how the stream ends, Chris. This is how the stream ends.
Yeah, totally.
unleashed a virus. No.
Chris.
Yeah, it turns into noise.
This is awesome. Thank you so much for showing us this. Yeah,
my pleasure.
I honestly love. I had never heard of knobs. I don't know where I've been, but this is really cool. This is yeah.
Cheers,
great
man.
way to approach things. Of course, my camera is dying today. I can go through every other stream for hours, and my camera's fine. Today, it's gonna die, but that's how tech works, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
That's all good. But
well, I hope we reach the fundraising goals. I'll pop in there in a second myself. Do you want to tell people where do I go for that?
Thank you so much. I will hit the little donate button in chat, and I'm gonna turn my camera off for just a sec. So I'm gonna say goodbye to you in the dark because I need to give it, I guess, time to
take care, Alex.
to cool
Thanks
or
for
something.
having me. Yeah.
Chris, thank you so much. Happy holidays, man. Really appreciate your time.
No problem.
Have a good one. Take care. All right, chat. I am coming back in just a second. I promise I am still here. Thank you so much to the donations that just came in. I'll be back in a second. There we go. Hi. I'm having technical difficulties. I don't know, chat. I might have to switch over to another one soon. I don't know what to do. So the camera's not even that hot, so I'm not even sure what's going on. But yeah, let's see if I can get this working. Real quick. It's not going to be a great solution, but it might do for at least one guest. So apologies for this little bit of a hiccup, but we can push through. We can survive, chat. Give me one sec. Host camera. I'm going to do this on the fly. Really appreciate your patience, everybody. Video capture device. And let's see. Oh, there we go. So it's not going to be as good of a setup, but it'll work. I'm actually doing this on purpose so I can show off the camera that that Michael was talking about earlier. So this is all intentional. I planned this, and yeah, hi. All right, I am already running a little bit late for our next guest. We'll get to him going. But how's this looking? Is this passable for now? You can see a little bit behind the scenes. You can see my shy guy. All right, I'm late. We got to move. Hi. We are doing it, chat. We are doing it. 4.5 hours, one camera down. I don't have a camera beyond this, so let's hope this one sticks around. Awesome. So let's, now that I figured that out, let's try to figure out the next step. I have to check this off. Y'all are being really fantastically patient with me. I appreciate it. We're about to bring Varun on. I am so excited to learn from him. Here we go. Varun, how's it going? In 1 second, here we go. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Alex, how's it going? Not too bad on my end.
I'm down a camera, but we're doing good overall. I'd rather be down a camera than like me have some kind of a heat issue and I have to shut down because that's not gonna work too well otherwise. But yeah, I am just thrilled to have you here. Thank you so much. I've been a big fan of your blog and your work for a while. It's been my fault not having you on the stream yet, but I'm so thrilled that you would join us for the holiday special. You do some phenomenal stuff, and I'm really excited to learn how you did what you're going to show us today. Because you said like, what if I teach you this? And I'm like, I would like to learn how you did that. So yeah, absolutely. So yeah, do you want to jump into it?
Yeah, let me just pull up my screen.
Yeah, you can do the little thing. Whoa, almost knocked the water over. That would have been fun. It's going to get sloppier as we go. Yep. Let me swap over. And there we go. All right, chat, check these out.
All right. So this is what I'm going to be talking about today. It's these weird, I don't know how to describe them, just like gradient things that animate into each other. So yeah. I do a lot of generative art, and usually I would use like SVG or Canvas for that. But this was my first time using machine learning, which unlike like other stuff that you can just run in the browser and show to people live, this stuff takes a while. So it's going to be a lot of videos, but it's also something really cool that I learned this year. So happy to share that.
Awesome.
So what I'm using here is this thing called StyleGAN, which is like a popular machine learning tool. You've probably heard of it. Like you've seen this thing called like this person does not exist, where
Yeah.
it creates fake people or images of fake people. And one of the cool things about StyleGAN is you can actually train that model on other types of images, and then it starts creating those types of images. So for example, if you trained it on paintings by a specific painter, it will start creating new paintings that are similar in style to what that painter might have done previously. So that's what I used here. And what I trained it on was mesh gradients, because I have this kind of weird obsession with mesh gradients. They've been everywhere in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
They're super cool. And normally it takes a lot of skill to create these. Like you have to like go into Illustrator or something and actually like manipulate a lot of stuff to create good looking mesh gradients. And I wanted to create them in a generative way, but I just like had no idea how to do it. It just seems really hard. So once I got introduced to StyleGAN, I was like, okay, why don't I just train StyleGAN with a bunch of mesh gradients? So I found something like 1,000 images of mesh gradients, just like scraping Pinterest or Instagram or whatever I could find. And then that's what I used to train the actual model. So this was my first time doing it. I didn't really know how to approach it. So how this whole thing started was a few months ago, I took a course from Derek Schultz, who does a lot of amazing content for designers and creative coders who want to learn machine learning. And one of his courses was just like teaching folks how to use StyleGAN, and that's kind of where I started. And what he's done is created these Colab notebooks. So normally, like, you would want to run this stuff on your computer, and it doesn't work because it requires a lot of processing power. So Google Colab is like a tool that just gives you a computer in the cloud where you can run this stuff on. And these are usually fairly powerful computers that you can use to do machine learning stuff. So so you can like go to Derek's GitHub, grab one of these notebooks and just like open it up in Colab, and he's done like a really good job of just like giving you step by step what you need to do. So like step 1, train the model, step 2, generate images with the model, and so on. So that's kind of the process that I followed. Or there's also a tool called Runway ML, which is an alternative, which also allows you to run machine learning stuff by like hooking up to a cloud-based computer. So that's kind of where I started. I trained this model on those mesh gradient images that I showed you, and then start off just by like trading images, and like it did like create interesting images and got to generate mesh gradients, and that was kind of cool. And one of the things that this thing lets you do is create feature vectors. So kind of like what Chris was showing with the knobs thing, imagine that, but for generating these mesh gradient images. So you get something like 512 vectors, and you can sort of scale them between 0 and 1. So just like imagine like a massive mixing board where you're just like manipulating stuff. So here I have like an example of just like a few vectors that I was just manipulating, and you can see like gradually it's kind of like starting off at the same place, but then creating slight variations of the image. It's hard to sort of like tie it back to like, this is exactly what this vector is doing, but you can sort of get a sense that by changing those constraints, you can generate different kinds of images. And yeah, that was like super cool. I know with when you like create images of people, like you can find vectors that will like make someone smile or frown and things like that.
See, like this is beautiful. That part creeps me out a little bit, right? It's like that uncanny valley of like, oh, that's but this is so cool. I'm so on board with this. This will never creep me out.
I've got a interesting uncanny valley thing coming up for you.
Oh, okay, great.
All right, cool. So this is kind of like where I started, and was like pretty happy with this. But
cool.
then I started learning a few more techniques that you can do with StyleGAN, and one of them is just like interpolation. So you can create different gradients and then get the thing to just animate between the two, and that already like created some really interesting images for me, and played around a bunch with that. So that was one, and the other technique that I learned was something called projection. So we're gonna hit some uncanny valley stuff here. So this is an example that Derek shared with us. It's done by another artist. And what's happening here is with projection, you can give the model an image. So normally you would just get the model to create new images, but with projection, you can give the model an image and tell it to find that in its model space. So in this case, this is just using like StyleGAN, but we're giving it an image of Mario, and we're going to see if StyleGAN can find that image of Mario in the model. And it does like weird, creepy stuff, but at the end, it kind of is able to recreate that image through its model, which is kind of wild. But yeah, it works.
Oh my goodness, that was wow. That was definitely some uncanny valley. Yeah, at the end though, weird. How does wow?
Yeah,
So it finds
no idea
it.
How that works.
I don't fully understand how it finds it, so to speak.
So the model is kind of like this like abstract thing where it learns to do something and then is able to create images of that type. But if you give it an image that is sort of similar to that type, it will try to recreate that. And the important part is like at the end of that, you get a thing called an NPZ file. So you can use that to generate that type of image with that model. And that's a crucial part. That's like a thing that came super handy. So I'll move on from this nightmare fuel.
Yeah, wow, that's gonna haunt me for a while.
For.
Gradients, nice. I like this.
So what I started doing was using found images, and I would like throw that into the model and see like can the model actually find this. And during that process, it's sort of like a step-by-step process where it starts with something completely random and then gets as close as possible to the image that you provided. And as you get close to it, it generates these like videos that have like a really nice living painting effect to it for me, which I was like, this is really cool. I wonder if I can do something with this. So I did like a whole bunch of experiments with it, just like went and found a bunch of images and would throw them into the model and see how closely can you generate this. And what I found was that it works really, really well for 2D compositions where there are sort of like large blocks of colors, or even like 3D geometry. So like you go find like a cool 3D model, throw it in, and then it's going to try to recreate that, but then adds like this really interesting effect to it where it feels like it's a painting and it's like has this like slightly animated vibe to it, which was like, okay, this is starting to do something interesting. Let's see how I can build on this.
It really is.
So obviously the next step for me was fire up Figma. Let's start creating some random compositions and throwing it into this and see where it takes me. And yeah, like I said, I tried out with a lot of stuff. So like there's this thing on the left where I have like a bunch of small circles. So stuff like that was super high detail, that would just like get completely destroyed by the model because it cannot generate like high detail. It's all about sort of like large blocks of color. So stuff like that did not work. But anything with like high contrast and like big chunks of color, that all worked really, really well. So I fed that into the model and generated a few images. So this is like some of the examples of stuff that I created where it's just it's that projection sequence, and all I'm doing is that video might be like a 2-minute long video where it's frame by frame. It's trying, each frame is like a new iteration of it trying to get close to the final piece. And then like right as you get close to the end, just clip out like a 30-second clip, and it just almost feels like it's looping and it's the same shape that's sort of running over and over again. And that's kind of how I started it, and that's where I landed. And this was a really cool effect already. And then I decided to combine the two techniques together. So I talked about how when you do the projection thing, it gives you that NPZ file. So what you can do is you can create a bunch of these compositions, project them into the model space, get an NPZ file for all of them, and then just interpolate between them. And that's what you're seeing here. So it's like different compositions projected, and then it's just simply animating between them. Wow. And that's kind of the final effect of what you're seeing everywhere. And yeah, that's kind of how I landed here. It was like a random, just like knocking about, trying out different things, but pretty happy with where this landed.
Yeah, wow. That Chad is absolutely loving it. Yeah, seriously, this is just beautiful, and I love the way that you like iterated, you experimented, and kind of I'm glad you saw Mario and said I'm going in the other direction. So yeah, but like I love the colors, I love the compositions that you've done, and then bringing the machine learning into it. These are fantastic. I want these hanging in a museum just on loop. I genuinely love them.
Thanks. Yeah, it's kind of like a weird place because with like generative art, you're usually just creating everything from scratch. But with this, you're training it on stuff that other people have created, and then feeding some of your own work into it. So it's like a weird like ownership space, and that tends to be the weird ownership space. Like who is the creator?
It's like
definitely
collaboration
has the
without
possibility to make interesting stuff.
Sorry, there was a delay. I didn't mean to talk over you there.
Oh, no worries.
It's like an interesting bit of collaboration without them knowing, in a sense, right? Like you're not stealing their work, but it's like they've helped to create this work. But I feel like that's art in general, right? Like you're still borrowing ideas and things like that. It's just this is kind of borrowing through a machine in a sense. Really neat.
Yeah, totally.
Wow. Let's settle this forever. They are all mine. This looks fantastic. Wait, what's Miodai saying? We've got David in the chat. I know that you and David, or at least I'm pretty sure that you and David have talked in the Discord. And Chris Kirk Nielsen,
yes.
Another phenomenal artist, says this looks fantastic. Yeah, totally agree. Wattenberger, these are so pretty. Yeah, these are just fantastic. I think people are talking about the blockchain. They want these as NFTs. But yeah, platonic love affair going. David says
there are a few of these available as NFTs. You can
Awesome.
You can find me on object.com or whatever it's called. There's a few there.
That's so cool. And are these up on your website? It's varun.ca.
Yeah, varun.ca/work. There's a few of these examples up there.
All right, I want to get that.
And also, like, if anyone's interested in like getting into this stuff, highly recommend Derek's website and courses, and even like a lot of his stuff is just on GitHub. So if you just want to like go grab one of the notebooks and just like hit run and get going with it, it's fairly self-explanatory. Like kind of like gives you step by step what you have to do.
Gotcha. Awesome. What would his site be?
Oh, let me
know it offhand. Oh yeah, you had it back there.
Artificialimages.com. Yeah.
Cool. I'll drop that in chat. Yeah, Adam says just gorgeous. Yeah, I am a huge fan of just all your work is beautiful. But this might be my favorite. Honestly, thank you for coming on and teaching us how you did it, because it just seems like magic, and it's so cool that it's machine learning. It just feels like it's opening possibilities in my brain for what we can do with it, because I feel like when I think of machine learning, I think of the things that you've mentioned of like, yeah, we know it for faces and for other things, but I haven't seen it used much in art myself. So it's awesome. Thank you so much. Was there anything else you wanted to touch on?
No, that was everything. Thank you for having me on.
Oh, thank you so much for coming. Really appreciate it. And we have to have you on in January or February sometime, because I would love to chat with you about lots of other stuff. Please check out his blog, because it is full of just a bunch of great articles, including this work. You write some great articles. I think that your blog is up there with like Amelia's in terms of like just the quality of it. So big fan, buddy.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much for coming on. All right. Let's say goodbye. Take care. All right, chat. That was I think it's gorgeous stuff. Let me see if I can switch back to camera numero uno. See if that those 18 minutes gave it enough of a breather. Give me 1 second. Brief intermission. Hold on. All right, so we are crossing fingers here that this one stays up, and we've gotta fall back if not. All right, chat, look at this. We are. I think we're gonna do it. Honestly, we are there. We're trying to get over the finish line. I want to see. Hold on, let me make this a little bit bigger. Turn off studio mode. Wow, Tailwinds and Kushagra. I hope I'm saying that right. Thank you so much for the donation. Nemo, thank you so much for the donation. Lo-Fi, thank you. Kresko, Al Gore, really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Chris Coyier, appreciate it. I know there was one down below. I will read it before the end, I promise you. But yeah, thank you. We are getting there, people. We're almost at 9,000. We're almost at 90% of the goal. Honestly, it just means a lot because, was not sure that we would get here. I just genuinely, I don't know. It was very hit or miss. No, just touch and go for a little bit. Josh Comeau, thank you so much for that donation. Wow, you are on next, so I get to thank you in person. I really appreciate it. Wow. We're at 91%, folks. We can do this. We're getting there. Huge thanks. But before I bring on Josh, huge thanks to our sponsors, StepZen, Orbit, Prismic, Netlify, and got to get that last one, Cloudinary. Thank you so much. And thank you to all the people who were involved at those companies for helping me do this stuff. I will shout you out in the end. David Aaron, thank you so much for the 100. Really appreciate it. And Varun, thank you so much. Let's bring on Josh. All right, let's do it. I love seeing that we are so close. We are so freaking close. Let's do it. Let's bring on Josh and see if we can get to it. See if we can get to it in Josh's thing. Fun challenge? Maybe. All right, let's see if I head to the control room, add to scene 1, and let's see if that worked. Gotta unmute. Josh, how's it going?
Hello. Good to see you.
I love the hat. I love it. It's
Yeah.
so good.
You know, it's funny. I started watching the stream a couple hours ago, and the first 3 people had Christmas hats, so I had to run out to the store and
No
buy
way.
one.
Are you serious?
I mean, I live a block from a dollar store, so it wasn't great. It has
Okay.
jingle bells too. I don't know if you can hear that.
It's really impressive. It's really That's amazing. Josh, thank you. Thank you for that huge donation. And also thank you for going to the dollar store for our stream. I really appreciate it. Thank you for bringing a little bit of
It's my
festiveness.
pleasure. And by the way,
Yeah.
I think people should know that, like, you don't have like a team doing this. Like, there was no one like in the waiting room helping me get set up. Like, it's remarkable to me that you're orchestrating this whole thing with all of us coming by.
Well, thank you. I mean, the fact that everyone's following directions perfectly definitely helps. So I appreciate that. I did have a huge team with the setup of the overlay. Like, Josh, are you seeing like the little turtle swimming around? And that is a seahorse. Get it? A seahorse that our friend Life modeled and animated. Like as a Blender fan, you would love to chat and see
cool.
his work. It's incredible. We've got an outro planned and everything. It's huge shout out to Ryan, Ben, Mac, Life, all these people in the Front End Horse Discord who really pulled together to help out with this. Really appreciate you all. And I know I'm forgetting people. I'm sorry, but Josh, thank you for those kind words. But yeah, it is great to have you on. I love the tree in the background. I love the hat.
Yeah, I'm trying to get out of the way so we can focus on it for a second.
It's really solid. Yeah, I'll do the same. Here we go.
I love the N64 controllers. That's a good
I got them out. Like I got the N64 out to show my coworkers that I still have all like my old games. Like I have Perfect Dark, I have GoldenEye, I have this, and then I was like, oh wait, I have green and red controllers.
Yeah,
Let's
they're
toss them
even
on.
like
Why
holiday
not?
colors.
Yeah, exactly. It's perfect. So what do you want to show us, ma'am?
Yeah, let me share my screen and we can get going with that. Hopefully this is the right button to press and this is the right screen to share. Yes,
Oh
yes,
no,
yes.
not that button.
Hopefully-
Yeah, you're good. That's how we lose the stream. Here we go. So I am going to share.
Very slick transition. I'm going to remove my jingly hat.
That's
and
Life
get down to
again.
business
That's
here.
him. He so many
yeah.
cool things.
Okay. So this is my blog, right? I have
Mhm.
my little 3D mascot, and behind my 3D mascot, I have this line art that kind of follows your cursor. And I've gotten a bunch of questions about how this is built. My very ambitious goal for the next 16 minutes now is to show you at least like something similar to this. And we
Cool.
may not get all the way there, but hopefully it will at least be valuable. In my practice runs, I realize that it does take, there's like a lot of little things in here that I don't want to assume too much experience, but
Yeah.
this is where we're starting, right?
Okay,
No
cool.
fancy effects. We have this kind of black rectangle, which I just added so we can see the kind of confines of this thing. And now let me make this slightly less enormous. It is built with React, and I'm using some React here, but we're not going to talk about the React side. Essentially, the important thing to note is I have this generative arc component. I know that I want to have 8 rows and 16 columns, right? That's in terms of like, I have 16 lines this way and 8 lines this way. I'm giving it a fixed size of 200 by 400. And now this part here, this is the magic that I'm going to completely hand wave over. Essentially, this gives me an automatically updating position for where my mouse is. So based on the top left corner being 0, 0, it's whenever I move the mouse. Actually, I can just show you that.
Okay.
I'll add a console log mouse position, and then on my local host, as I move around, right, if we keep our eye on the console, it just tells me where the mouse is. So I'm not doing like a request animation frame loop. I'm just treating the mouse position as the state, and then everything redraws whenever the state changes. Cool. So that's one piece of useful information. I also have this use canvas hook, which sets up the canvas. There's like weird stuff you have to do where if you're on a Retina display, you have to crank up the actual size because there's twice as many pixels. So this like does all of that for me.
Okay.
The interesting bit is this draw function, right? This is where all of the stuff is going to happen, where every time this component renders, I'm going to call this draw function and give it all the information I have in the world. And then finally, I just render the actual canvas.
Cool.
In this draw function, right now, I'm just clearing it so that we have a nice blank slate on every frame. And I have stuff written here. Like this is where we're going to do some stuff. So let's start a little bit with like a modest goal of just drawing like a circle somewhere over here. Okay. So it would be nice in Canvas if there was like a context.circle method, but there isn't. Instead, we have arc. And arc it's actually a little bit better because you can draw like part of a circle. Like you can say, I want like a 90-degree slice of a circle.
Okay.
We need to give it the X position. So the center position in the X axis. So let's just say 50. We need the Y position. Well, let's say 25. We need a radius. Let's say 50. And then I need the actual angles, right? So you might think going from 0 to 360 degrees would work, but nothing can be so simple. It's in radians rather than degrees. So we have to do 2 times math.pi. Oh, and I actually have to dot fill, right? So we've like traced the path here. By the way, this begin path and close path, I don't actually know if it's necessary when you're just doing a single thing like this, but it's muscle memory for me at this point. And when I do that, I have a circle kind of drawn in the top corner. I should say, like the reason it was huge there for a second, there's like a bug with my code where when it hot reloads, it gets twice as big. And that happens like every time. It's only in development because there is no hot reloading in production. So I haven't dedicated the time to figuring it out. But you'll notice whenever I save, like this circle just gets, I guess I have to change something.
That's funny.
The circle just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Well, when it wants to, maybe not on demand. But okay, so that's all well and good, but I don't want to do this once, right? I have these number of rows and number of calls, and I want to go through and add a circle in every position. So let's add a for loop. And it's common in like things I've seen where you use like I for this, like you'll say I equals 0. I don't like I, so I'm going to say, let's do row index. While row index is less than num rows, row index plus plus. Right, so I want to go from 0 to 8, or actually 0 to 7 inclusively for every row. And then I'm going to do exactly the same thing, but for columns. So change row index to call index, and change this to num calls.
Cool.
Okay, so if I was to just move this stuff up in here now, and instead of saying like exactly at 50 pixels from the left edge and 25 from the top, I plug in these values, right? So call index for X and row index for Y. And then I refresh. You'll notice I have this kind of like rounded rectangle. And it's because I'm iterating through all the rows. So I'm like drawing a circle at X is 0 and X is 1 and X is 2, right? I'm drawing all these circles that are like almost perfectly stacked. They all move over by 1 pixel. And this is one of these like fundamental ideas that I don't know why I don't see more people talking about because it's so useful in situations like this. I know that I have this number that goes from 0 to 8 or from 0 to 16. And I want to transpose it from this scale to another scale. This is called linear interpolation. I'm going to use a function that I have called normalize. Any questions on this so far? But I know I'm just like monologuing here.
I'm good. And nope, it's clear for me. And if Chad has any questions, they can ask afterwards, because unfortunately, yeah, we don't have that time. But this is more of a chance to like get people interested and see like, oh, I could do that with Canvas and that kind of thing. So this is great.
Cool. That is kind of the thing I'm hoping for, right? Because it is like we're covering a lot of stuff here in a very small amount of time. So it's not really meant as like a tutorial, more as like just like here's a quick overview and here's something you can do with it.
If what you're seeing interests you, you can go check it out, kind of thing, right? It's a sampler platter.
Totally.
Yeah.
So I have this normalize function. I have this utilities where I have all these functions defined. And you know, it's math stuff. Essentially what it does is it takes a number, in this case, call index. And this number currently goes from 0 to num calls, right? From 0 to 16. And I want to transpose it so that it goes from 0 to width. So if it's 0 out of 16, it'll go to 0 out of 200. If it's 8 out of 16, it'll go to 100 out of 200, right? It's 50% of the way through this new range that I'm defining from 0 to width. And I'm going to do the same thing for my rows. Row index, num rows, and height. And then when I change this to X and this to Y, I'm also going to pick like a smaller number for radius because 50 is kind of big. And what we see is I have a grid of dots. There is this kind of issue where it starts literally in the top left corner. So the very first row and column of dots are being trimmed. And what I would have to do to fix this is push them over by half the width of a column and row. And I'm too lazy to do that. I don't have the patience for that right now.
All good.
So I'm just going to like kind of arbitrarily add a number. Just because, you know, trying to move quickly here.
There's that hot reload thing. That's so funny.
It always is a little bit alarming when I forget that it does that. And it
like,
just
oh, no.
I think I've done something terrible.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay, so I have my grid of dots, and that's an improvement, right? I have a grid, that's cool, but they're not doing anything. So let's try to figure out how I can use the mouse position to affect these dots. And there's a couple things that are working to my advantage, right? The first is that I have the mouse position, the distance from the top left corner of the screen. I also, and I didn't talk about this, but I have the position of the canvas. That's represented here by this canvas box, right? It's a bounding box. So it'll tell me this box is this width and this height, and it is a given number of pixels from the left edge of the screen and a given number of pixels from the top. And so I have this Microsoft Paint in browser. I didn't know that it was Grinch themed. This is kind of a new thing, but let's take advantage of it. I also like that there's this hover animation that the Grinch becomes all wrinkly and smiley.
This is amazing. I don't think I've ever seen this.
It even like I made earlier just before. I don't think you'll be able to hear this, but when you go to File New, it does the.
I heard it.
Like, did you hear that?
Oh my goodness, my childhood just came back. So many hours wasted.
It is very cool. Okay, so this is our viewport, right? This is where the our canvas is, and then you know I have my like swoopy rainbow, or not rainbow, but slopes over there. So what I want to do, let's use colors. Is let's say that my mouse is kind of over here. I want to get the distance inside this box. So I can figure out that if my mouse is like this distance from the left edge of the screen and this distance from the top, and what other color have I not used? I know where the canvas's distance is, right? Because I know where the canvas is. I can subtract this smaller number from this larger number, and that'll give me the actual distance of the cursor within this canvas. So let's do that. I'm going to say const relative mouse position. X is going to be equal to mouse position dot x. Oh, I actually called it with all the words. Minus canvas box dot left. I'm going to do the same thing for the Y using top. Let's see if I actually did that right, because I'm only like maybe 50% confident that I did. Mouse position. Oh, that's my production site. All right, so let's make this a bit smaller too. Yeah, that seems right.
Yeah.
So when I'm right in the top corner, it's 0, 0. I get into the negative numbers when I'm over here. But the important thing now is that my mouse goes from 0 over here to 400 over here, and from 0 to 200 in the Y direction. So I can use that information now which is much more helpful than just where the mouse is anywhere in the viewport. So let's start as maybe like a stepping stone to what I actually want to do, of making the radius depend on where the mouse is, which is kind of a weird idea, and honestly not one that makes a lot of sense, but might be interesting.
Yeah.
Let's say
the effect's gonna
that
be cool.
radius, so let's say const radius. Let's say that the mouse position goes from 0 to 400, right? That's the width of our box. Actually, I can just say width.
Cool.
And I'm going to normalize it from 1. So when the mouse is in the top or in the left corner of our box, the left edge, radius is going to be 1. And the more to the right I move, it's going to go up until it becomes 30. So we'll see if this is interesting.
I get what you're saying now. Okay.
Let's see what happens.
When you said like it doesn't make much sense, I'm like, I don't know, I think that's pretty cool. I misunderstood. So it's they all should grow as you move to the right, is what you're saying.
Yeah, and they aren't. I'm not getting an error, which I actually because I haven't actually specified the value. Mouse position dot x is what and it actually is position. Yeah, because I need like this is the value I care about. Currently, it goes from 0 to width, and now I want to transpose it to go from 1 to 30.
Cool.
And when I do that, I get the error I expected. No, I just get a solid wall of black.
Huh.
The error I expected is that radius can be negative right now, right? Because if my mouse position is over here, hold on.
Okay.
Aha.
It's just getting real big. It's getting real chunky.
So you'll notice, like, as I move in the top left corner, it's doing the thing that I wanted it to.
Right.
And the reason for that is that I'm using mouse position.x instead of the new, like, fancy relative mouse position.x.
Cool.
I had actually intended. And now we get the error that I have been expecting, which is that my mouse position right now can be negative, because if my mouse is over here, right, like somewhere over here, I'm negative 200 pixels from the top left or from the left edge of this box. So what I have to do is I have to clamp it so that it never goes negative. So I'm going to say radius is equal to clamp, radius from 0 to width. And clamp is my own little function as well. I just uses math.max and math.min to kind of clamp both edges.
Nice.
And when I do that, and I come back over to my site, now it does the kind of wild thing I had been hoping for. Cool. Cool. We still have 5 minutes, right?
Yes.
Ish?
3.5.
3 minutes? Okay. I think we can cover.
Yes.
I think let's be optimistic. So now my next challenge, right? I have a box of my dots. I have my cursor, which is over here. And I'm going to iterate through every dot. And let's just say that I'm working on this dot and then also this dot. The closer they are, actually, hold on. That's not a good example. This dot. The closer they are to the cursor, the larger I want the dot to be. Actually, that's still not a good example. Maybe over here. And so what I have to do essentially is figure out what is this distance, right? This diagonal distance between them. Because the larger that diagonal distance is from any of the dots, let's pretend that I had like one way over here. This is going to be really far away. I need that distance. And this is where trigonometry, or not even really trigonometry, I guess Pythagoras' theorem comes into play. I guess it's trigonometry because it's triangles. I can figure out this distance, right? The horizontal distance, because I know where the dot is and I know where the mouse position is. And I can figure out where this, it's the exact same problem just on the other axis, where mouse position dot y and this dot's y position, those two numbers are going to be, I can figure it out. And then this number squared plus this number squared is equal to this number squared, right? A squared plus b squared equals c squared.
Right. So
let's apply that. It always makes me happy when I can apply my grade 9 math in the work that I do.
And that was always the best one too. That was always my favorite one because it's like relatively straightforward and yeah everything else.
You don't have to deal with cos and sine and like that. That stuff is fun too. But
yes, but
this one just does the
Pythagorean theorem. It's just kind of a classic.
Okay, so what I need is const delta x is equal to x minus relative mouse position, right? Because x I defined over here, we're iterating through every single dot. So x updates, 8 times 16 times to be whatever the current dot is. I do want to get the absolute value because I don't care if it's to the left or to the right, right? Like I don't need to know what direction it is. I just need to know the actual distance. So I'm going to say math.absolute. I'm going to do the same thing for y. And then distance is going to be math.square root delta x to the power of 2 plus delta y to the power of 2. Okay, so with distance now, that'll give me the distance. And now I need to use that in my normalize, right? This normalize that I had over here. And I don't think I need the clamp. Let's try it without the clamp. So now, actually, I do need it with the clamp, yeah, because I don't want it to grow forever. Distance is now the number I'm normalizing.
Okay.
And let's say that we care about distances from 0 to, I don't know, 100 pixels. And again, I want the circles to be 1 to 30. So let's try that and see what we get. Well, it's the opposite of what I want.
That's a cool effect, though. It's like
yeah, so I can flip the numbers, right? Instead of, so mapping it to go from 0, when it's at 0, when I'm right next, the distance is 0, I'm right next to the dot, I want it to be really big. And then once it becomes 100 pixels away or further, I want it to shrink to be really small. And then that's the effect I'm after.
Nice. So now we just need to change the max and min of this, right?
Yeah, I mean, maybe we don't want it to be like that big, so maybe do like 10 instead of.
Not trying to give you notes on how to make your effect. Now you need to make it blue, right?
And actually, I wish we had a bit more time because it's fun to like play with this. Like I can change the range I care about, right? If I make it so I only care about 20, then I have this really kind of tight effect. Whereas if I make it 200, I have this much kind of larger effect. So there's all kinds of like. Actually, I wish we could pull up Chris's like knobs thing so we could like play with the actual. The values in real time without having to jump to the code. But
had you seen that before? I'd never seen that.
No, I mean, I had seen dat.gui all the years ago.
I've seen dat.gui everywhere, but not. I've never seen knobs. It seems really nice, so I'm excited to play with that.
It's really cool, yeah.
Yeah, Josh, this was great. Thank you so much. As a bunch of people in the chat said, they love your site. Your blog is another one. I think I've mentioned a few great blogs. Well, and Dave Rupert kicked us off today by kind of like going through and saying how like everyone has a great blog. Yours is absolutely up there as just a very well-made blog, but also great content and everything. So thank you for showing us what a lot of people have played with and just kind of like, it's just one of those things where you go, wee, and you just play with for like 10 minutes and it's just a lot of fun. But man, happy holidays. Thank you so much for coming on. I want to come back to this. My buttons aren't great, but thank you so much for coming back on. And yeah, I guess we'll have to, I mean, I'm sorry we ran out of time. I guess I'll have to have you back on to show us the whole thing. Oh no. Oh, shucks.
Totally.
Yeah, but thank you so much. Happy holidays, man. And thank you for the donation. I really appreciate it.
Oh, it's my pleasure. You know, it's a good cause. So it's certainly, we want to make sure that our seas stay nice and clean.
That's the goal for sure. Yeah. So thank you so much. Hope you have a great holiday, man. Take care.
Thanks for having me. This has been a lot of fun.
Awesome.
Bye,
have a good one. Bye. Wow. So I got news that this might be wrong. We might, I don't know if we are at the finish line or I don't know. I'm not sure because it seems that stuff might be breaking. So let me see if I can refresh the thing that's fetching. Maybe that needs a refresh. Ah, yes. I'm seeing application error, a client side something or other broke. All right, I just relaunched it. We'll give it some time. We'll see if that works. So I've got one browser thing that's fetching from Team C's and putting it into Supabase. That crashed because I wrote that code, and so the fetching thing stopped. Supabase is working. Just for clarification, my code stopped fetching from Team C's and is now going there. So. All right, I've got to bring Cassidy in. I can't leave her in the wings any longer. She's coming in right at the perfect time. Cassidy, it happened.
Hello, it happened?
It happened.
Wow, that's amazing. I have the chat over here on the side, and so I'm watching people go like, "Oh, we did it!" Stuff.
We
Yay,
did it.
that's so exciting.
We did it, chat. Oh.
So I guess I'm off the hook and
all
don't
right,
have to
bye,
do
Cassidy.
anything.
Thanks for.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Bye.
I promised you wouldn't have to show up. I promised you we'll hit 10,000 before your spot. Just like grab one of the later spots. Don't worry about it. You won't have to show up. I'm sorry it took so long. I apologize. How you doing? Great to see you.
Good. I'm excited to code today.
I'm excited. So, First off, like chat, like I am overjoyed. I just also want to learn from Cassidy. So we will celebrate. Rest assured. But we are going to delay that celebration. Although Cassidy's going to teach and dance was the deal. If we,
Yep.
So this is how you do React. Use state. Yeah. I'm sorry for dancing too. That was also part of the deal is that I would not dance. Yeah, you're like, startled. Oh God. So do you want to share your screen?
Sure. Although someone wants to see my keyboard, so I have to show that first. Check it out.
Nice.
Yeah, it's
That's
got
a really
some Vim
cool one.
keys on there. Yeah, it's got a brass weight that looks like an anchor.
Yeah, it does.
I love this one.
Appropriate for Team C's. Well done. Oh, it's nice and clicky. Love it. Love it.
So, oh yeah, there's like code to be written, but that part is very important. You know.
Yeah, I mean, having the keyboard is the most important thing. What you do with it, who cares?
Yeah, right?
It's weird.
Exactly.
Cool.
That's
so if
what
you
I
hit the
tell
little
my
monitor
family.
thing, you should be able to share your screen. Let me know if that doesn't
Okay.
work.
Let's find out.
It's been hit or miss today. Mostly hit,
Okay.
but a couple miss.
All
We'll
right.
see.
I'm going to, let's see. Come on.
Chat, we did it. Chat, we raised $10,000. It freaking happened.
Well, it's not letting me select one of my windows, so I'm going to move everything so it will let me
interesting.
select my other window.
Okay, sounds
Should
good.
Be fine.
Sounds good. Just we'll just move everything.
Yeah.
Swipe.
It's not that I prepared for this or anything.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
By the way, can you tell us? It's getting warm in here. I've got the sweater rolled up. I'm in like the end of this. Hat's gonna be off soon. Oh, here we go. I see it, and I'm bringing it up. Here we go.
Okay. Cool. So
right.
now, because everything is moved, when I look over here, that means I'm looking at the chat.
Cool.
And when I'm looking all the way off to the side, I'm
Means
looking at the
I shouldn't
code.
talk to you.
So-
Oh, okay. That's what that means. Got it.
Yeah, no, it's mostly just so if people see me like looking off in the distance, it's not because I'm bored or something. It's
Totally fine.
yeah.
Awesome.
Anyway, cool, great.
Could
Let's
you
talk
hit
about
Command or Control plus just like once or twice?
yeah, I can.
Awesome. That's perfect. That's
Okay.
perfect. Thank you.
Cool. So let me actually. I'm not used to Code Sandbox. I usually just write locally, but here we go. I made this little Code Sandbox right here. It's a counter. Very novel, and that's it.
Yeah, I like
Yeah,
it.
just kidding. Okay, so this is truly just create React app plus a counter. And so
Okay.
I'll show it really quick. This is the index.js. We'll close it. This is the app, and all it has is the counter in it. And then we have the counter.
Cool.
And so in this counter, we import use state. And for those who know React, don't know React, use state is a state variable thing where when you have use state, you pass in an initial value for the state. That state variable is count, and then you can change the state variable with set count. So I made these two little functions, add and subtract, and then down in here, you can click add and subtract, and that's what it does. It's not particularly novel.
I mean, yeah, but
yeah,
this is the before. This is not the after.
This is the before.
Yeah, you're not like I did this. I just learned this, chat. Yeah. So
Yeah, surprised. So what I wanted to do was talk a little bit about this use state function by destroying it and building it from the ground up.
Dramatic.
Because we're going to get a lot of errors during this, but that's okay, because use state is a very cool function called a React hook, and React hooks are just JavaScript functions, but they have certain powers. So we're going to implement use state from the ground up, and hopefully it'll work. And so we'll find out. So we know that use state is going to take an initial state in here, and then it has to return a tuple or a tuple if you're very international. And so I'm just going to have a return initial value and then set value, because we want to return this initial value of count, which it starts at 0, and then set count, which is the thing that actually sets that value. So there we go. We have that set, but we have to actually create some of these things. And also
Okay.
I said initial state instead of initial value here. Value. There you go. Okay. Anyway, we need to create this set value so we can get rid of that error. So we'll just do a let set value equals, and then I'm just going to do a very quick little function here just to get rid of that error. Look at that. We have a count and it does nothing, but there's no errors. And
that's half the game.
That's exactly it. We're basically done. So what we need to do is actually make this work, which would be ideal. And so first we need to actually set the initial value to a new value. And so inside of this set value, we could say that we want to pass a new value into here, and we will do initial value is equal to new value. And so whenever we would call this set value, or in this case set count, it would set that initial value to it. And so that is how the variable will change. But still not working, so we have to actually call things and keep track of things. So inside of React, we have all of these different state changes happening. And what is actually happening under the hood is you're changing a variable, but it's changing it in kind of like a stack of sorts. And so what we could do is we could create a states. Do we want to do const or let? What do people prefer? I'm going to do states as a const, and we'll just call it an array there. Okay, so we have this const states right here. And what we want to do is we want to populate that with all of our state changes. And so for the return, I'm going to have this const to play is going to be equal to the initial value and set value that we have returned here. And so what we'll do is we're going to return this value. So that part isn't actually changing, but we're going to push this to the states array. So states.push to play, like that. And so now we have a set of states. And so when we actually are calling this and everything, what this will do is this will have the value of 0 and then the function. And then as we change it, it would be 1 and then the function as you keep pushing things to the array as it grows. And if we had multiple pieces of state in here, React would need to differentiate between them. Because let's just say we had a counter, but then we also had like a text box that you filled out. There would be both the counter with like the 1, 2, 3, 4, but then there would also, let's just say it's an input that says your name in it, like Cassidy. If we were to keep populating this states array right here, then as one of those states change, we wouldn't be able to differentiate between them. And so like if I were to do, for example, I'm going to say name and then set name is equal to use state. And I'll say Alex. That should be a string, Alex. And then I'm just going to put your name right here. Oh, come on.
Your keyboard will not let you do it.
Do it live. Hey, look, that's your name.
That's pretty cool.
And then if I were to call set name on any point, let's just say whenever we call add, we're going to set the name to something else. I'm just going to say set name is name plus exclamation point, something like that. So your name is just going to get more and more exciting as this goes on. Anyway, if we were to do this and have all of these different state changes and we keep pushing these states to the states array, then we don't actually, we can't differentiate between them currently because these values aren't actually named. They're just like passed into the array. And so anyway, the one way to differentiate between them is not an ID or anything, because that's not what React's use state does, but it's based on the order in which they're called.
Okay.
And so when you think about it, inside of this React component, this use state count and this use state name, they are always called in this exact order. And so you might know that when you, for example, make a React component of some kind, if you put like if poop equals butt, because you're a very mature developer, of course, and then you tried to put a hook after that and do
whiteboarding's hard when you do that, by the way. They don't like the interview process. Yeah, no.
It's weird. But if you were to do that and then make another state variable after that, React might say, hey, you can't do that. You can't have a conditional because there always has to be the exact same number of states in a React component. It is because of that differentiation. There always has to be the exact same number of states in the exact same order in every React component. So that's why I can't do, once again, if poop and then return but or whatever. You can't do that. It always has to be exactly the same. React will yell at you. So anyway, we have a way of differentiating. So we need to basically count the number of calls that we have for use state. So I'm going to say let call count. And how much time do we have? We have time, right?
Yeah,
kind
5
of.
minutes, I think.
Yeah, cool. So we're going to say we're going to let our call count as 0. And so that means that we could say let ID is equal to plus call count. So every time we call use state, we have an ID that's attached to these variables and the order that they're called in the states array. So inside of set value, instead of just initial value as new value, we'll do a states sub ID, and then the first one right in here is equal to new value. Does that make sense? Because we're changing that first value, this initial value, in that states array, and so we can get rid of this actually. And so that is generally how it works, except now we actually have to render the component differently. And so I imported React DOM here because we actually have to re-render the component every single time. So I'm going to come all the way down here and I'm just going to do function render my hook like this. And then inside of here, I'm going to do React DOM.render. And then this is just like you do it in regular React, and it's going to be counter and then document.get element by ID. And then I think it was root is where we put it. And so we have this render my hook. We need to actually call it at the end of our function here, but then we also need to call it inside of set value because we need to re-render it every single time. So now, as we click things, oh, I forgot one more thing. We need to actually reset the call count because every time the component is re-rendered, we don't want the call count to keep increasing forever and our states values to increase forever and eternity and for always. So we will just reset our call count back to -1. And so, in theory, this is generally it. Oh, and we also want to say if it already exists, if states ID already exists, then we want to return the states.id. Because if we already have that variable that exists, we don't want to recreate the variable. I think that's it. Let's find out. Look at that. We recreated your state and your name is so exciting. Merry Christmas to all and to all a good night. So
it
anyway,
feels like a Mr. Wilson kind of like, Alex, like you know, like an Alvin and the Chipmunks kind of thing, like Alvin, that old scream.
Yeah,
that's what it feels like.
Yeah, exactly. And so I did just throw a lot of JavaScript at everybody. But this is generally how React works in that it has these differentiating factors, and there's kind of a mysterious states array somewhere that keeps track of all of your state variables. So that's kind of how state handling works in general. This is a very basic approach. I did not cover nesting or anything like that in there, but in general, it's a very, very basic approach. And so React handles the complexity of persistent objects with new states. So all we have to do is handle how we actually get there. And it handles all the DOM mutations, the state mutations, and the effect mutations and stuff. So again, you always have to have the exact same number of hooks in your React component. You can't have a conditional in between. And then hooks are implemented like this. One last thing, for anybody who's been using React for a while, you might have seen those errors like cannot set state of undefined or cannot read property blah of null or something. That always happened because you were setting a state on something that wasn't mounted properly or because things were happening in kind of a funky async way. And so linters yell at you about making sure you have the exact same number of hooks and in the exact same order every time for this reason, because this is high level how React hooks are implemented. Phew.
It
The end.
makes a lot more sense now. So your big takeaway is that we shouldn't use state. We should always roll our own. That's what.
No,
No.
that's not what I'm saying.
Wait, what? No. This is really, really fascinating. I honestly never knew why I couldn't do conditionals with React hooks. I should have been more curious. And I'd be like, oh, I wonder why that is, and actually dug into it. Because I was like, all right, that's the rule. I just follow rules.
Like, I will obey the linter.
I follow the rules, and so that's.
It's
really
good to just follow the rules, but sometimes when you look at it under the hood, you could be like, oh, so that's why. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's why you can't like recreate state variables and stuff because it looks for the different IDs and everything of these state variables.
That makes sense. That makes so
there
much
you
sense.
go. Yes,
Cassidy.
Everybody in the chat, invent your own frameworks now. You know how it works.
That's what Nick DeJesus is saying. He's saying, I'm going to come out with my own React competitor now. So this is going to spawn the next few Sveltes and all the other competitors. Cassidy, thank you so much for showing this to us. This was super, super cool.
Thank you so much for having me. Phew. I'm glad we were able to get it done so quickly because I was panicking about that earlier.
Oh,
hey, we made it to the end of the thing and raised all the money.
We did all the money and we still have one more guest. It's just phenomenal. I'm chat. I am beyond. Ben clipped when I think Alex causes Cassidy to cry. Maybe I'm not sure what the title.
Right.
Physical pain. That's what it is. Alex causes Cassidy to physical pain. Wouldn't be the first time. But yeah. Cassidy, thank you so much for coming on and for hanging out and teaching us about some some React. I appreciate it.
React. Just pretend you were doing something like that, like a remix.
It would be a.
That's why they named it remix.
That's why. Kent, get back here. Is this true? Is this true? Kent, get back on here. Thank you so much. Have a great holiday. Enjoy your time off.
You too. Have a good one, everybody. I'll talk to you later.
See you. Bye. Chat. We're down to the last guest. I can't believe this has gone by so fast. I'm just blown away. One thing I should ask, did anyone see, should I refresh the thing? Is that let me see if that's broken again. It might have broken. No, it seems to be good. Refresh cache of current page. I'm gonna hit it anyway, just for funsies. We'll see if we got any more. But I don't expect much more than this. Just curious if it broke again. Chat, we did it. We have one more guest. I am so excited to bring on. Give me 1 second. To bring on Scott. Let me just make sure I have him. There we go. And Scott Hanselman, how's it going?
Very well. How are you, sir?
I am wonderful. We hit our goal.
That's fantastic. Congratulations.
I am beyond thrilled. Your lights are a lot of fun. It's great to meet you. Thank you so much for coming on.
It's my pleasure.
Yeah.
I'm looking for a Christmas theme and I'm failing. So
do you have
give me a second here. I'm gonna paint it manually. Maybe you can.
Is it the hue bulbs?
No, this is a light effects.
Okay, cool.
There we go. And we'll do a little green. So I'm painting
directly
on the line. It's you can't really see it, but there's here you go.
Yeah, we're getting some of it.
There. That's actually a reflection.
That's perfect.
So we'll
I've got something, but I don't think we can see it in this current shop. But yeah,
that's cool.
So fun. How's it going? Happy holidays, sir.
Yeah, I'm living the dream. I'm gonna go see Spider-Man tonight. So that's my. I'm on vacation, man.
What state do you live in, and how far is it from me? Is really kind of my question.
I am in Portland, Oregon.
Oh, that's a flight. All right.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Connecticut, so I have a feeling I can't.
Yeah.
Are you getting a theater to yourself?
No, I mean, Portland's pretty chill right now. If you look at the New York Times stuff, the numbers are quite low.
Got it.
We've got reserved seats, and there'll probably be 20 people there.
Cool.
So not full and packed. It's not bananas. We live in rural Oregon,
nice.
But it'll be comfortable and safe.
Well, enjoy it because I'm looking forward to it. But what do you want to chat about? I'm thrilled to have you here. I'm excited to dig into what you came to talk with us about.
Cool. So I run Windows, and I like Windows very much. And I've been working for a number of years with the WSL and the Windows Terminal team to make things better for developers on Windows. So I wanted to
Cool.
show you some of the cool stuff that's going on, and maybe some tips and tricks that maybe you haven't done. I understand that you have done some work with WSL, the Windows subsystem for Linux,
Yeah.
and the Windows Terminal. Maybe I could show you some tricks that maybe you haven't done. So I'll just
I
kind of go through a
guarantee it.
parade, and you can just say, "I knew that. I didn't know that. I knew that. I didn't know that."
It's not going to hop back and forth that much. Honestly, it's going to be a lot of I
I
didn't.
do want to point out also that in the chat here we've got Jan de Doublier from Belgium, who said he was hanging out to see me pop up. He's actually the creator of Oh My Posh, which is the prompt that I use for Windows Terminal.
Very
and
cool.
I'll actually start with that since we have a special guest in the Twitch chat. If that's
Awesome.
okay with you. By the way, this is my website, and you can check me out. And then also my podcast
Hansel Minutes.
called Hansel Minutes, which has done over 819 episodes.
Amazing.
So scroll through, you'll find somebody interesting who's working on what you are working on too. And this is Windows 11 for our friends in the chat there.
Cool.
All right, cool. So this is the Windows terminal, and I'm just going to zoom in right here, and you'll see I've got in boldface PowerShell. That's PowerShell core. That's the shell that I'm using. And sometimes people conflate terminals and shells and consoles and prompts, and they just mix those words up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So maybe you don't do that. I mean, maybe
No.
you do. Let's talk about it.
I don't. Yeah, I thought PowerShell. I thought PowerShell and WSL would be like interchangeable or different or whatever.
So that's a great point. Let's talk about that. So let's go back over here and let's go for Hanselman prompt console terminal. I always Google myself for stuff. That way you can. I've been writing blog posts for years, right? So I can Google myself later. Console prompt terminal shell prompt terminal. I don't actually know how to spell. I just let Google do it for me. Where is the word? That's weird. I'm trying to remember what. I know. There it is. I know the blog exists. I just need to call it out. Okay. So on Mac, you started out as Mac person, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So on Mac, depending on the version of the Mac you have, it's pretty much terminal and ZSH, or it's terminal and bash, or if you're fancy, it's iterm2 and fish. You know what I mean?
Right.
But for the most part, it's some Linuxy shush type thing, and then it's a terminal, iterm, xterm, iterm2, blah 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 blah, hyper. Right. There are choices, and those are the two things. But philosophically, right, the terminal is the terminal end of something. It's the thing that listens on the end of the terminal. That's why it's called a terminal. It's the terminating end of the thing.
Didn't have that. Yeah.
Okay, so when you SSH, or as I like to say, because I'm trying to get it to catch on, when you shush into another machine, you shush into that machine, and on the other end, someone's listening to your SSH server socket, right? And on the client side, you have your terminating end. In the old days, it was a typewriter, and there was your input, and there's your output, right? Your socket in, your socket out. Okay, and then you put it in a box, and you give it a screen. The only difference is it's not paper; it's just text. Input and output, and we put it in a console. If you're old enough to remember when you would go and visit your grandma and they would have a giant record player that was like huge record player, it was a console that had speakers, it had a TV, right? It's inside of the console.
The console, yeah.
So this is the console, this square here, this box that holds the square is the console. And then the shell, there are choices, right? A shell is the thing that processes the commands, right? It's the thing you send your input to. It's the thing that knows whether you typed ls or the thing that knows whether you typed dir.
Got it. Okay, that's helpful.
So PowerShell knows a bunch of commands, and people feel very strongly about it. There are people who love it, and there are people who are like, PowerShell sucks, I hate it, right?
Yeah.
But these are a family of shell, right? The shush family of shells.
Got it.
ZSH, bash, fish, you type ls to get a directory. Okay. Then there's the command prompt family of shells, which is like DOS, but not DOS.
Okay.
dir, cd. In this world, you have a prompt that looks like C:\\, right?
Got it. Oh, wow. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that.
Oh, yeah. So then there's well, I mean, you're a fresh 29, I'm assuming. So how could you know?
I'm 76. I just moisturize.
Is that right?
Yep.
It's good. The butters, you got to moisturize.
It makes the whole difference.
So important. PowerShell, the PowerShell family of things, originally started on Windows. So if we go back to the terminal here and we pop this down, there's Windows PowerShell or PowerShell Classic. Let me zoom in and fix that. PowerShell the senior. And then there's PowerShell, sometimes called POSH or PWSH, or PowerShell Core, excuse me.
Got it.
That is a cross-platform PowerShell. It's written in .NET, it's cross-platform.
Okay.
That is my preferred shell, but again, it doesn't matter. You can use whatever makes you happy. So I can go here in the Windows terminal and I can open up the command prompt, right? Type dir, there's the command prompt. If people look at Windows and they go, I hate the prompt, I can't use Windows because their prompts suck, right? That's not a good reason to not use Windows. That's not a good enough reason. If you prefer Git Bash, the one that comes with Git on Windows, now you're in a really interesting philosophical world. The other one you might be familiar with is called Cygwin, Cygwin.
Yes.
It looks like Bash.
Okay.
Okay. It's not Bash. It's Bash at user mode recompiled for Windows. So they took the GNU user mode utilities, not the Linux kernel, just the C code, and they recompiled it. So when you do an ls, it does a Windows call, not a Linux call. And this is where things get confusing because someone will say, I don't need WSL, I don't need Windows Subsystem for Linux. I've got Cygwin, I've got Git Bash. What you have is a Windows shell that's Linuxy, right? It's Linuxy enough, it's Unixy enough that I can go and run awk and sed and stuff like that. But things get really interesting when we go and dig into like, where is Git Bash coming from? So let's go down here and we'll say Git Bash. And then we're going to click Open File Location. Okay. And then we're going to right click on that and we're going to hit Properties. We're going to pull that over and we're going to go and see, okay, it lives in C Program Files Git. Okay, let's go look and see Program Files Git. Looks like it's in that one. So I'm going to pull that over from another monitor. All right, we got a bunch of files here. All right, look at this. We have bash.exe, we have git.exe, and we have sh.exe. Like those are the utilities that we have available to us.
Right.
Can we type awk? Do we have awk and sed? Okay, so where is that coming from? Okay, so that's in this user bin awk folder, but it's actually an executable that's buried in here somewhere, and I just have to go looking for it. And here we go, min.gw, binary. Oh, look at all this. What's all this? Every time you type something like grep or whatever, you're actually calling a Windows executable.
Got it.
So this gives someone the illusion of a Linux-like environment, but it's not. And that's okay. But it was fine because people who were moving over to Windows would say, I just want something to feel like Linux. So they would get this. So it's really important to juxtapose the operating system shell, the prompt. And things like
that's helpful. So for this, it's just like I can use the terms that I'm used to in order to navigate and create things. Is that essentially?
Yes, sir. I love the way you phrase that. I can use the terms that I'm used to, but it's not real. It's an illusion, right? You're kind of in the matrix. And you're going to find that, oh, well, this is Linux, right? And one day you'll download a Linux executable, you'll try to run it, and it won't run because it's not Linux.
Got it.
It's just a translation layer. But you'll notice here that I'm in the Windows terminal, which is itself an interesting thing. That's the terminal end of stuff. I can go here to Settings, and I can say, what's my default terminal? Is it the original Windows console host? Or is it the new, shiny, scrumptious Windows terminal? Let's pick the old Windows console host, and then I'm just going to go and run it, and you'll remember this.
Yeah.
This is what people think about when they think about developing on Windows. Let me close all this.
Yeah.
They go, ew.
Run the Oregon Trail, right? Right.
Or they run PowerShell and they go, look, it's blue.
Yeah.
Oh, it's everything that we love, but it's blue, right? And then they go here and then they have like this wonderful dialogue, which doesn't really have anything interesting in it. Right? Okay. The Windows terminal is written in C++. It's open source. It's written like it's a game. So we're talking about hundreds of frames a second. So DirectX and all that kind of stuff.
Oh,
so look, I can actually make it transparent.
Nice. Yeah.
See? So we're talking about, acrylics and DirectX. I've got PowerShell in the corner here, right? My little logo. I can then hold down Ubuntu. I could hold down the DOS prompt. So now I've got, right, Ubuntu, PowerShell, and DOS all at the same time.
Oh, that's cool.
We'll go H top. Okay. And then I could hit Alt Enter, and now I'm full screen.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're cooking with gas, right? All right, now close those. Now, the prompt, the thing that chooses to present itself as a prompt, that's just a choice, right? That has nothing to do with the shell. It is the thing that gets printed when I hit enter.
Right.
And on DOS, you could go like this.
Is Cassidy still here?
Yeah. Well, she and I always use poop for variables and stuff.
Yeah, it's perfect.
So here I can modify the prompt by setting this environment variable, and whatever I put in there gets put in there. So I've moved the greater than sign to the left, and then the path to the right. But that's kind of as far as you can go. I mean, there's some stuff that you can do, but that's basically it.
That's great.
Yeah. Kathy and I use this app called Poop Map on iOS that you can basically log your poos and share it socially with your family to make sure that they know that, like, this is a really great bathroom at this mall, or I had an epic poo here and I'm relaxed and comfortable.
Is this real?
Oh yeah. Do you know about Poop Map? Poop Map app.
Why did you lead with this, Scott? Why did you lead with PowerShell?
You don't know about Poop Map?
I've never heard of Poop Map.
Oh man, you track where you poop, where your friends have pooped, and where other people poop, and you know, create statistics, and you basically you follow your latest drops.
Is this what they're talking about when they say there's a new mischief drop or something? Is that what this is?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah. I got a new drop. No, I don't actually use Poop Map, but I know Cassidy uses it a lot.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
That's the word on the street. Okay, so here, this is Oh My Posh. Oh My Posh, P-O-S-H, and you can see this at ohmyposh.dev.
Okay.
And here I have a custom prompt. So I've gone and blinged my prompt out, and Jan is the creator of that. And you can go to my YouTube, and you can watch Jan and I develop a new segment to our prompt. So here, I've moved to another folder, and you can see I have my path. I have the version of .NET that I'm currently using. I have a human heart, because reasons. I have a GitHub icon, as well as my GitHub branch, and my current real-time blood sugar level.
Whoa.
Because I'm a type 1 diabetic, and I have an implanted sensor. So you'll see that over the course of our conversation change. I see my trend line and my blood sugar, and the color reflects how I'm doing.
So cool. Does it? I'm just curious. If you don't type anything and your blood sugar level changes, will that update, or does it only update every time you like hit enter or something?
So my system updates in the cloud. I have a REST API for my body, because don't we all?
Yeah.
That updates every 5 minutes.
Okay.
So this is updating. This is cached until it expires, and then every 5 minutes it'll send it out.
That's so cool.
But if I don't do anything, no, it won't update until my next command.
Okay, got it. Insignificant question, but that's a really neat detail. I'm just curious.
No, it is a yummy detail, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll actually show you what it looks like. Now we're going completely
that
off the
level
rails.
of
You had low
customization.
expectations for this show, though, right? I assume.
Oh yeah.
There you go. So here's my blood sugar for the last 4 hours. There you go.
Cool.
So nice and smooth. It's kind of like Tesla autopilot for your pancreas.
Do they sell it like that? Because honestly, like, I don't know what Microsoft's paying you, but maybe this it's called Night Owl or
Night Scout.
Night Scout.
Right? Because it takes care of little kids that have diabetes at night.
That's
it allows
awesome.
remote viewing of blood sugar. It's an open source project that I support.
That's great. That's really
Written
cool.
in Node. All right. So focus, man. Focus. Okay. So here I use a thing. So this is a prompt. I'm using PowerShell, but the prompt is different. It doesn't have to look like this. So here, if I open up another PowerShell, right, it's just a look, it's different. It's just a different prompt. Now, when I type dir, I get a directory. When I type ls, I get a directory because I have aliases for all of those.
Got it.
So now we start blurring lines, right? With aliases and things, it's like, what is a prompt really? What is it? What is a shell even? Right? But I feel really strongly in nesting, in finding your space. If I were to say, hey kids, let's learn how to code. This is going to be great. Yay. And then I go like this. Okay, kids, here we go. We're going to learn how to code. Right? That's not inclusive, right?
That's
not
the intro to the Matrix, yeah.
Big, crazy colors and amazing stuff like this. So I've also gone and optimized it with some icons. So I've got Docker icons and colors and stuff like that. All the details on my blog. That's a great a third-party product. And then I use a thing called Z. So when I type Z, it pops down. I can actually go up and down and pick places that I've already been before, or
so
commands I've already
history
been
thing?
before. Yep, it's a history thing. And then of course I can do Control R, which you probably do on Mac World, or have you done before? Control R works just fine as well. I've even got like branch matching. And another thing that's funny, in Visual Studio, we hit Control Shift B to build. It's just one of those prompts that you get it into your muscles and you can't get it out. So I made it so Control Shift B types the command it needs to type to build the thing I want to build. So if I find myself accidentally pressing Control Shift B, which is a hotkey I would do in an app, it'll just do the right thing at the command prompt. So what I've done here is I've made my personal space, the color I want, the feeling, the vibe, the backgrounds. And I've even gone so far to go and add reaction GIFs for builds. So if I am doing something like this, let's go ahead and go. Yeah, see, if it fails, then I get one reaction GIF. And then if I fix the test and I do it again, and then I do the build, and then I'll get a better reaction GIF inside the terminal.
Awesome.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah,
Isn't that yummy?
so that just goes in the back. Oh, it's great.
Yeah. All right, cool. So this is PowerShell, but if I go over here, this is Ubuntu. Now, Oh My Posh works in multiple locations. So I'm using the same prompt system on a different shell. I think this is ZSH or Bash. So let's go home. So now I've gone from a mount point on the C drive. This is a Windows drive. That's my Windows home directory, and that's my Linux home directory. Okay. So they've mounted the Windows home directory in Linux under mount. So if I go ls mount, there's all my drives, my physical drive. But the Windows file system has its own thing. Oops, not SFDF.
So on like the D drive, it's a different system than your C drive. Like,
good point. So let's look at my PC. Okay, here's my actual computer.
Okay.
My C drive, my D drive. This is just real physical drives. You can touch them. And then I've got a couple of like RAID external crap. Don't worry about those. The fact that I have C and D is just because I like C and D. I've always been one of those D equals data kind of people for reasons. That has nothing to do with Windows. Just has to do with me being a problem. If I go and say ls/mount, those same drives appear. So any drive you plug in, any USB drive, any drive at all you plug in, Linux gets it available to itself, automatically mounted. Okay. So if I go C mount, C GitHub, this is my GitHub stuff I code on my Windows drive. That's not going to be super fast because it's going from Linux over a mount point through, a tunnel and under a mountain. So it's going to be faster if I do stuff on the Linux file system. And by faster, I mean 10x faster.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
People are complaining, by the way, about whether I use forward slashes or backslashes. I am a non-denominational, and I use whatever slash is nearer the finger that I'm using right now. So you can use whatever makes you happy, and I will support you. To our friends in the chat here. People are also complaining about my arrows. Are they too much? Is it too much? Is it too much?
I love the arrows.
You like the arrows?
I'm a big fan. I need to get those back in my life. I had them on Mac a while ago.
Yeah.
This is better though.
Like
more arrows. I agree with Ryan.
All right,
complaining?
more
What?
arrows. Yeah, all the arrows. Okay, so let's go to there. Let's do this. Let's go to where am I?
Yeah. So they're just clarifying. They are not complaining. They are loving them.
No, I'm teasing. I'm sorry, Nino. I apologize. I'm just being silly. Okay. All right. Here is on the Linux file system some a .NET app. And again, I'm on Linux. I am using the same Oh My Posh prompt, so I get the same convenient stuff. Now, this is showing .NET, but it could very easily show Node or Rust or whatever makes you happy. So the segments that are available to you in Oh My Posh are Legion. And if we go to Docs and click on Segments and go down to Node, you can go and add them, and you'll get a lovely, the version that you want. You can get a yarn icon, an NPM icon. You go bananas. So don't let my penchant for .NET affect the Node friends. Okay?
That's happening. That's got to happen.
Yeah, it's not good. It's all good. Okay, so I could then go like Vim, God help me, and now I'm like, hey, we're coding in Vim, right? And then at this point, you're basically screwed. You just have to shut the whole computer down because there's no way. Everyone knows there's no way to get out of Vim.
It's impossible.
You just have to shut down the VM. If you want a nano, you can do that, right? Certainly, if it makes you happy, right? But what you really want to do is you want to run VS Code, right?
Yeah.
So you say code dot, and you hit enter, and then you wait. And then on another monitor, because it's over here somewhere, I don't know. I've got so many freaking monitors going right now. I have no idea what's happening. Or it's going to
You're actually on 3 different streams right now. It's impressive.
Am I on 3 different streams right now? Like, I don't even know what's happening at this point. Right? So when you fire up Visual Studio, it can split in half, basically. So there's a version of VS running in Ubuntu, VS Code server.
Okay.
And then there's the client running on Windows. So when you go into VS, if we go back over to Windows, let me go back to Windows. And let's open up something. And I'll just go to one of my Selenium tests. And I start typing. This is autocomplete, right? And then you hit dot. What do you expect? You expect some autocomplete of some kind, right? And that autocomplete has to be provided by a language service. Someone has to give that information. And when you do that, that autocomplete language service has to be running somewhere, see? And it pops up. Who provides that list of context? Well, it depends, like what compiler are you using? Are you using Go? Are you using Node? Are you using TypeScript? Are you using .NET? So there's a language service that does that work.
Okay.
And if you're running in the context of Ubuntu, you're going to want the language service to run over in Ubuntu. Right? So you're going to have the VS Code server running in the background on Ubuntu, providing as a client server application context remotely to that Visual Studio, right? So that's why things are so scrumptious on WSL, because you're on Linux, you're coding on Linux, you're running your stuff on Linux, you can sudo apt whatever makes you happy on Linux, but you're running your Windows app, and then the language service gets remoted. So then when you go into Visual Studio and look at extensions, you can see that one of them is a remote extension. And this is really cool. If you look at our YouTube I did with Jan, I did a bunch of development. The entire hour we developed on Go.
Okay.
I never installed Go.
Huh.
Right? I kept it off of my Windows machine. We can even take it even farther, and we'll go over here. And this might not work, by the way. So I set this up about 10 minutes ago. So bear with me if it doesn't work. We'll debug it together. Here we go. So I don't have Node on this box, okay? But I do have a Node app here. I got my yarn, I got my whatnot, okay? Let's go and run code here. Run it up. Again, I have no idea if this will work or not. It's supposed to. Okay, this folder contains a development container. Would you like to develop in a container? Ooh, exciting.
Is that like a Docker thing? I don't know much about Docker, but is that what that is?
Yeah.
All
Well, so Docker, you can look at Docker as a way of being like, it's a tiny virtual machine, right? It's a little private place. It's like one of those Japanese capsule hotels where you can sleep. It's just a little place for you to do your thing, and it resets itself every night.
That sounds lovely.
Okay? It is lovely. So look, what it's doing right now is it is building a node-specific container one time for me, locally using Docker. These things are done in layers. So it's like, I need an operating system. Okay, now I need Node. Now I need Yarn. Now I need NPM. Now I need whatever. And it builds those layers. It caches the layers. So this is a one-time thing. It'll be done in just a second. Now it's extracting it. Seems like a long time, but once it's been done, now it's cached and you won't have to worry about it again.
Got it.
And while that's happening, I can go over here and I can go Docker images, and I can see it's loading up here. So it's called VS Code Remote Trinode. Here's my Oh My Posh one I did from before. Here's my podcast that I work on.
Cool.
Okay, now it's running it. Now look, installing Visual Studio Code Server. Nobody ever talks about that, right? It's the other side of Visual Studio Code. Now look, running Yarn. Now it's complaining that it I need to get a newer version of Yarn or whatever, but you get the idea. Now look in the corner here.
Dev
running in a
container.
dev container. So Visual Studio Code knows the context in which it's running. So if I
Okay.
went and said open a terminal,
Oh, it's gonna run these commands in that container.
in that container. But oops, I lost it. But it did what's called a volume mount. So it built the container, like it fired up a tiny computer and then mapped the source code back to my folder. So it's still my source code. It didn't copy the source code into the container.
Got it. So
So
it's
when I open
running
the
the
file-
code that's outside of the container inside the container.
Yep, exactly.
Got
Right.
it.
It mounted that stuff. So if you look right here, the file system inside the container mounted remotely that workspace.
Wow.
It all did it automatically. Here's the yummy part. This is all powered by this context of a dev container.json file. And this thing says, all right, I'm going to have a dev container. It's called Node. It uses this Docker file and this variant of whatever. I want you to make sure that you install the ESLint extension inside the container. It didn't impose the extension upon my computer. It imposed it upon the container. And then it also says, hey, you know, if you see anything on port 3000, would you forward it outside, please? Because when you start up your Node app, you write, you know, whatever. And then, hey, when you're done, would you please yarn install post create? Okay.
Yeah, I
Nice.
need to learn containers is what this is.
Oh.
Honestly,
Well,
like you're opening
learn
me up.
dev containers.
Yeah.
You don't need to learn containers.
Okay.
Just learn dev containers. Okay. So install Docker
Okay.
for Windows. And let me bring it up from another monitor. Okay. I always do random sound effects. I don't know why I do that.
That wasn't Windows 11. I thought that was an 11 feature.
No, it's subtle. Yeah, it's actually, yeah. So here's my container right here, and I can go and see the volumes that have been mapped. Remember how I said that it got mapped right there?
Yeah.
And under the settings for this, you can go and say use the WSL2 based engine. So it's using Linux to run Docker. This isn't bolted on, and people might say, "Yeah, just use Linux." Hey, if you want to use Linux, knock yourself out.
Yeah.
But right, the year of the Linux desktop is upon us. It's just on the Windows desktop.
Nice.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay? So all of this is being hidden from me. That dev container.json goes and does stuff automatically for me. Now, if I go to my extensions, look, I've got local installed extensions like Jupyter and C++, but inside the container, there's location transparency. My extensions can be installed anywhere. So I've got one installed in the container. ESLint is not installed in Windows. I do not have Node on Windows. I have only, right? There is only Zool. I have only the remote stuff. So this terminal no longer is my terminal. This one here is.
Got it.
That's then if we go back over to our code, beep, boop, bop, boop.
I have way too many extensions running for like the one
View
project that I've done.
So this is what's great. And this is why what Jan did, and again, I point folks to my YouTube to check this out. What Jan showed me how to do was, and one of his, I forgot the name of the gentleman who did it, but one of Jan's contributors set this up, was testing 7 different shells with Oh My Posh is really challenging. So they went and they set it up in a terminal. And you can go on and clone Oh My Posh, open it in VS Code, and as long as you have containers, it will get Go, it'll get Rust, it'll get C++, it'll get everything, it'll get all the different terminals, it'll load them all, bootstrap them, and it will set up a perfect little environment for us to do this.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, it's lovely, and I never installed any of that stuff. Okay. So then the question is, have you ever done Visual Studio Live Share?
Yes. Yeah, a few times.
Right. Yeah. So then, we could go and then share this thing where you and I are in here together.
Yeah.
And so Jan is in Belgium, and I'm in Portland. He and I were moving mice around and typing at the same time, like literally typing in the same file, coding at the same exact time.
Yeah, it's
so
fantastic.
Inside a container.
And
so
then you can share
Windows
your server with him.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Like exactly.
It's great.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. So it's a pretty awesome time right now. Let me go back over here and just show you a couple other things because I know I'm out of time.
Yeah.
You can see that I'm running Ubuntu. I also have Debian, which is another Linux.
That's
and if I want to, I could go and say WSL, I think it's -- install.
Cool.
And it'll actually give me a list of Linuxes I could potentially install. This is how easy it is. So let's go and install Kali Linux.
Wow.
So yeah, it's literally that easy. So now we're going to go and get another Linux, right? And bring that down. And then that's going to show up in this list right here when it shows up, because right now it's downloading.
Yeah.
And then I can also share my Linuxes with other people. Like I could tar up my perfect Linux distribution and give it to you, and then you could install it. So at your company, you could have a standard Linux install.
Oh, that's great.
Right? And then, okay, let me just set this up real quick because I've never installed Kali before on this machine.
Chat's enjoying
now,
that.
Yeah, you enjoy that. Okay, let's go ahead and close that. I'm going to go on an open terminal again, bring it over for another monitor, pull this down. Whoop, boop, doo-doo, doo-doo, boop, 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 boop. Okay, Kali Linux. So then, Ubuntu, Debian, Kali.
Are you middle mouse clicking to open the new
Yeah,
tab?
so what I'm doing is I'm clicking here and then I'm holding down Alt with my left thumb. So you hold down Alt.
It opens
so
a
if you look
new
right here,
nice.
Alt click splits the current window. Shift click opens a new window.
Cool.
Then you click over here and you say Settings, and you say Open JSON file. And you can see that I've actually gone and I've made my commands like a browser. So Control T for new tab and Control W closes the tab.
Perfect. Yeah.
Because it's in my bones, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So now I go back over to my terminal and I go Control W, Control W, Control W. Isn't that nice?
Yeah, that's
fun?
great.
It's a lovely time right now. So like, I mean, it's co-opetition, right? I don't want to disrespect my friends that have Macs, but I do want people to understand that, Mac is closed hardware on a kind of closed operating system. It's not Linux, it's Darwin.
Right.
And they have one piece of hardware that runs on this thing. And what's kind of cool about Windows and why I like PCs is that you can build your own lightsaber, right? Your PC is any video card, any USB controller, any device driver. So Windows is challenging, and Windows sometimes crashes in the past because you've got to support all hardware, all comers. I don't think Microsoft really gets credit for that enough. So you could take a $399 laptop from Walmart and install WSL on it and VS Code and be coding very, very quickly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Now you can do that with a Linux too. You could boot off a Linux distro, right? So I think that it's nice for anyone, whether they be using Linux or whether they're using Windows, to be able to have access to these tools without cost being in front of them. What's nice about this is that if someone's watching and they have Windows Home, not Pro, we went out of our way to make sure that WSL runs on Home so that students can use that. So you can run whatever makes you happy. So if you have Windows 10 or 11 right now, just go WSL install, and it'll go and install WSL for you, set everything up. One last thing. This is the start menu here. I'm going to go and click on apps. I'm going to click on the letters, and I'll go down here to Ubuntu. These are Ubuntu GUI apps.
Okay.
So why don't we go and cause some trouble before we leave, and we'll run the GIMP, and we'll run Firefox.
But we're running the Ubuntu version.
Right, we're going to run the Ubuntu version of it. Now I got to figure out which of my monitors this thing is going to start up on.
Interesting.
Here's Firefox.
Huh.
Okay, so this is using a thing called Wayland, and this is hardware accelerated. So it's using my NVIDIA video card, and I can go and do machine learning. I can run Linux apps. So if I go File, Open, right, I'm opening up a local file on the local file system inside the GIMP right here.
Right.
And here's Firefox. So what's nice about this is I've been using Playwright, which is kind of like the grandson or granddaughter of Selenium, which lets you do automated browser testing.
Got it.
When you have a Windows machine and you have WSL installed, you can launch apps from your scripts. So I can use Playwright to automate and do browser testing. So on a Windows machine, I can run, Brave and Opera and Chrome and Edge and Firefox, and then run them again in Linux and test them all in automated user tests entirely from one machine. That's
really handy.
Isn't that fun? Yeah.
Yeah,
So you can run any Linux app that makes you happy. And of course, when I go File, Open, it's the Linux dialog box.
That's funny. Yeah, I never knew you could do that.
Oh yeah, let me show you one last thing. I know I'm talking too much.
Oh,
Okay,
good.
check this out. Check this out. I'm hitting Control Scroll.
Computer
Okay.
jazz is what we're calling
Yeah,
this.
yeah. Now I'm in Linux. Proof. Okay. Remember how I was running Nano and Pico and VI and stuff? What if I run Notepad? Well, I can't run Notepad because I don't have Notepad because I'm on freaking Linux. Right? That would be stupid. What if I said notepad.exe? It's popped up. Sorry, I don't know what's going on. I can't find it. It's on.
I'm picturing that you have 12 monitors because of how much you're like.
There's too much happening.
You're just like the architect in the Matrix,
The
and it's just.
point is, I can run Notepad, or I can run Explorer.exe. So here's Windows Explorer. Linux appears in Windows Explorer now.
Got it.
So I can go and open up like the Ubuntu file system, and suddenly I'm looking at my code on Linux. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
Man, I haven't scratched the surface of any of this stuff. This is just wild.
No, because people just like go like, I'm gonna run Bash.
That's me. That's me doing. Yeah, that's all I'm doing.
Nest. You gotta build yourself a nest, man. Here's the thing. I talk about nesting. It's such an important concept, both in remote working, but in making a space. It's the intentionality of making a space for yourself, right?
Yeah.
Can you unshare my screen and make us like this for a second?
Absolutely. Okay. You mean this, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, because we're closing here.
Yeah.
So you need to just don't accept the defaults. Right? The defaults are Bash and a random prompt or whatever. Like, I'm not saying use my prompt. I'm saying explore your space. Right? Some of us right now are blessed to have an office. This is my, a $50 LED light makes any spare bedroom look like $1 million, right? And people see this office and they're like, oh my God, you got this amazing space. Like, you must be like, super rich. And it's like, well, yeah, I am. But still, if I just like go like that, like it's just a spare bedroom with an LED. You see what I'm saying? I open a window. It's all about lighting.
Right.
But then you go and you paint it and you nest and you make a space. So I've got things on my desk that make me happy.
Nice.
I've got like tchotchke, things that are like, I can, ADHD kind of random stuff.
Yeah.
And like random chips and random running applications on microprocessors. And
that's cool.
And the same thing applies to your prompt and your space. If you find yourself 3, 4, 5 times doing something repetitively, make a hotkey, get a Stream Deck, about this stuff. Automate that. I just think that we let the water get hot without thinking about it. And the next thing you know, you're sitting in a boiling pot.
Yeah.
So that's the thing I want to leave people with. And another last moment is when I talk about things on my desk that make me happy, I have Fabulous Batman on my desk here. Fabulous Batman is a reminder to me that I don't have to be a specialist. I can be a ballerina. I can be pink. I can be a ninja, be freaking Batman with fairy wings, right? So when you're thinking about what it means to be a full stack developer, I want you to think about Fabulous Batman. And if you're feeling sad that I don't know enough about Docker, you don't have to know that much.
Yeah.
Right? You don't have to drive a stick shift every day, Alex. Just drive a stick shift once. And then you go, okay, I get it. I understand how to drive stick. And now I will drive automatic. Right?
Yeah.
Right.
But
So
I
you
know
cut something
enough.
with a ninja sword one time, and then you can say, all right, I'm a ninja. Put
Love
it on
it.
your resume.
Love it.
Fabulous Batman.
Scott, this was a joy. I really can't thank you enough for coming on. That was just fantastic. This was, yeah.
Well, I'm glad. I hope
Chat
we got
chat
your
is
worth, right?
Chat is singing the same song as I am right now. This is a
that's
blast. And thank you for coming on. Thank you for contributing your time and energy and good spirit towards the cause. I can't thank you enough. Yeah, this is an absolute blast.
I hope that you meet your amount, right? You raised your
we
10
did.
grand?
We did.
All
We're
right.
$60 over.
Did we raise any now? Did we raise more than $60? Did anyone put in $3 during me? I want to know if I had a part in this.
Yes, somebody. I think we had 2 donations during you. So
there you go. Now I feel good.
It's tough to raise more than the goal. You know what I mean? It's tough to be like, yeah, we hit it, and then double that. It's tricky. But thank you so much. I greatly appreciate all the support and
Lovely.
yeah.
Fun to hang out.
Yeah.
And I was kind of a little nervous because going after Cassidy, it kind of sets the tone.
Yeah.
And following some poop like that is really
yeah. But the segue helped because people were like, "Is this going to be a totally different kind of thing?" And then you were like, "Poop," and they're like, "Oh, okay, that eased me in."
The tone is the same. Yeah, exactly.
That was a smart move because otherwise it would have been just like you go from a
chaos.
hot bath to just a cold shower. It's too much.
Oh yeah, you don't want that. Cool. Well, small advertisement. Please follow my YouTube and my Twitters and my whatnot. If you want to know a lot of questions in the chat I haven't seen, what was I using for the arrows? Zoom it. I explain all that on my YouTube and my blog.
Awesome. Scott, thank you so much. Take care. Have a happy holiday.
All right, you too. I'll see you later.
Thank you. Well, chat, that's everyone. That's as they say, the show. Oh my goodness. People are getting into The Witcher and getting excited. Oh my goodness. Wow. I can't thank you enough, chat. This has been just beyond my expectations. Don't go quite yet because there's a phenomenal animation to show you still. So hang on. You're gonna have to sit through my this to see this great little goodbye animation that our friend Life has put together. Of course. All right, we're just gonna call the audible. I'm just gonna do it on the other screen. Not even gonna bother trying to bring it back. Hold on. Didn't mean to go entirely here. Meant to do this. All right, everything's falling apart because it's the end of the show. Chat, thank you so much. So there's a super cool animation that you still have to see. Am I even in focus? That's a little better. I want to thank a whole bunch of people. This was not a me thing. This was a community thing. I'm just a person here chatting. First off, I want to thank our guests, Amelia Wattenberger, and I'm reading because I am fried, so this is not like impersonal. It's just I will forget things. So bear with me. Amelia Wattenberger, Cassidy Williams, Chris Coyier, Dave Rupert, George Francis, Josh Comeau, Kent C. Dodds, Kevin Powell, Michael Chan, Monica Powell, Scott Hanselman, and Varun Vachhar. I cannot thank you enough for signing on to this wild idea of, hey, let's get you all back to back and see how that goes. Really, really appreciate your tweets, your kind words to build this up into a thing, because without you building it up, it would not have been this. Like we wouldn't have brought the people in, and it would have been a lot harder getting sponsors. So really thank you for signing on and saying yes. That was huge. Thank you to our sponsors. They are rotating down here. We have Prismic, the company that I work for. It's not my company yet. Haven't bought out Sidek yet, but I will. Phenomenal headless CMS. It's just wonderful. Wonderful people. Can't say enough nice things about Prismic. Not only did they sponsor this and match for the $1,000, but they let me work on this as part of my job, to just do a thing for charity and to get all this stuff together. And yeah, so like I couldn't have done this without Prismic allowing me to. So thankful to the company for matching and all that stuff. So thank you Prismic. Please go hit me up if you're curious. We are phenomenal headless CMS, component based. You'll love slices, I promise. Yes, thank you Prismic. Next, thank you to Netlify. Jason Langsdorff said yes like the day after I asked him, or right away, basically, right? And that's how DMs work. But thank you to all the folks over at Netlify. Really appreciate you hopping on right after Prismic. Then Cloudinary, Colby Fayok, thank you so much for like offering, like, hey, I can get Cloudinary to sponsor. Really appreciate you, man. And Cloudinary, thank you so much. Cloudinary. So Netlify is a great place to host your apps and sites. So please use Netlify. This stream is hosted on Netlify. It's phenomenal. Colby and Cloudinary is a great place to host your images and your videos and all that good stuff. I use Cloudinary a bunch. This video was on Cloudinary. Like we're using the tech in this thing. And then we had StepZen. I actually have a stream with Anthony on Tuesday. So if you're not following this stream yet, please follow, because on Tuesday, Anthony of StepZen, thank you, Anthony, for helping out with the sponsorship, is coming on to talk about StepZen and Prismic and how do you combine that? Because StepZen, you can throw every bit of data at it and it turns it into one API that you can just query. It's a nice tidy GraphQL API. You don't have to worry about like 10 different data points. It brings it all in, bundles it up, and you just query that. It's wonderful. StepZen, thank you so much. And last but not least, Orbit Model, thank you so much for sponsoring. Really appreciate it. Orbit is fantastic because they allow you to turn your community around a product into like a passionate community and build that community and just make it a whole lot better. Helps you see who's kind of interested in what you're working on and help to empower them and build them up. So Aaron of Orbit, thank you so much. And Eric of Prismic, thank you for putting me in touch with them. Thank you to Ben Myers for all of your support, just being a good sounding board and just a great human being. Ben, I really, really appreciate you. You helped out with asking different people to sponsor and getting people on the show. Michael Chan, also appreciate you for that, for reaching out to people on my behalf. Can't tell you, it absolutely means the world. Just so many people really helped out with this. I'm going off the top of my head, so I know I'm going to forget people. Definitely not forgetting Life, Niamchek. You did an amazing job with all of these graphics and everything. Life worked hours and hours, like full days for the last week or two, just trying to make this as cool as possible. The animations that you've done and the hard work and the support and everything you put in, I can never repay you for it. Thank you so much. You were a partner in this. Really, really appreciate it. I loved seeing the chat go wild for your stuff, because I like that was what I wanted out of this, is to raise that goal and to see you get your just desserts, because man, you crush it. You are a talented, kind, generous person. Thank you so much. I'm thrilled that you put in so much work. So thank you. And Ryan Trimble, thank you so much for helping out with the site. You coded the progress bar and did so much towards just making this happen. I actually, I think I need to can someone drop the link that Mac put together and Ryan helped out with? Can someone drop that link in chat? Ryan, really appreciate you offering the help. You took today off. I hope I didn't just get you in trouble with work. But you just the support that you showed for this and that you've been showing in the community. You are one of the most active people in the Discord. Can't thank you enough, man. It's just great having you around. So thank you so much for everything you did here, but also everything that you do on a daily basis. Thank you for being just a great part of the of the community. It's wonderful. And Mac, thank you so much for putting this site together. They just dropped it in the chat. And I'm going to go through that because we need to thank all the people that donated. But Mac, thank you so much for putting this site together. Really appreciate it. So impressed. Dude, you are 16 and you write TypeScript better than I do. And it's just, you are incredible. Thank you so much, dude. And it's always fun to have you in chat and have you around the Discord. You were a blast. So yeah, thank you. Nuha and Eric and everyone. I'm gonna forget people. I am so sorry if I forget. If I forget you, it's not because you didn't matter or didn't help. It's just, I try to get the credits together, but we ran out of time on a lot of stuff. So I know it might look polished and stuff. We had so much more like things. My to-do list is still very incomplete. We're going with it. So let me just transition to this. Okay, so sorry, I got distracted. So yes, so 12 special guests. We got this. Let me just make sure this is loaded up. Cool. Okay, I think this is everyone. I'm happy to speed read this. This is way more than I expected, honestly, when I signed up to read it. But happy to read it. Ryan Trimble, once again, thank you. This was during the testing phase when he was helping me out with a lot of the code. Typetura, thank you again for sponsoring. Your ad read was adorable. You two are phenomenal. That guy's weird. Marbiano, thank you so much. Ben Myers, thank you so much for all your help. Blockchi, thanks. Kamal, thank you. Dom, thank you. Lars, thanks. Corey, thank you. You are phenomenal. Mac, you are fantastic. Amit, thank you so much. Adam, Cobra Winfrey, you were the first guest on this stream. Thank you so much for all your support over these last years. I guess it's years. Oh, it's weird. Ben, thank you again. Steph, thank you. Mike Aparicio, thank you so much, my friend. Alexi, thank you. Aaron, good guy, thank you. I appreciate the horse. Ryan again, thanks. Nemo, Ishan, Lo-Fi Codes, appreciate it. Life, you are phenomenal. You gave so much to this. Alex, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Ryan again. Oh my goodness, Ryan, thank you. Anthony, thank you so much. Is this okay? I saw this coming in, but this is just catching up. Okay, I'm like, are people donating right now? We are almost through this, I promise. Kevin Powell, thank you so freaking much for this generous donation. I appreciate it. Just Pretend, thank you so much. Jace, I'm glad you were able to make it. Thank you for this. Really appreciate it. Matt Wing, great to see you. Thank you so much. Lachlan, thank you so much. Aaron Eicher was here. $100. Thank you, Aaron Eicher. I really appreciate it, man. Ryan, great to see you here. Thank you so much. Brittany, wonderful. Thank you. Chris Burnell, appreciate it. Polypane, phenomenal. Yes, please check out Polypane. They were excellent. Nick Sta, great to see you. Thanks. Jasper, thank you. Life, thank you again. Ben Holmes, thank you. Anthony Ferraro, good to see you, buddy. Abracadabra, thank you so much. Angelo, my good friend Angelo Ashmore, appreciate it. Love this. Kent C. Dodds, thank you again for this incredibly generous donation and for coming on. You're phenomenal. Cynthia Teeters, I think you were one of the people to put us over the top, or at least maybe after the top. I appreciate it. Waffles and Maple Syrup, Kevin Powell's kids, adorable. Appreciate it. Aaron, again, thanks. Kresgo, thank you so much for this $100. That's incredibly generous. Thank you. Nemo, from one animal to another, thank you. Chris Coyier, really appreciate it. Blake Campbell, really appreciate it. Lo-Fi Codes, this is again, thank you so much. Kenya, thanks. Killian Valkoff, thank you. Dave Latore, thank you. Adam, again, you're just phenomenal. Al Gore, really appreciate you. Just thanks for coming through. Ryan Trimble, I appreciate you with the push, man. I appreciate it. Jason Perry from Kevin Powell's Discord channel, love it. Leonard, thank you. Darth Maul, aka Evan, you've been a great addition to the Discord lately. It's great having you around. Thank you so much for this donation. Marlon Marcello, good guy. Thank you so much. And the llamas. I'm glad we have settled that beef a little bit. Kushigara, sorry. Thank you so much. Great. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. Dave Rupert, really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for that generation. Thank you for your generation and the donation also. Generous generation. That's what it was. Sigfrido, thank you. Walpolia, 'tis the season indeed. Thanks. Colby, I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you so much. Kevin Hart, my old boss, my old CEO. I really appreciate you coming through. Wow, thank you so much. Corey, so it's a different Kevin Hart. I saw the chat ask about it. Corey, thank you again. My goodness. Crockoftime.com, prevent ocean trash by preserving. Ooh, a blog and Discord community. Awesome. Thank you so much for posting that. James, just keep swimming. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much. Nasty Director, thank you so much. I can't think of Holiday Horse Fun. You're off the hook. Thank you so much for your donation. Nuha, thank you so much for letting me work on this, for supporting me from the very beginning. I really appreciate you. You're phenomenal. Football, thank you so much. Renault, great to see you. Glad you stopped by. Thank you so much. Lynn Fisher, thank you for this. We got to get you on the stream, Lynn. You're amazing. Next, thank you again. Amelia Wattenberger is very confused, but still give $100. Thank you so much, Amelia. Those are supposed to be emojis, chat. Baba Skate, thank you so much. Graham, thank you. While we're talking blogs on the web, check out Remix Run. Nice. Tailwinds, it's a joke donation, but sure. Appreciate it. David Aaron, really appreciate it, my friend. Glad you were able to stop by and see Varun. Thank you so much. That was gorgeous, gorgeous work. Josh, thank you so much for your time, for this donation. Really appreciate it. Lunch Dev, my good friend Michael, this is so generous, my friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is just amazing. You got us 10% of the way there, like just on your own shoulders. Thank you. Chris Kirk Nielsen, you are a phenomenal artist. I would love to have you on sometime, and thank you so much for this donation. Really appreciate it. Ryan Trimble again with the evening out of the number. Love it. David again, thank you so much. PS Van, thank you so much for the $100. Incredible, incredible. Ben, thank you, buddy. Really appreciate it. The progress bar, fill me up, please. And loving the progress bar gives itself money. It's so good. Tom's S, thank you for the $5. And Cameron McHenry, thank you for the 100. My goodness. Chat. Yeah, I just can't. I got nothing else. I got nothing else. I am spent. We are at 5 hours now. I appreciate you all for hanging in with us. Yeah, I got nothing else to say. Just thank you. You're all fantastic. Thank you for sticking with the long list of thank yous. Thank you to every single one of our guests and all the sponsors and everyone who donated and helped out with this. I can't thank you enough. Yeah, I will see you on Tuesday, but then after that, I will see you in the new year. I hope you have a lovely Christmas, Hanukkah, holiday, whatever you celebrate. I hope you have a great one. Stay safe, and check out this closing animation. Take care.